Trump is preparing to reschedule cannabis to a Schedule 3 drug.
Yeah, to be honest, I disagree here.
Oh, so this is what it takes for you to turn on Trump. But yeah, it's not very conservative, but I think it's common sense. Biden was gonna do this, but then,
yeah, even he came to his senses and realized, maybe I shouldn't be the most pro-marijuana president ever, but let's discuss what this means. So the Controlled Substances Act classifies drugs into 5 different classes, with controls on drugs' legality, taxes, penalties, and medical uses.
Yeah, Schedule 1 are drugs like heroin that have a high potential for abuse and no acceptable medical uses. Schedule 2, things like cocaine, which are still high potential for abuse, but some medicinal uses, while Schedule 3 are things like anabolic steroids that are similar to Schedule 2 with medicinal uses and potential but less severe potential for abuse. And right now, marijuana is Schedule 1 with heroin.
Yeah, and let's just be frank. The reports are Trump held a meeting with his cabinet and marijuana industry executives who are pushing specifically for the change from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, because currently companies involved with Schedule 1 and 2 drugs face what's called IRS Section 280, which bars them from being able to write off normal business expenses on their taxes. Therefore, the effective tax rate for most marijuana companies is like 80% of their revenue.
Yeah, that's one reason to change the scheduling.
It's a reason not to. This will make marijuana one of the most attractive businesses in America. And I'm sorry, we don't need weed companies having DraftKings-like money, flooding everything with ads and ruining more and more kids' lives. There's already enough vices out there.
Okay, 280E was not made to be a sin tax. It was a punishment against drug cartels. And because of these high taxes in the regulated market, it allows the black market, which is unregulated, to flourish, which creates even higher risk for our kids, as often drugs bought on the street can be laced.
Oh, okay, there's also an active black market for fentanyl. Should that be Schedule 3 now too, so we can regulate it?
No, the argument for making marijuana Schedule 3 is based on facts. Schedule 1 is for drugs with no accepted medical use, and marijuana has accepted medical uses. We can go through the studies. There's questions on how broad of symptoms marijuana can be used to help, but on some things, it's pretty clear.
And there's more evidence for non-high producing cannabis-derived products helping specific diseases like MS, but for like straight up smoking weed to get a high, sure, there's studies that show that helps with alleviating chronic pain. I mean, so does going to a strip club or getting hammered. Doesn't mean it's a medical solution.
Well, another benefit from moving it from Schedule 1 to 3 is that it will allow more research to be done. Right now with marijuana being Schedule 1, there's so many NIH bureaucratic blocks that keep research from being done. So this doesn't legalize weed federally. It merely allows it to be studied more so we can see the actual extent of its medicinal uses.
Well, yeah, we know that the states are kind of working on their own on this issue anyway. So really the only big substantive thing this reclassification does is allow weed sellers to be more profitable, along with pushing the ball closer to normalization and legalization, which I don't know if that's the best thing for our society.
Well, the classification of drugs should not be based on your societal impact beliefs. It's supposed to be based on the science, and there's no denying there's accepted medical uses.
Well, if the medicine alleviates your pain but destroys your social life and makes you lose your job, is it really helping?
You sound like a very sophisticated scientist right now.
Some things are just obvious.
Yeah, this is one of them. Schedule 3.
Damn right, it's an easy one.
Okay.
We have breaking news. The Trump administration is now planning to require tourists from the 42 nations that enjoy visa-free travel into the United States to provide 5 years of their social media history in order to enter the U.S. Yeah, this is still just a proposal, but I think it's a great idea. A 2019 rule already required this for visa applicants. Trump just wants to expand it to pretty much anyone looking to travel to America.
Look, but the reason these 42 countries give visa-free travel in the first place is because they meet a rigorous set of standards, including low overstay rates, high security and counterterrorism cooperation with the U.S., and good passport security.
Yeah, and they're still going to get that visa-free travel. All that's now required is they have to share all their social media handles from the last 5 years, as there are holes in every system, and the more we can do to prevent members of ISIS entering America, I think the better.
Okay, if they're posting pro-ISIS stuff on their public Instagrams, I'm sure the French or Australian authorities will be on it. But also this plan will, for the first time, require these visa-free tourists to list all phone numbers they've used in the last 5 years, all email addresses in the last 10. They must do a facial image, and they must add information about their immediate family.
And all this can be done online in 5 minutes. I just don't see the big uproar about a little more screening to ensure the safety of Americans.
Here's the thing. 15 million American jobs depend on tourism, and this year international visitors have dropped by over 6%. There's a lot of stories of people being laid off in this industry, and you could very well see some international tourists seeing these new requirements and think, you know what, I'm going to go to Paris instead of New York City this year, or Beijing instead of Chicago.
Yeah, your civil liberties will be much better protected in Beijing. What are you even talking about?
All right, that was a bad example, but you know what I mean.
No.
And all right, man, let's get right into it because we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, so we're about to get into Trump's rollback on AI regulations. We're about to get into, well, more Epstein photos have been dropped. And once again, it's a kind of a Democrat hoax, but we'll get into that. And then again, more fraud discovered. So let's get right into it, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video.
A big signing right now, and we have a tremendous industry where we're leading by a lot. It's the AI, artificial intelligence. I always thought it should be SI, supreme intelligence, but I guess somewhere along the line, they decided on the word artificial, and that's okay with me. That's up to them. It's a massive industry. We're leading China. We're leading everybody by a tremendous amount. The electricity is being built by them in every plant. They're building the electricity. We're getting them rapid approvals, but they're spending trillions of dollars, and they can't. Basically, this has a couple of other things that are less important, but one of the things that it has is you have to have a central source of approval. When they need approvals on things, they have to come to one source. They can't go to California, New York, and various other places like Illinois with Pritzker, who's a totally unreasonable person. And they have to have, they're putting all this money in. It's a big part of the economy. And there's only going to be, I think, one winner here. I don't know if anybody agrees with that. I think most people agree, but there's only going to be one winner here. And that's probably going to be the US or China. And right now we're winning by a lot. China has a central source of approval. I don't think they have any approval. They just go and build. But people want to be in the United States and they want to do it here. And we have the big investment coming. But if they had to get 50 different approvals from 50 different states, you can forget it because it's not possible to do, especially if you have some hostile. All you need is one hostile actor and you wouldn't be able to do it. So it doesn't make sense. I didn't have to be briefed on this, by the way. This is real easy business. I mean, this is simple. We're taking in trillions of dollars. We're taking in tremendous amounts of countries, jobs, everything's coming in. Now, just to get off AI for a second, auto plants are being built at levels that we've just about never seen before. We had our auto industry was decimated. 56% of our auto industry left our country over the years. It was at one point 100%, and then it got shriveled down, and really we lost a lot. And now because of tariffs, which have been so incredible, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're bringing back our factories. We're bringing back everything. It's we've never been in a position like this. Our stock market today was, well, I saw it a few hours ago, but a few hours ago it was way up, and we hit a new high.
Yeah, and that is true. So Ford Blue Oval City, a major auto assembly complex being built near Staten, Tennessee, including an EV truck plant, battery factory, and supplier base. Expected to create thousands of jobs and cost about $5.6 billion. It's one of the largest new automotive investments in the USA. And then, of course, we have the owner of Jeep, Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler announcing a $13 billion investment in U.S. operations through 2029. So, yes, we definitely got the cars coming back. And that's because of Trump's 25% tariff on any cars made outside of the U.S.
For the 52nd time in 10 months, we have an all-time high stock market. And it's all reasons. A big reason was the election November 5th, and another big reason, and maybe the biggest reason, but maybe not, because without the election, this wouldn't have been done because people don't know how to do it. The second reason is the tariffs. We're charging countries that were really hurting us badly. Were really decimating us. Hence, we have 38 trillion in debt, which will start paying off pretty soon with the tariff money coming in. Mm-hmm. But countries that were really decimating us use tariffs against us. Now we're using tariffs. All we want is fair. All we want is national security. It's given us great national security. I settled 8 wars, and numerous of them was because of trade and because of tariffs. So we're very happy with that. But this is about something a little bit different. We want to have one central source of approval. And we have, I think, great Republican support. I think we probably have Democrat support too, because it's common sense. I mean, you can't go to every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states. So this centralizes it, and it's something which the people behind me, the very distinguished people, but Tim Cook just left of Apple and spoke to all of the big companies, great companies, and they won't be able to do this. This will not be successful unless they have one source of approval or disapproval, frankly. You could have disapproval too, but it's got to be one source. They can't go to 50 different sources. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. And Will, what would you like to add to that?
Sure. Mr. President, as you said, in keeping with your commitment to grow the American economy, create potentially millions of new American jobs, and maintain America's technological and military superiority in the years ahead, this is an executive order that orders aspects of your administration to take decisive action to ensure that AI can operate within a single national framework in this country, as opposed to being subject to state level regulation that could potentially cripple the industry. David Sachs, your AI and crypto czar, has been one of the key players and key authors behind this EO. He can give you more of the granular detail, but the big picture is that we're taking steps to ensure that AI operates under a single national standard so that we can reap the benefits that will come from it in terms of economic growth, job development, national security, and technological edge.
And it's really the biggest industry that anybody's seen. I mean, it's taking off. And again, I believe there'll only be one country that really benefits, and it should be the United States. And it will be if we do this, if we're unified. We have to be unified. China.
Now, this is a bit controversial because there was like a ban on AI regulations in the Big Beautiful Bill, and that was taken out. And trust me, I was happy that I was happy about that being taken out, because Thomas Massie was one of the main people that spoke up, and a lot of Republicans agreed that should be taken out. Now, all of a sudden, it's a good idea. I'm a bit, concerned about that, because I thought we all agreed that maybe we might not want to leave it to the states. So I'm wondering where Trump is going with this.
Is unified because they have one vote. That's President Xi. He's just doing it, and that's the end of that. We have a different system, but we have a system that's good, but we only have a system that's good if it's smart. David Sachs, could you say a few words, please?
Yes, sir. So as you pointed out, we have over 1,000 bills going through state legislatures right now to regulate AI. Over 100 of them have already passed. 25% of them are in California, New York, and Illinois. You've got 50 states running in 50 different directions. It just doesn't make sense. We're creating a confusing patchwork of regulation. And what we need is a single federal standard. And that's what the CEO says, sir, is it basically states that the policy of your administration is to create that federal framework. We're going to work with Congress, like the chairman here of the Commerce Committee, Senator Cruz, and other members of Congress to define that framework. In the meantime, this EO gives your administration tools to push back on the most onerous and excessive state regulations. We're not going to push back on all of them. For example, kid safety, we're going to protect. We're not pushing back on that, but we're going to push back on the most onerous examples of state regulations, sir.
So I spoke with other Republican senators, and we have great approval. I think I spoke to anybody that even had any question and seemed to have gotten approval. Ted Cruz has been a very strong advocate of common. This is common sense. I mean, I think it's nothing more.
Now, what Trump is doing right now is that he's pretty much revoking the Biden era federal AI rules and guardrails. He revoked ordered unwound, and pretty much he's revoking Biden's executive order 14110 that he signed in on October 30th, 2023 on a safe, secure, and trustworthy AI, and then ordered agencies to review and suspend, revise, and rescind actions taken under it. So particularly, it pretty much targets Biden's EU that he signed. Not EU, but EO, executive order.
More than common sense, please, Ted.
Listen, this is the single most important economic question in the country and in the world. Who wins the race for AI? You look back to the 1990s, there was a similar inflection point with the beginning of the internet, the dawn of the internet. And Bill Clinton was president at the time. He signed an executive order, just like you're doing, that put into law a light touch regulatory approach to the internet. And the result was incredible economic growth and jobs in the United States. At the same time, the European Union took a very heavy-handed regulatory approach. Here's an amazing statistic, Mr. President. In 1993, the US economies and Europe's economy were virtually identical in size. Today, America's economy is more than 50% larger than Europe's, and the two drivers of that are tech and the shale revolution. It transformed this country, and AI is the same thing. It's a race. And if China wins the race, whoever wins, the values of that country will affect all of AI. We don't want China's values of surveillance and centralized control by the communist government governing AI. We want American values of free speech, of individual liberty, of respecting the individual. So this executive order, I believe, is tremendously important. Thank you for your leadership.
Well, thank you very much. And Scott, please.
Yes, sir. This is pass-fail. As you said, this is the biggest technological innovation in our country's history.
All right, so let's go over what he was getting into on that, because he was pretty much going over Biden's executive order, which I said was 14110 my bad, 14110. So you can look that up, read over it extensively if you want to. But it pretty much was requiring and driving disclosure of AI safety testing results to the federal government for, well, certain advanced models and other safety and risk work streams. Also, it was about a Commerce Department reporting requirements proposal for developers of AI, of advanced AI models in large computing clusters, and also some cloud providers. So it's pretty much saying they put these guys under a microscope and make sure they was working safely. I mean, let's see where that goes.
We've seen the canals, we've seen the railroads, we've seen the utilities, we've seen the build out of the internet and the fiber, and now it's AI, and it is pass-fail versus China. We have the lead, we've got to maintain it, and it is also going to be the single biggest source of economic growth. But everything else we do, but with our defense, there's no use in having a golden dome if China's AI.
And shout out my man Thomas Conservative. Appreciate you for starting us off. He says AI wins the race for AI. Software that can program itself has no restrictions. Eventually, it does what it wants. Now, and I agree with you on that, actually. But the problem is, I do think that they're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to AI. They're putting AI before, well, the ultimate question. What are the people going to do once AI starts taking up all the jobs? Unless you're going to start invoking universal income, or everybody gets an AI robot that generates them income on that universal income basis, then there's going to be mobs out in the streets.
I can get around it. There's no use in spending all this money on defense. And the U.S. will remain the leader in this under President Trump's leadership. He has accelerated the growth. We're actually going to move ahead further. We're seeing building everywhere, construction jobs. There's going to be jobs at the AI data centers. And most importantly, President Trump had the incredible idea to allow the companies to create their own power. And we are going to see soon that communities near AI facilities will have the same or lower electric costs than other communities.
Now, here's the thing, though. What he's talking about is how these data centers drag on the power of the communities, and the communities end up subsidizing these data centers. Well, I'm be real with you, power output, well, power intake. So that ends up driving up the cost of electricity bills around everybody else. And now these data centers aren't really wanted. There was actually a whole documentary on how a city council sold out their citizens to put these AI data centers in, and how all the citizens' bills skyrocketed. Now, what Trump's solution is that, all right, well, maybe you guys get your own little mini nuclear reactor or your own little power grid, so you're not dragging on the American people's energy, and they got to pay higher price, and they got to pay higher electricity bills because you guys want to have a data center.
Which is a great innovation. So this is an important document today.
Do you have any questions?
On this subject, President Trump,
and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, I'm eating a toast PB&J right now, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm crying. Hey, yo, shout out to the supporters, man. Shout out to my man Hellbat and Thomas Conservative. Appreciate the support. And make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Are you more worried about the U.S. winning the race for AI dominance with China, or about AI's potential threat to humanity?
Both. We're looking at that very strongly. We have a lot of threats in the opposite way if we don't do it. You know, you look at the medical and medical research already, the things that have come out of AI in terms of medical and cancer research and things, we're way ahead of what we ever thought we'd be just from the infancy of AI. So really both, and we want to be very careful with it. We also know that a big part of our economy, it could be 50, 60% of our economy going forward for a period of time, at least, especially during the startup, is AI and AI based. We have trillions of dollars of construction going on, and that construction would stop, or it would certainly be, a lot of it would be halted. So look, we're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. China knows that. And not doing this would be the greatest gift to China and other countries, but China in particular, that China has ever received.
And with Venezuela, now that we've seized this tanker, is the campaign against Venezuela still just about drugs, or is it now also about oil?
Well, it's about a lot of things, but one of the things it's about is the fact that they've allowed millions of people to come into our country from their prisons, from gangs, from drug dealers, and from mental institutions, probably proportionately more than anybody else. They came in from many countries. We're getting them out. We had 11,888 murderers come into our country. Many of them are from Venezuela. We had thousands of Tren de Aragua, the gang, come in from, which they say is the most violent gang. I don't know.
All right. Look, I ain't even gonna let Trump BS you guys on this one. Look, it's all about hemispherical power. If you actually listen to Trump's new doctrine, or his new policy paper, he's pretty much saying that we're going to stop being a global power and we're going to focus on hemispherical power, aka if that country's not in the Western Hemisphere, it is not our problem, and we have no business dealing with it, which I feel like we should have been done. So, what does that include? Removing influence out of our hemisphere, aka China. Yes, China has heavy influence all through South America. So does Iran, so does Russia, and we want to remove that influence. That's why we're out here taking oil tankers and blowing up drug boats and trying to force a regime change. There it is. That's the whole reason. All right.
MS-13 is pretty bad, but Tren de Aragua, they say, is the most violent gang that comes from the prisons of Venezuela. It came out of the prisons of Venezuela. So it has to do with a lot of things. They've treated us badly, and I guess now we're not treating them so good. If you look at the drug traffic by sea is down 92%. And nobody can figure out who the 8% is, because I have no idea. Anybody getting involved in that right now is not doing well. And we'll start that on land, too. It's going to be starting on land pretty soon. Thank you.
Told you. Like I said, man, we're trying to force that regime change. We're trying to get the oil. I'm gonna be real with you, the golden oil pot of Latin America, which is Venezuela, and we're gonna take it. I mean, like I said, we're already taking oil tankers. We're already trying to force Maduro out, even though Maduro promised us everything. The man literally tried to throw everything at Trump. He said, "Look, bro, I'll give you the oil fields. I'll give you control of the government, bro. Just don't force me out of power." And he said, "No, I need you gone." So that's where we're at with it. And it does look like I pray we're not actually going to put boots on the ground in Venezuela, but to actually scare Maduro out and I guess put whoever we want in. Do I agree with this regime change? Of course not. But this is where the Trump administration is going right now.
Just a few moments ago, the Senate there rejected the congressional maps to redistrict in that state. A number of Republicans voted against that redistricting effort. You have spent a lot of time talking about this. The vice president traveled to Indiana. What's your reaction?
Well, we won every other state. That's the only state. It's funny because I won Indiana all 3 times by a landslide. And I wasn't working on it very hard. It would have been nice. I think we would have picked up 2 seats if we did that. You had one gentleman, the head of the Senate, I guess, Bray, whatever his name is. I heard he was against it. He probably loses next primary, whenever that is. I hope he does, but because he's done it.
So Trump is actually kind of pissed about what happened in Indiana because they were trying to redistrict. And bro, of course the Dems were against it, but even the Republicans were against it as well. Basically, they turned on Trump and they were saying, well, we did it off principle. You know, whatever the hell that meant. They didn't really go too far into it, but they said they did it off principle. And I'm sure the Democrats is in jubilation about that explanation, as the Republicans are kind of looking at them sideways.
Tremendous disservice. I mean, think of it. It's a great place. I love the people there. They love me. You know, we won in a landslide all 3 times. Got tremendous votes. I got record votes. And then there's no reason for doing that. And the Democrats do it to us. So I can't imagine that they do it. But I wasn't very much involved. But there's a man named Bray as I guess, head of the Senate. Was that Bray? Is that the name? Bray? I mean, I'm sure that whenever his primary is, it's, I think, in 2 years, but I'm sure he'll go down. He'll go down. I'll certainly support anybody that wants to go against him.
Mr. Conrad, if I could ask you briefly about AI and then a question on Ukraine. On the AI side, the flip side of what you've done today is what kind of agreements you can get with China, particularly on the national security threats posed by AI. During the Biden administration, there was a vague agreement on not using AI in the nuclear weapons complex. Tell us what you envision and what conversations you've had, if any, with President Xi on that topic?
What relevant to AI?
Yes.
I speak to him a lot about it. I speak to him a lot, actually. I have a very good relationship with him, as you know. If you had another president, you would have had a big rare earth problem, and it turned out not to be a problem.
And China's not really liking us so much when it comes to AI because one, we're holding like the most advanced chips hostage. And then, of course, like OpenAI, Google, these are the guys running the most powerful AI engines right now. And honestly, shout out to Gemini because they just outpaced ChatGPT, which is OpenAI. And I've been using both, and right now Gemini is kicking ChatGPT's ass. I'm gonna be quite honest with you, but in that regard, right there, though, we kind of hold those two hostage as well.
They're purchasing tremendous amounts of the soybeans and our agricultural products now. We're getting along with them very well. No, we talk about AI quite a bit. We talk about everything quite a bit.
Well, do you have specific
One of the things
guardrails you're trying to put together with them?
One of the things I talk to China about is the denuclearization of weapons. We'd like to see if we could stop that. I'm talking about nuclear weapons. I've spoken to China about that. I've spoken to Russia about that. And I think it would be something that we would want to do and they would like to do. And I think Russia would like to do.
They've said they won't join the START or a follow-on to the START.
Well, that's what they told you, but you know, what they tell you is different than what they tell you.
And I'm praying, Mr. President, just briefly, you made a commitment to the Europeans back in July, if I remember right, to participate in some kind of a peacekeeping force should there be a peace agreement. You mentioned, I think, air support, intelligence, and so forth. Does that commitment still stand? Is the U.S. ready to go contribute to
It's
this?
called the security agreement, basically, that they call it, the
which
security
sounds like
agreement.
one
Yeah,
of
we
the-
would help. We would help with security because it's, I think, a necessary factor in getting it done. I thought that we were very close with Russia to have.
Yeah, as Trump announced hemispherical power and trying to stand in his hemisphere, there does seem to be two countries that Trump is willing to, well, protect or, pretty much put under his protection or America's protection. That country is Ukraine. If they sign a peace deal and they concede to giving land to Russia and all that good stuff. And then there is Qatar. Yes, those are the two countries that Trump pretty much said, if you strike them, we'll strike you. But Qatar, they already got that agreement. That's already been signed and done. But Ukraine, that's only if they accept the peace deal, which it doesn't seem very likely. Actually, they've already rejected it and said that their constitution doesn't allow them to concede land. So we'll see where that gets them.
Having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. You know, we threw something out.
This is the four-part deal that you.
Well, there's 4 or 5 different parts. It's, a little bit complicated because you're cutting up land in a certain way. It's not the easiest thing. It's sort of like a complex real estate deal times 1,000, right? But it's a deal that would have stopped the killing of thousands of lives every month, thousands and thousands of lives, mostly soldiers. But as you know, there's some
Are
bombs
you
being.
headed to sort of a Korea-like ceasefire where you don't resolve?
Well, there's a meeting on Saturday. We'll see whether or not we attend the meeting. We said we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance of. They want me to attend. They want us to attend, and we'll be attending the meeting on Saturday in Europe if we think there's a good chance. And we don't want to waste a lot of time. We think it's negative. We want it to get settled. We want to save a lot of lives. As you know.
And here is the absolute truth. Right now, America is pretty much, yes, the Trump administration is right now standing with Russia. I know the Dems are going to lose their shit about that, but the problem is that's just the proper stance. Russia is winning the war. Trump has admitted it in that Politico interview he did about a couple of days ago, that Russia has been winning this war the entire time. Now Ukraine, they don't want to concede land, but the land that that the U.S. and Russia want them to concede is taken by Russia, and Ukraine has no way of pushing them out. In Europe, they're standing with Ukraine as they always do, but they have no way of pushing Russia out of there. They're not willing to put boots on the ground, which I understand. But if you're not willing to put boots on the ground, then you might as well just let Ukraine concede land instead of holding out and letting Putin take more land.
In the past, we spent could be $350 billion giving it to Ukraine. We got nothing in return. But we gave it to Ukraine. I ended up getting rare earth in return, even though I didn't spend money. And we are now selling weapons to NATO. We're not selling it to Ukraine. We're selling weapons at full price to to NATO, as you know. They distribute those weapons probably to Ukraine for the most part. They're probably doing it to others also, but we're not involved in the war other than the fact that we are involved in a negotiation because people want us there. Ukraine wants us involved very much. Europe wants us involved. I have a great relationship with the countries of Europe. As you know, I took GDP. I took what they're spending as a percentage of GDP, but it was at 2 and they weren't paying, and now it's at 5, and everybody's amazed. But that 5% is a lot of it's coming back to the United States. With that being said, I'd like to see the killing stop. 25,000 people died last month, soldiers, mostly soldiers, but some people also where bombs were dropped. But for the most part, 25,000 soldiers died last month. I would love to see it stop. And we're working very hard. It doesn't really affect the United States unless it got out of control. You know, a thing like that, as you probably know, because you are a professional, a real professional, which is something I don't say about a lot of other people, but you are a great professional. Things like this end up in third world wars. And I told that the other day. I said, you know, everybody keeps playing games like this. You'll end up in a third world war. And we don't want to see that happen.
Mr. President, can you confirm that you have appointed a general to lead the stabilization forces in Gaza? What will be its mission and how soon do you want to see?
Well, we're working very strongly on Gaza. Yeah, we're working very much on Gaza. We actually do have a real peace in the Middle East. We have 59 countries supporting it, which is, never happened before. We have countries that want to come in and take care of Hamas, as an example. We have countries that want to come in and take care of Hezbollah in Lebanon, as an example. And I say, right now, you don't have to do that. You may have to do that, but we have countries that are.
Now, if you don't know, well, Israel has started striking Lebanon and they broke the ceasefire act. Yes, Israel broke a ceasefire with Lebanon and started striking them under the pretext that, the Houthis hasn't disarmed, and the people of Lebanon don't want the Houthis not the Houthis, Hezbollah. Houthis are in Yemen. But Hezbollah, they wanted Hezbollah to disarm, excuse me. But yes, Israel wanted Hezbollah to disarm. Hezbollah has not disarmed yet. They did strike them earlier in the year for trying to rebuild an underground military facility, which we never got confirmation on. But here they are striking them again. And yeah, it does seem like Israel is about to pop things off with Lebanon, aka Hezbollah.
Volunteering to come in and literally take care of the whole thing. We have a great peace in the Middle East. It's never happened before. And I think it's very strong, actually.
And with Prime Minister Netanyahu, you're supposed to meet him end of this month. What's on the agenda?
Well, we get along with him very well. He's been a wartime prime minister, certainly. We did a big thing when we went in with this very plane right here, this beautiful plane. We went in with those B-2s, and now I could use the word because it's been confirmed by the Atomic Energy Commission, we obliterated their nuclear capability, their potential. And their nuclear capability would have been there in about 2 months. I think it looked like it was, some people say 2 weeks.
Yes, and ever since we pretty much blew up Iran's nuclear facility in Mount Fordow, they have been set back they said they've been set back about 2 years. But instead of just trying to focus on rebuilding their nuclear facility, they've just worked on the advancement of their missile system. I know, right? Tough.
I don't know if it's 2 weeks, but a very short period of time. They were very close to having massive nuclear weapons. And these guys went in and they did a job. And that made peace possible because everybody was afraid of Iran. And now they're not afraid of Iran.
And shout out to Tove, PSA for the tolerant people in the chat. Any racial slurs will get you kicked. You only get one warning. And don't try the old school shit. We know those too. Yeah, appreciate that, Tove. And shout out Tove. Appreciate you, sis. All right.
And Iran would like to make a deal with us.
Your own national security strategy does not say obliterated, sir. It says set them back. Your intro does.
The Atomic Energy Commission said obliterated, and the people that have seen the site said obliterated. And frankly, Iran said it was obliterated. And to show you how accurate it was, and I fight for the pilots because the pilots and those people went in there at great risk, and they hit every single target on every single bomb. and they did a lot of damage. And for them to be given anything less than 100% of the credit is unfair. So I will tell you, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's like gonzo. It's one person actually used the term obliterated, but Iran actually said that they probably can never go there again. They can probably never start there again. If they ever started, they'd probably choose a new site. But regardless, we took out the Iran nuclear site with great talent. No other country could have done that. No other country has weapons like we do, but no other country could have done that. We have the best weapons in the world. We have the best military in the world. And when we took out Iran, that allowed for peace. There's no way that, and I really have great respect for the King of Saudi Arabia, for the Emir. I'm friend with UAE. These are great people. These are actually great people and great leaders. There's no way they could have done a deal if Iran was not really nullified to a large extent. Iran is not the same country. Iran was a country that was feared by everybody. Now it's a country that's been very much downgraded.
I mean, I'll be real with you too. Iran has been, well, it has been downgraded. Maybe they have upgraded their missile defense system. So you just can't treat Iran like an easy walk through the park, of course. But now even their politics have been a bit more liberalized. Like they even got unveiled women in Iran now, and they're not being stoned to death. So, I mean, thank God.
I'm sure they'll try and come back. And they're very capable people. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
They are reconstituting their missile program quite quickly.
Well, you know, they can try, but it's good.
But I'll tell you this, though. There's one thing that everybody in Iran do agree on. And I mean, that's kind of what united them on to attack Israel is their, well, dislike of America and Israel. So, and that's one thing that Israel kind of miscalculated is that, you know, I'll be real with you. Like the people of Iran, they may not like their government, but they definitely don't like Israel. Like, trust me, they're all in unison about that one, sadly.
It'll take them a long time to come back. But if they do want to come back and they want to come back without a deal, then we're going to obliterate that one too. You know, we can knock out their missiles very quickly. We have great power. And we helped Israel a lot. We were shooting down the drones. We were doing a lot of things for Israel. We did a good job for Israel.
That's one of the reasons why we actually had to end the 12-day war, because we were doing a lot of things for Israel. Israel was not fighting Iran on its own. We were literally helping them out because they could not defend off Iran on their own. They were both fucking each other up, but in America, they was only telling you one side of it. Now, yeah, if you actually looked at the global news, like other news outlets, they were telling you the real that actually both sides were getting effed up. But the problem is that Israel could not win a war of nutrition with Iran because think about it. We're backing them up and we're also losing out on ammunition and a lot of missiles. So, yeah, we had to go ahead and end that with the bomb and basically save Israel from Iran, sadly. But trust me, mainstream media is not going to tell you that.
But Israel did a good job. They fought, and they all fought bravely. Look, it's a war.
I mean, let's be real. Everybody backs down when America gets involved, and rightfully so.
A vicious war. They're all vicious wars. When you write, hey, you covered a lot of wars. They're all vicious. We never saw a nice one, right? Right. They're all vicious. But that was a big fight. But the big thing was the knockout of the possible nuclear capability, and it was a complete knockout of nuclear capability. That doesn't mean that over the next 2 years or 3 years, they're not going to come back or not going to try. I think they got hit so hard. They may talk about trying, but I don't think they want to try. And I can tell you that they would love to be able to make a deal with me. They would love to be able to make a deal with me. And I'd love to make a deal with them if we could. You know, we were not close, but not so close, but we were reasonably there for a deal with Iran before the bombing. And they would have been much better off if they made a deal. They could have had a deal. They could have had a deal where they would have been much better off. Look at what we've done. I mean, their place is blown up. Forget about the nuclear. The nuclear is gone, but they're look at the damage they've suffered, the death that they've suffered. They could have had a deal with nobody would have died. No buildings would have been down. Nothing would have happened. We would have.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't like how Trump is pretty much running cover for them. Pretty much he is running cover what Bibi did, because Bibi struck Iran first. Yeah, actually, and here's the thing: when Israel struck Iran, it did not only hit their nuclear facilities, but they struck nuclear scientists at their home, thus killing them and their family members. So yeah, if you wonder why Iran was so pissed at that moment, that was one of the reasons. Like, because Israel pretty much started it with Iran and dragged us into it. And here's the thing. Yeah, we were negotiating with them, but we were negotiating in bad faith. I'm gonna keep it real with you. We were negotiating in bad faith. We went from, all right, look, you can't enrich uranium past this point, and you got to give us the ones that you did. And they were willing to do that. They enrich uranium just to give away. But then we switched up on them and said, oh, yeah, you also have to give up your nuclear defense system. Wait, well, my bad. Not nuclear defense system, missile defense system. Yeah. So pretty much you just got to leave yourselves defenseless to be struck whenever, and just, you got to let us give you the trust me, bro, that we'll never let Israel strike you, or we won't strike you ourselves. And Iran was not going for that. So that was the pretty much hold up in the negotiation with Iran. We were pretty much moving the goalposts. It went to about nuclear capability to them having missile defense system. And let's be real, they were not going to give up that missile defense system.
We would have blown up their nuclear. That would have been it. They could have had a great deal, but they missed that opportunity. But they would like to make a deal right now. Iran would like to make a deal with me. Yes, please.
I mean, which is true. Iran does not want any type of smoke with America, so they are willing to make a deal.
Do you think the Senate should confirm your nominee for Religious Freedom Ambassador, Mark Walker, in time for Christmas, as a Christmas gift to Christians around the world?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've heard good things about Mark. Why is something come up that I don't know about?
Well, he was nominated in April, and he still hasn't received even a...
Well, I'd like to see him. I mean, I'm hearing very good things about him. So I thought by asking that question, something new came up. There's breaking.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
News about Mark Walker. I'd like to see him. I've always found him to be a high quality person, frankly. Yeah, I'd like to see that happen. I will say John Thune, though, has done a good job. He's approved. He's gotten hundreds of people approved. We have a roadblock with the Democrats. They're just obstructionists. That's all. That's all they're good at, is obstructing. They're not good at creating. They're only good at obstructing and wanting open borders and men and women's sports and transgender, for all things that transgender for everybody, all things that people don't want. And they're obstructionists. They're doing that with healthcare. We have a great healthcare proposal where we pay all of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the insurance companies have been making. Their stock is up 1,700%. And by the way, the stock market today hit another high. 52 times we hit a high in a 10-month period. That's during my second presidency. And it's been amazing. Nobody's seen anything like it. We had the greatest economy in history in my first term. I think we're blowing it away right now. And again, prices were the highest.
Yeah, the stock market and all the major indexes are up. Now, the Dems do like to say that, the stock market is in the economy. And they're right. But it is kind of funny how you were using the stock market as the economy when, Liberation Day came and it took a dip. And you guys were saying we were going toward economic collapse. And you was going all off the stock market. So it's funny how y'all switched up that argument. But you're right. But guess what else is also looking up? GDP is 3 to 4% up month over month. So the GDP has been pretty well. So we're not even heading anywhere near a recession.
They ever were. Inflation was the highest in 48 years, or I think ever. They say 48 years. The press says 48 years. I'll accept that, but I think it was the highest inflation we've ever had under the past administration. We had the highest prices. We have high inflation, you have high prices. Prices are coming way down. Energy is coming way down. Gasoline is hitting now $1.99 in a couple of states, and it's way down. Gasoline is way down. And when gasoline and energy comes down, everything follows. But prices are coming down, and we have an unbelievable economy. 401ks are setting a record. 401ks that's owned by a lot of people because they're based on the stock market. And the stock market for 50.
Yeah, I remember. It's like I said, I remember, what was it, on Liberation Day in April, how everybody was crying. All the Dems were crying about 401ks. Now that the stock market's seen records highs, all of them are shutting up. Not one word. And then they switched the argument to, the stock market isn't the economy. And I'm like, okay, guys.
52nd time has just hit a brand new high. So it's It's amazing what's happening. And I will say this, our country is respected again. I think we're respected like never before. The United States is respected again. We have a country that was a dead country 1 year ago, dead. And now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you.
All right, now we're gonna go ahead and start off on the right side of media, and there as we make our way over to the left, of course. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Right, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz saying he is taking action to combat the massive fraud scandal in his state, but not before trying to shift the blame to, you guessed it, President Trump.
I mean, they have no choice.
Madeline Rivera is live in Washington with the latest. Maddie, good morning.
Good morning. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is now rolling out a new statewide fraud prevention program. In a post on X, Walz says his state has been taken advantage of by, quote, an organized group of fraudsters. Minnesota has drawn controversy in recent weeks over a fraud scheme involving several departments and nonprofits. Money that was supposed to go to services like childcare, COVID-19 relief, and autism care instead went to items like luxury cars and properties. The Justice Department estimates about $1 billion in state and federal taxpayer funds have been wasted. Still, Walz took shots at President Trump, who has criticized Minnesota as a hub of money laundering activity.
Donald Trump brought this to the attention like this is something brand new. This is not.
Bro, like, all right, guys, enjoy this clip while I sit there and compartmentalize what this man just tried to hit us with.
A $250 million fraud scheme. Already 77 people, many of them Somali immigrants, have been charged in one of the largest taxpayer-funded scams in U.S. history. Minnesota, home to the largest Somali community in America, has become the center of this massive investigation. This is the Feeding Our Future scandal, a pandemic-era scheme in which defendants allegedly stole over $250 million meant to provide meals for low-income children. Instead of feeding kids, prosecutors say the money went toward luxury homes, high-end cars, jewelry, overseas transfers, and an entire network of shell companies. According to the DOJ, the conspirators submitted fake invoices, fabricated meal counts, and even staged photos to make it look like they were serving millions of meals that never existed. In some cases, they claimed to feed more children than lived in entire neighborhoods. A federal jury found Amy Bach, the founder of Feeding Our Future, and Salim Ahmed Saeed guilty of conspiracy, bribery, wire fraud, money laundering. Federal officials say more arrests may still be coming.
But somehow it's Trump's fault, though, you know? Somehow it's Trump's fault. I mean, you know, you run that state, you kind of have jurisdiction over that city. I mean, you can reach out to the city officials because you're governor of that state, but somehow it's Trump's fault. You could have been squashed this, but for some reason it takes national attention for you to jump on it. Oh, bro, no, I'm not hearing that, bro. Cry me a river.
Brand new, and it's been being worked on, but he made it white hot and very dangerous. When I speak up, it brings Donald Trump's petty vindictiveness to Minnesota, and this is all about coming and attacking us. He didn't know anything about this. He doesn't know how Medicaid program works. The only thing he knows about is he's going to double the cost over the next week.
Meantime, Fox News Digital reports a whistleblower.
Wow. It's like, what you mean? Like, so what are you saying? What, that there wasn't scamming going on, or what? They inflated the numbers? Because the numbers aren't inflated. Like millions of dollars have been stolen. Up about 1 billion have been stolen. So you can't sit here and just gaslight America and be like, well, you know, look, man, it's all about Trump and him trying to highlight us, he's trying to make us look bad. Bro, he's making it look bad because it is bad.
Is exposing a similar scheme in Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
Minnesota.
And we have the second biggest Somalian community. Trust me, we got a big one in Columbus, Ohio. And I guess it's going on over here too. I mean, surprise, surprise. And I always told you that we have a big Somali community over here. And they are a bit sus sometimes.
Was just the tip of the spear. The problem today is not the community. It's actually the criminals within the Somalian community.
Thank you for clarifying that, Ohio Attorney General. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Because you're right. It isn't the entire Somalian community. It's a select few that's over here abusing the system. It's not all of the Somalian businesses. It's a select few that's doing some shiesty stuff. or is, I'm be real with you, doing some very shady activities
that
or business practices.
exploited Ohio's Medicaid program. They've been able to find loopholes in Ohio law to provide for care for family members.
And yes, somebody did say in the chat, well, Ohio's all Republican. No, it is not all Republican run. Learn something, my friend, because if you actually look it up, Columbus, the city that I live in, is a liberal city. Actually, all of the inner cities are liberal and have the highest crime in Ohio. Like Cleveland, ran by a liberal or a Democrat, has the highest crime in Ohio. Columbus, Ohio, yes, has one of the highest crimes in Ohio and one of the biggest police departments for a reason. Democrat mayor. Cincinnati, do I need to say, does have a good amount of crime. Democrat mayor. So yes, all red state, but trust me, our worst cities are all ran by Democrats. I mean, can y'all at least do something right and just run y'all cities right? Like, I beg of you, I beg. But shout out to my man Hellbat. He says that was a lot of words to say. He is part of the fraud. Tim is yet another in the office for some reason. I'm telling you, there's a trend and there's a trend there, and it's ugly. Man, look, they're pretty much about to expose a trend here in Ohio as well.
Even when they don't need it.
Cook says states should be asking for audits of their Medicaid systems and programs.
And don't forget Toledo. Yep, Toledo also has crazy crime. Not as bad as the other inner cities, but it's up there. If you put it in the top 5, I believe Toledo would probably be up there. So also Democrat ran. It is what it is.
To avoid fraud. Charlie, Rachel, and Griff.
All right, Maddie
Thank you,
Rivera.
Maddie.
Good point. Yeah, we should go nationwide, not just in Minnesota. But the case in Minnesota, the Feeding Our Future, taking money from poor children, is among the largest fraud cases we've had anywhere related to the pandemic. And now having Governor Walz out there trying to defend it, trying to shift blame to President Trump, Ilhan Omar saying that, well, if there's money going overseas, then that's the FBI's fault. It's ludicrous. It's outrageous. And at very best case scenario, Walz's administration and the governor himself would be incompetent. On the worst end of the scale, it's corruption for looking the other way. Because remember, Governor Walz was also calling out whistleblowers. At the end of the day, one of the biggest developments, I think, yesterday was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced that he is going to do these geographic tracking order to look into the money services businesses to see if, we know now from the CBS reporting about these luxury cars and villas in the Maldives and whatnot, but this was $1 billion. So where did all that money go? And there is a suggestion that some of it may have been going back overseas. Now the Treasury Department is trying to look into whether there is any criminal enforcement that it could be being sent back to possibly terrorist organizations.
Well, it was also not just Feed the Children, but there was a whole autism scam as well. And they were paying parents to pretend like their kids had autism. So then they would take the money into these centers. And I mean, the whole thing is just rotten to the core.
Here's the thing, though. This is why I don't blame the entire Somalian community, because you got to understand, it was the Dems the main guys who were doing the scamming that were abusing this community and their knowledge of the system. That's the thing. Like, a lot of these people were played upon to make these guys rich in their fraud scheme. So this is why you just can't throw the entire Somalian community under the bus, because honestly, they were preyed upon when it came to this.
See, were officials looking the other way because maybe they were getting kickbacks themselves, that money was getting laundered overseas and then coming back? There's a lot of possibilities here of what could have happened, because I find it really difficult to believe that this amount of money could have escaped the eye of so many officials in that state. So, I want to wait and see what happens with this investigation. I think it could go deeper and get uglier than we actually think. Here's Tim Walz saying, it's not me, it's Donald Trump, or it's white men. Watch.
What do you want to hear more?
It's kind of crazy because, that fraud scheme for the one for $250 million, out of the 86 people that was brought up in it, 78 was of Somali descent. So you can't even sit there and blame white people, just like you were trying to say that the January 6th pipe bomber was a white man. I'm sorry, guys, but he was black. And, just like most of the guys in this fraud scheme, Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. They were Somalian.
But instead of just saying, don't blame us, do you want to see more ownership and oversight from within the Somali?
Look, it's not law-abiding citizens. If that were the case, there's a lot of white men should be holding a lot of white men accountable for the crimes that they have committed. It's asking us then, for every crime, which of course the majority being committed by white men, asking us to do more about that.
So obviously, Democrat politicians are obsessed with race. They use race to get power. And now we see Tim Walz using race to try to evade responsibility for something that he is completely responsible for. I think you make a great point, Rachel. And we do know for a fact that many of the people that were involved in this were politically connected to Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. And this is the way these government scams work. People come to politicians, corrupt politicians, and they say, hey, we want to feed the starving children. And Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar.
Like, really, bro? Blame Trump and white people? Stupid. Like, I mean, well, I guess in a way you're right, because there were white people involved in the crime. But can you not sit there and also blame, the perpetrators in there as well? Like I said, we're not asking you to throw the entire Somalian community under the bus. We're just telling you to keep it real and stop acting like white men are the villains of the world. Like, come on now.
Omar go, okay, yeah, let's do that. And they go to the federal government, and nobody at any point says, well, show us the starving children. That's never been asked. They just say, okay, we're going to put out this bill that's $2 trillion. We'll give you some of it. How about that?
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the left side of media, because new photos have been presented from the Epstein, files. And this should be hilarious, because once again, here are the Dems teasing us with new photos that don't really say anything, but their base loves it because they can just take it anywhere they want.
By law, the Justice Department now has just a week left to release everything it has on Jeffrey Epstein. Today, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee made their own contribution to the public record, putting out several dozen photos that were provided by the Jeffrey Epstein estate. Now, these are just some of the more notable ones. The ranking committee Democrat, Congressman Robert Garcia, calls them, quote, disturbing, and says they, quote, raise even more questions about Epstein and his relationships with some of the most powerful men in the world. To be clear, though, while the photos certainly do include photos of powerful men, the president included, the committee provides absolutely no captions or descriptions to put what we're seeing in any kind of context. And none of the men has ever been charged with any wrongdoing related to Epstein. None of the released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor believed to depict underage girls. For instance, there's this photo of then Citizen Trump with a woman on a plane, but no clue as to whose plane or which woman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're doing all this redacted BS. And I'm just like, dog, y'all don't need to do this. Y'all don't need to do this. You know what? Actually, I got you guys. All the photos that they released, how about this? I'll show you the unredacted version. Like this one right here. This one right here. Like, this is what they redacted. They redacted all these beautiful young women. Well, probably old now. They redacted all their faces. That's it. That's it. And it looks like Trump having a good time, bro. Look at him. Look at him. He looks happy. He's having a good time. But this is what they hit you with to make it seem like all of them are victims. You see the manipulation. You see the play. Like, yeah, if they're like their faces are redacted, that means they've all been raped by Trump. Oh my God, no, they're just being duplicitous with the way they're putting stuff out. It's right here. There's really no need to redact their faces. Actually, there are more photos in here. So shout out to New York Times, like this one right here that they was, touting all over social media as if she was just some victim on the jet. But no, this is her face right here. Like I said, duplicitous with it. But to make you think that, oh my God, she must have been some victim on the private jet, said this is the proof that we were telling you about. No, it's not. It's not. This is the reality of it. They're just playing on you just to redact it to make it seem like it's something duplicitous, something evil. But no. Wait, well, this is pretty damn creepy though. I ain't gonna lie. This was creepy, and then I ain't gonna lie. This right here pissed me. Bannon. What the fuck, bro? Bannon. Answers, bro. Like, you're talking to this man, right? While this man literally has a picture of a drugged out lady on his desk, on the effing desk. Bannon, I need answers. If anybody needs to answer some questions right now about these photos, it's this guy. This guy here. I need questions answered. Bro got literally a drug photo of a drugged out lady on the front desk. That's a sick man. That is a sick man. But yeah, that's what they're pretty much BSing you about. If anybody needs to answer questions, it's this guy Bannon. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back to it. Let's see how CNN tries to spin this.
Or when and where this was taken. There's also an image of him surrounded by women, all of whose faces have been obscured. Again, no information about who these women are in the photo, nor when and where this was taken. The president weighed in on the photos tonight.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I mean, everybody knew this man. He was all over Palm Beach. He has photos with everybody. I mean, almost, there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have photos with him. So that's no big deal. I know nothing about it.
There are photos as well of Epstein and conservative podcaster Steve Bannon, the president's former White House strategist and longtime booster. But again, no context to the photos. In one of them, we see a framed photo on Epstein's desk of a woman. Her face is concealed, apparently sprawled on a couch or the edge of a bed. Other photos show several more well-known Epstein acquaintances. This film director Woody Allen with Epstein, apparently a filming location. There's Epstein with the British billionaire Sir Richard Branson. There's a shot of Bill Gates with Britain's then Prince Andrew, though again, like all these photos, no context. This photo shows former President Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, and 2 other people. We should note that late tonight, Republican House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer threatened contempt proceedings.
I mean, hey, bro, at least they're being honest about that. He's like, bro, no context behind these photos. They just want to start redacting faces to make it look bad. And then, you know, some of these came out unredacted. What was the point?
Against Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton if they don't appear for depositions.
Oh, yes. And this is what nobody was talking about. So Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton was supposed to come in for deposition about Jeffrey Epstein. They did not show up, actually. They did not show up. They skirted the entire thing. So what does that tell you? I'm not saying that they're guilty, but the fact that they've literally sat there and deliberately not show up to be deposed on, yo, what's your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Why are you in all these photos with him? Why are you at the airport with Jeffrey Epstein getting a massage by some random girl that looked a little young, Bill Clinton? I'm just saying, like, if you can answer that, that'd be great. Not saying that, you know, you're guilty of anything, but we just want you to answer some questions. That's all.
We should note that late tonight, Republican House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer threatened contempt proceedings against Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton if they don't appear for depositions on Epstein next week. Also among the photos, this one of a satirical Trump condom made by a New York novelty shop.
I'm crying.
One of those condoms is actually in the Smithsonian, though it's not on display.
I'm crying, bro. Trump condoms, like, I'm not even going to go there. I don't even want to joke about it.
And more photos of Epstein himself, one in a tub, apparently taking a bubble bath, another at a bookstore, Barnes & Noble, apparently holding a book about himself over his face. Finally, there's this, unclear where it was taken, a GX99 massage therapy system. Joining me now, Democratic Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, who sits on the committee that released the photos. Congresswoman, why did Democrats on your committee choose to release these photos now? And can you give any context around them?
Please.
Do you know the context of them?
Yeah, so I was briefed on this release this afternoon, as I understand it, on Thursday.
AKA, you was briefed on it? Okay, so pretty much they did it behind your back. You just came in blindsided, and they said, oh, yeah, guess what? We released these pictures. And now you're on CNN explaining these pictures. Okay, well, let's hear the explanation.
Thursday afternoon, the estate notified the committee that they had additional documents to produce in response to the subpoena that the committee had issued. This would be the 4th tranche of documents that have been released. As you recall, the first was the birthday book. The second was flights, schedules, and a series of documents. And the third were the emails that were these explosive documents a few weeks ago. And so the latest is a set of photographs that seem to come from an iCloud account that Jeffrey Epstein held, as well as photos that were attached to emails. And as was explained to me by the attorneys from the committee, there was no context provided by the estate. So these...
Yeah, I mean, there's actually more shocking photos that, you know what, I mean, I get why CNN didn't show this, so brace yourself, guys, what I'm about to show you. Please brace yourself. Because, you know, this is what they were showing you, you know, photos of Bill Gates and all that good stuff. You know, they showed you this one, but what they didn't show you was this right here. Yeah. That boy Epstein was a super freak. Super freak. I don't even want to. Yeah. I didn't even know they had these. Thank God I don't know about that, actually. And if you know about this, man, bro, get help. Because what? Because, yeah. Bruh.
There are 95,000 photos released by the estate. The attorneys went to New York to meet with the estate to authenticate that these were indeed from the estate, and they were released to the committee. As the attorneys explained to me, they are only about 10% through the entire photograph cache, and that there are many more very, very disturbing photographs, including potentially.
Like I showed you, like, didn't I not just show you a glove? Did I not show you the black glove? That was pretty effing wild. Let's go to more disturbing photos, actually, because they're not going to show you, but independent media will. So why the hell is it like this is one of the photos? I mean, what the hell going on here? Why is there faces of random white people on your all over the place? And why does it look like why does it look like this is a dentist setup? And if I went into any dentist setup like this, I'm running because I'm assuming if I sit down, I will not come out alive. You know, there's this, and then what else? But other than that, like I said, and then there's also this surpriser right here because, like, bro, can you imagine finding this at your homie's house or something? Or I don't know, like a girl do this on your lap and say, yeah, we having fun tonight. And you're just like, wait, what? Like, whoa.
Photographs of sex acts and other disturbing photos in this cache of documents. And so I don't know the specifics as to why the committee chose this representative few photographs, but certainly the photographs are quite disturbing.
And just to be clear, what you just said, you said that there are other photographs that attorneys are still going through, which may show actual sex acts. Are those attorneys for your committee or are those from the Epstein estate? Has the Epstein estate actually handed over those images already?
Yes, they have. So this is an actual document production pursuant to the congressional subpoena. So we subpoenaed these documents from the estate, and they've been producing various documents in various tranches. So like I said, this is the fourth production, and the attorneys for the committee, which is a bipartisan set of attorneys, so both Democratic and Republican attorneys, went to authenticate the release of these documents.
So do you know how many more photos your committee has?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much more photos too. Because I mean, like, come on, why don't you show this? Why don't y'all show this? Like, this is when Bill Clinton, like I said, this is a photo I was talking about when Bill Clinton was at an airport with some young lady getting a massage. Anyone who took this picture? Yep, that's right, Jeffrey Epstein. But no, they don't ever show y'all this. I don't even think a single dem in the chat even seen this photo. Of course, there's this, taken by Epstein. Then there's this, of course, Epstein. And then there's this. So, hey, man, both sides is complicit. Both sides.
And do you know when they may be released?
As was explained to me by the attorneys today, there's about 95,000 photographs were released by the estate yesterday.
So you have, I mean, there's only been, I don't know, a dozen or so photographs released now. So you have almost 94,000 or plus photos still to go through or are going through.
As I understand it, that is what the staff and attorneys on the committee are going through right now, yes.
All right. Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining me now, former federal prosecutor, professor at the Cardozo School of Law, Jessica Roth, and Julie K. Brown, award-winning investigative reporter for the Miami Herald. Her work was vital in exposing the extent of Epstein's sex trafficking ring. She's also the author of Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein Story. Julie, when you hear that there are some 90, I mean, it sounds like almost still 95,000.
Really? Shout out to Lindsay Hutcherson, appreciate the support, Lindsay, but what was it? It's the 6'7" Jules for 6'7". No, they're going too far. Who did this? Who made this? Bro, no, kill it. I appreciate the support, Lindsay. I really do. But why go this far? It's gone too far. The 6-7 has gone too far. It must stop. For the love of God, I pray.
Plus photos, 1,000 photos still to be released. What do you make? I mean, that's a huge amount.
Well, they probably encompass quite a number of years. When he was doing his sex trafficking in Palm Beach, we know from my interviews with those victims that Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice, was taking a lot of photographs of those underage girls. They had reported that they were instructed at several points to pose provocatively in various stages of undress. And part of it sometimes was just to give Jeffrey a present, a birthday present or some kind of a gift with these pictures. She was with a camera all the time. I was told from some of these victims, so it could go back quite a ways. That was 20 years ago. So, and the police, by the way, when they raided his home back in 2005, his computers were already pulled out. In other words, he was tipped off. So they never got their hands on the photographs back then. They never got their hands on his computers, which presumably contained some of these photographs. So it's a long period of time probably that they have this information.
Jessica, why do you think some of the faces were redacted by the committee and others not?
We haven't been provided with a full explanation of that. I mean, that's among the many things that we don't have about the context for these photographs.
It was pretty dumb to redact some of this stuff because, I mean, the unredacted version of these photos has been out there. So these aren't really, there's no secrets that's been revealed. Actually, the only thing that was sus, the only photo that was sus was Steve Bannon interviewing Epstein while Epstein literally has a picture of some supposedly drugged out girl on his desk. I mean, that's the only thing that I see as sus. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and switch over to the right side of media with Jesse Waters. Let's see what they're talking about.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh,
yeah.
What fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey.
Obama Claus is riding into town and he's making a lot of stops. First a school, then a barber shop. Now Barry's gone caroling.
I can't be mad at that. All right, so what we knowing though? I saw. All right, niggas, we knowing the Lord on that note.
Barry better drop the mic and get back to work because Democrats have a long Christmas list. The Raging Cajun wants Trump's head on a silver platter.
He's done. We just got to butter this toast and slice it and eat it. He's done. He's good. He was done in Florida. He's done in Pennsylvania. He's done in New Jersey. He was done in Virginia. He was done in Mississippi. He was done in Georgia. He's done. It's over. You're a loser, dude. You're losing everywhere, and you're going to lose more because you, my friend, are a loser.
Santa can't perform miracles, Carville. That would be Jesus. Listen to the Reverend. Throw out the toast. It's time for a juice cleanse. By the way, rules for men, no juice cleanse. Speaking of Al Green's putting up his Christmas decorations, and every stocking stuffer is just another article.
I rise to announce that last night I called for the impeachment of Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America.
Of course you
Now,
do.
there are many people who don't want to see this happen. They don't want to vote for impeachment. Well, there were people who didn't want to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge, but they marched on.
Bro.
I shall march on.
Weird Al Green's making it awkward around the Christmas dinner table. No one cleared this with a sombrero. Not only did the vote get struck down by Democrats, but now they're going to make the ponytail sit at the kids' table. I hate it, says one anonymous House Democrat. It feels like a lot of people are using the impeachment stuff as a campaign tactic.
Yep.
This is not a team effort. It puts us in a difficult.
No, like I said, it's really no policies that the Democrats are offering. It's just resistance against Trump. It's like, I'll get him impeached. And the Democrats basically going like, okay, I'll vote for you, even though you're not really giving any policies to make my life better or help with affordability, but you're going against Trump. So I'll vote for you. And that's the problem with the Democratic base is like they just want resistance. And I mean, they don't want anything fixed. Well, they do, but they're too busy voting for people who just puts up a resistance against Trump instead of actually trying to work with Trump to make things better in their area, which is actually possible if they stop all this resistance of Trump.
Position. Al doesn't care. To Al, no means yes.
Those were not the last articles of impeachment that will be brought to the floor.
Al's like the Democrats' crazy uncle. He's got his cane, his ponytail, his pack of Camels, food on his tie, smells like aftershave. Dinner's been over for hours, but he won't leave the house. Mrs. Claus says old Democrats like Al.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Oh, and go ahead and hit that icon up there and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. We do this every day, or at least try to. Appreciate the support, guys.
Need to read the room.
One of the problems with society today is that nobody wants to move on from leadership. People hang on too long.
I mean,
and they hang on beyond their usefulness or even their practicality.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. For the one time with Michelle Obama, you're actually saying something that makes sense. For the one time. So, yeah, you're actually right. There's the boomer guys, the boomer class, or the boomer generation. They do need to concede power. They need to give it up by now. They need to go ahead and let the next generation run it because you guys are out of touch. And it seems like they're only within their own self-interest in keeping their generation wealthy while dooming ours. And they don't care because they're about to ride off into the sunset up to the pearly gates. But we got to sit here and deal with that and deal with all the mistakes and the debt that they impose upon us. And that just ain't right.
You hear that, Schumer? Al Green, Mad Maxine, no relation. It's time to go because the Obamas need to make room for a new guest at the grown-up table. Her name, Jasmine Felicia Crockett. And she's got her mind made up. She wants to be senator, but
Anyway,
not so fast.
Felicia.
Not only does she have to win over hearts and minds in Texas, she has to win over the family first. So far, it's not going so well.
Got a lot of energy, but she, to me, she violates the first rule of politics. And that is in politics, you always make it about the voters and never about yourself. If you listen to her talk, it's a lot more about herself than it is the voters.
Crockett needs some more of that Christmas spirit. If she makes the race about her instead of the great people of Texas, then it's bye, Felicia. That's if Felicia doesn't say bye first.
The original plan for this conversation was to start with an interview I was to do today for this program with Jasmine Crockett, who just announced her candidacy for the Democratic nomination for Senate in Texas. We had that booked. We had it promoted. We had it promised. And Congresswoman Crockett backed out about an hour before we were supposed to do that.
Wow. A no-show during the holidays
Dang, you ducking smoke, Jasmine?
on CBS? Not a good look, Felicia. You know who did come to play? Gavin Newsom. The California governor dashed off to New Hampshire and Nevada. He's obviously running, where he was given a rock star reception by party leaders. He says he's saving Christmas from the Grinch.
We can't keep this up. We're polarized. We're traumatized. We're exhausted. I can't even conceive of 3 more years of this. It really is.
I can't even conceive of 3 more years of this. I'm like, bro, calm the F down, bro. That's a problem with Gavin Newsom. He definitely heats it up. He's like, bro, this man makes it sound like, bro, Trump is just the worst, doing the worst job. Like everything's about to run off the cliff. I'm like, bro, you guys gotta understand this. First off, he's actually doing well in a lot of areas. Now, yeah, Trump's approval rating is down for now, but let's see what it works. Let's see how that works out over the holidays or during over into midterms, because that's the real decider at the end of the day. I ain't trying to hear nothing until midterms, because sadly, that is the decider. And we're going to see if all this going against Trump actually helps out Dems in the midterms. Because I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, you're right. Trump may not be handling affordability well right now, but Dems, neither are you. You're just bringing it up as if it's completely Trump's fault. And everybody know that's not true. So I would like to hear by the midterms, what are the Dems going to do for affordability? Because they have no plan but to just say that Trump's not doing well. And within that 6 months, if Trump start doing well on affordability, then what's your argument? Then what will you have? What? Epstein photos?
Happening to our kids. Their brains are already being scrambled by social media and everything else we didn't even talk about. And but this is their role model. A guy who calls someone a piggy. This is our role model, the president of the United States.
Rules for men: never say you're traumatized and exhausted. And second of all, men shouldn't get offended. He's still hung up on this PC stuff. Women don't go for that. Gavin's already landed on Nicki Minaj's naughty list. Quote, Gavin is the cute boy who got everything handed to him because of how cute and sexy and hot and smoking he was. Ooh, look at him sitting there in that suit with the sneakers on. He thinks he's Tom Cruise. Only difference is his next mission is impossible.
I mean, shout out to Nicki Minaj because she's about to make a whole group of black people. I forgot. She has a wild fan base. I forgot the name of her fan base, so forgive me to all the Nicki Minaj fan guys out there, fan girls. But she has a huge dedicated fan base, cult-like fan base, and trust me, she's about to turn them over to MAGA for some strange reason. Actually, oh yeah, I know what it was, because Trump was taking action against the Christians being slaughtered in Nigeria that was going on since 2009. That for some reason the Biden administration ignored. Yeah, they completely ignored it.
Get another leading role. Don't worry, there's more. Quote, oh, Gavi Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind.
Well, damn.
First Halle Berry and now Nikki. I thought Gavin had the black female vote on lock. You know who else is on Team Nikki and Holly? Mamala. There's no California love between these two. Sources say things are tense. Around San Francisco,
I would say this: Nicki Minaj can only sway the votes of women in my age group. Yes, my age group. I would say from that, what she probably got a span of to reach back to 26 to 35. Those are the people that are really familiar with Nicki Minaj and her music. And I mean, then of course, if you're tuned into hip hop, because she is a rap legend.
Everyone knows they're frenemies. You know that expression, every time a friend succeeds, I die a little?
I'm done.
I think there's a little bit of truth when it comes to them. One California donor's torn. It's like being asked to choose between mom and dad.
I'm weak.
Well, dad hasn't been picking up mom's calls. And when mom calls, he says he's hiking and never rings back. These two both want the same thing under the tree.
Man. So Kamala is about to go for Gavin Newsom's spot? Oof, that's going to be a blood sport that I want to see.
Democrat nomination. Only problem, Obama Claus's workshop can't give it to both of them. He can't split the baby.
Where do you fit into the future of the Democratic Party?
I fit in every way.
Not everyone agrees.
Don't even got to answer the
Consultants
question.
say she's just pressing her luck if she does run, but it would be embarrassing. Another one said it might not be the polite thing to say, but the dirty little secret is that Harris is yesterday's news and Newsom is today's headlines. And Kamala even agrees.
I would caution us, especially Democrats, of not being nostalgic in thinking that the way to address the debris and the fallout is to have some nostalgia about trying to bring back things the way they were. Because guess what? The way things weren't working for a lot of people.
Kama's not really in the.
I'm crying. I mean, if you'd have said that during your election campaign, I mean, you might actually swing some people over to your side instead of just saying, you know what, I'm going to do everything that Biden did, which pretty much turned off a lot of people. So it's kind of funny that you're saying that now. Hilarious.
Christmas spirit, because, you know, let's be honest, joy to the world was never her thing.
And when we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas.
I'm weak.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
The nomination's up for grabs. First Democrat who can say the words Merry Christmas gets it. Newsom, how bad do you want it? Apparently not that bad, because he just tweeted this. Happy holidays, California. Wishing all Californians a bright and cheerful holiday season. What holiday is it, Governor? You can say it. It's okay.
What we're really here to celebrate is Christmas. I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, whatever it may be, it's going to be happy, and we're going to have a fantastic year.
You know what? He's in the giving mood, and he has a gift for Democrats. Just some friendly advice.
I think you could get rid of a couple of your little policies like men and women's sports, open borders, transgender for everybody. But other than that, I like what you're doing.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily
But
Campani.
all right, though.
Catch me and my co-host.
Let's make our way over to the left side of media as we get over into Ukraine, because Ukraine and European leaders discuss a peace plan, which is going to fall on deaf ears because these guys are deaf to what's going on the battlefield. Or my bad, not deaf, but blind to what's going on the battlefield.
Peace proposal from the U.S. CNN's Melissa Bell takes a look at what's in the plan.
President Zelensky has been speaking in a little bit more detail about the revised peace plan that has now been handed back to the United States, a 28-point peace plan that has now been revised by the Ukrainians to have just 20 points. What he's been telling journalists is that this is a plan that has now been worked on by Europeans and Ukrainians, and therefore represents, he says, a European vision for ending the war in Ukraine. Within those points, one detailing the Ukrainian position, which is that the idea of a demilitarized zone could function only for the Ukrainians along the contact line, not handing over the whole of the Donbass to the Russians as they had hoped for initially. There is also within the revised plan the idea that Ukraine would receive NATO-style Article 5 protections without actually joining NATO. In fact, any mention of it joining NATO has been removed, as has the language that might have barred the country from any hope of joining NATO at some point. There is the inclusion, also the idea that Ukraine might be able to join the European Union in 2027. So a number.
Yeah, see, Putin's not going for that. I mean, they're not. So would you? They're pretty much, because let's be real. In the original peace deal, the point was that Ukraine is going to remain neutral. It's never going to be a part of NATO. So the fact that they're trying to switch it up to, oh, can they be a part of the EU? Yeah, I don't think Putin's going for that either. It's not going to be a part of anything. It's just going to be there as Ukraine, neutral. And let's be real. I'm pretty sure that Putin's not going to want the EU or NATO on his border. So they're going to have to try to get over that and let's be real. Putin's going to let them have the security guarantees of the United States and other European countries. But as far as letting NATO be a part of, letting Ukraine be a part of NATO or even the EU, that's most likely a no-go. Which, well, being part of NATO, I mean, that's already been etched out. They're actually trying to say, well, can they at least be part of the EU? And I don't even think Putin is going with that one.
Of points that Ukrainians have turned into the basis, they believe, of further negotiations that can now take place. We expect that over the course of the next few days, those talks will continue between Europeans, the United States, and Ukrainians. The big question on the minds of many European diplomats and leaders, officials as well, mainly, is what Russia will make of the changes to its initial 28-point plan and whether it is actually willing to negotiate. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
Earlier, I spoke to John Luff, the head of foreign policy at the New Eurasian Strategy Center, a London-based think tank, and I asked him about whether Russia will budge on its demands for the Donbass region. Here he is.
It's very difficult to see how Russia's going to move on this issue. It seems to be a red line that Putin is determined to gain control of the Donbass region. And he signaled that if he can't achieve this through a negotiation process, then he will simply fight for it. And it is true that the Russian army is advancing very, very slowly in this region. And the Ukrainians believe that it would probably take them several months at least to be able to conquer that territory. So Putin really has a choice here. Does he make some sort of compromise and effectively claims that territory, and President Trump is proposing to just turn it into a demilitarized zone, possibly into some sort of free economic zone. Nobody really has any real idea of what all this means. But it would effectively say...
Yeah, so pretty much the Donbass Free Economic Zone, instead of giving it completely to Russia, they said, look, it's going to be a free economic zone. We'll demilitarize it. And pretty much it's a, let's see here. So Zelensky describes a proposal where the Ukrainian forces withdraw from Ukrainian-held parts of Donetsk, and those areas become a kind of free economic zone and demilitarized zone. And Russian troops would not enter, but governance and enforcement are unclear. All right. Then there's a frontline freeze in the south. The discussions include freezing contact lines in Zaporozhye and Kurnetsin, Kurnetsin, where they currently stand, and a possible small Russian pullback elsewhere. Zelensky said discussions include Russia's withdrawing from silver in Kiev. Well, was it Kiev or whatever, Sumy and Dnipropetrovsk. Jesus. Well, that's pretty much what they're saying right now. Kind of looks like they're trying to work with Russia on, instead of just giving it completely to Russia, why not, let it be an economic free zone that's not completely dominated. And then, of course, they're trying to revise. Well, Russia wanted them to shrink their army down to 600,000. Well, Zelensky says, can we at least have 800,000? And that's where they're at with it.
Putin the effort of having to fight for it while then being able to claim that the Ukrainians have effectively abandoned it.
Yeah, as we heard, I mean, that plan apparently includes security guarantees. They're supposed to be like NATO's Article 5, but not actual NATO membership. I mean, you've studied Russian behavior for decades. I mean, would Russia accept that? And would something like that actually deter Putin from coming back for more later?
No, I don't think it's going to deter him, because sadly, they deleted the U.S. draft line implying that NATO will not expand further. So that's definitely going to be a problem. And like I said, it doesn't seem like the Europeans are too serious about it. They're not too serious about what Putin will do to Ukraine if they do not get to a deal soon, because it's not looking good for the Ukrainian people.
Well, I think it depends very much on the nature of these guarantees. And I think we have to be careful with the word guarantee here, because what does it actually mean in practice? I mean, security guarantees always depend on the...
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to... Let's see here. U.S. sanctioned Maduro family members and ships says, sanctions family members and ships. It says moves on Venezuela. Yeah, they're imminent, guys. It's looking like we might be getting into a Venezuela, which I don't like. Like I said, if we can get a bloodless regime change, get that guy to get out of there without putting boots on the ground, that'd be great. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it.
The U.S. ramping up yet more pressure on Venezuela, announcing new sanctions on shipping companies and vessels, which the administration says help move Venezuelan oil. It comes after the U.S. seized a sanctioned oil tanker, which the administration says was carrying millions of dollars worth of oil off Venezuela's coast. Caracas says Washington has now suspended deportation flights that were scheduled to land there today. A U.S. official says that's not true. Stefano Pozzebon, he's in Caracas, and he joins us now. The deportation flights, that's interesting, because one could argue that's one space where the two countries are, if not working together, right? I mean, they're maintaining contact, and the U.S. is deporting these people back to their home country. What more details are you learning?
Yes, exactly, Jim. It's crucial to point out that those deportation flights that have occurred with regularity, frankly, over the last several months, were the only area where there was direct communications, where there was a coordination between the government of the authoritarian leader here in Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and the White House, indeed, because also those flights were managed directly by ICE, the government agency in charge.
And like I said, we're pretty much cracking down on Venezuela, not just because of oil. Like, trust me, it's not that. But we're pretty much trying to basically have full control of it. We're sanctioning ships. And what we're really doing is that we're trying to remove China's influence off of Venezuela. That's really what we're doing. We're trying to get China's influence pretty much out of South America in general, and we just take over our hemisphere. And I mean, let's be real. Economically, that would be what's best for us, and it's better to just try to be a hemispherical power than a global power. But I don't like the way we're going to do it, because it's looking like we might be putting boots on the ground in Venezuela. Now, I'm about 50-50 on this. Like I said, if we can get Maduro to run off into the sunset without killing him, without putting boots on the ground, then things should be good. But right now, the military is standing behind Maduro. So if we put boots on the ground, we will be getting into it with the Venezuelan army.
Of removing undocumented migrants from the United States. But the fact that we are seeing that today that flight did not take place.
And shout out to she said, please play that short I sent in the in the general chat. I got you.
the Venezuelans saying that it was a unilateral decision from Washington as a sign that the temperature is rising here around Nicolas Maduro in particular. One other point, for example, is that we had not seen military people on the screen here in the Venezuelan television for the last few weeks, perhaps as Maduro wanted to portray the picture that he was ready to sit down and speak with Trump and try to mediate. Well, a couple of hours ago, we did see the defense minister, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, who, by the way, is also accused by Washington of being a narco trafficker with a bounty of $25 million on his head. And this had him to say about the growing tensions on the Caribbean.
Que nadie se equivoque con Venezuela. Let's not fool ourselves around Venezuela. We've seen efforts to intimidate us, sending United States armed aircraft close to our coasts. We, with great humility, we say don't fool yourselves. We're ready to defend this country.
Wow.
We're ready to defend the country. Once again, a return to the type of rhetoric that we've seen in times of heightened confrontation. And I think I want to point out to three areas three main issues that are happening.
Yeah, hear that? Like I said, they're not playing. The army stands with Maduro.
Que nadie se equivoque con Venezuela. Let's not fool ourselves around Venezuela. We've seen efforts to intimidate us, sending United States armed aircraft close to our coasts. We, with great humility, we say don't fool yourselves. We're ready to defend this country.
Exactly. Don't fool ourselves. So pretty much the army standing behind Maduro. And here's the problem. It's best that we probably just work with Maduro since he's willing to give us anything anyway, instead of trying to get into it with, well, Venezuela. But Marco Rubio doesn't seem to want that. He wants to seem to have a full-on fight with Venezuela. And just like Iraq, they're going to convince us it's going to be a cakewalk, guys. It's going to be easy. And then we're going to get dragged on into it for like years and years at the expense of trillions of dollars. And then they're going to tell us, oops, just like they did last time.
We're ready to defend.
But hold on, though. I do got to play Tove's video real quick. Shout out, Tove. Appreciate it. Let me see here if I can... Get it back. There we go. There we go. All right. Go ahead and play this real quick.
Throwback to Joe Biden demanding that we strike narco boats back in 1989.
For the first time, we are fighting and losing a war on our own soil. Let's go after the drug lords where they live with an international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco terrorists, and they must know it.
You see, it's only because Trump's doing it that they have a problem. Throwback to...
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this video right here, man.
There's a legal way to do it, so you don't have to sneak across in the first place.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is real. Like I said, when they say it, it's all good. But when we say it, oh my goodness, we are the worst people in the world. Trump is the worst. How could MAGA ever do this? And here's the thing. I kind of agree with them on some of this stuff, especially when it comes to Venezuela. But when it comes to ICE, I mean, come on now. You guys were preaching the same thing back in the day.
the country, once again a return to the type of rhetoric that we've seen in times of heightened confrontation. And I think I want to point out to three areas three main issues that are happening in this standoff between Washington and Caracas. There is, of course.
Oh, and shout out to Alexis Carter for sending the 100 for 2 jewels, and shout out to let's see, here's a Kool-Aid or whatever. Kunade or whatever. He sent 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys.
The deportation flight, and if those flights were indeed stopped because of a decision from Washington, that is the number one issue for the Trump administration. If those have been stopped, it's because something is really happening in the same place. Jim.
Stefano Pozzone, thanks so much for following. For more reaction now to U.S. pressure on Venezuela, joining me, Representative Adam Smith, Democratic leader on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thanks so much for taking the time.
Well, thanks for having me, Jim. It's good to see you.
So we're now seeing a mix of tactics here. You've got the military buildup. You have these deadly strikes on drug boats and alleged drug boats. You have the seizure of an oil tanker. Now you have these sanctions. Is it clear to you, or is it clear to the American people, what the ultimate goal is of the Trump administration here? Is it war?
Yeah, it's not clear at this point. You've heard a lot about the desire to stop.
Oh, well, the thing is, well, I'll tell you what the main intention is. Like I said, it's hemispherical dominance. We're trying to take all foreign influence out of Venezuela. And here's the thing. The one reason why we want Maduro gone is because, he works really closely with China. And like I said, it's about removing foreign influence. Now, sadly, as we've seen in that video, the military is behind Maduro. So taking out Maduro is not going to be an easy task, especially since the army is going like, look, bro, and trust me, I'm pretty sure the general would say this to himself. If you guys fly over this land trying to bomb Maduro, we'll try to shoot you out the sky. And it is really going to turn into a war. And then because trust me, if we try to bomb Maduro, let's say we try to do land strikes and they shoot one of our guys out the air and he die, they're going to spin that as a reason to put boots on the ground in Venezuela. And it's going to be a really drawn out war. I promise you. It's not going to be the cakewalk that they always say it's going to be.
The very real problem that we have in the U.S. with drug abuse, but blowing up a few.
And if you don't know about the Trump doctrine, check out this video.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document is something they're already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation, the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, the document literally talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse, and basically tells Europe you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, and trying to stabilize countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US border. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China, this doctrine quietly accepts a world of spheres of influence, meaning that it acknowledges that there are only 3 global powers, the US, Russia, and China. The goal is to avoid a giant global war by not trying to run everything anymore. So here's the question, is this smart realism where we're admitting that we can't police the entire planet, or is it dangerous because it gives Russia, China, and Iran more room to operate in their own backyards? Does America get stronger when it focuses on its own hemisphere, or weaker if it stops acting like the glue that holds the old world order together?
And I'll be real with you guys. Leaving the Western Hemisphere to us would be beneficial. I mean, we definitely profit off of all the resources that's on our hemisphere. But there is that if of leaving it to China, Russia, and Iran, leaving the Eastern Hemisphere to these guys, and just letting them duke it out, and then we just put our hands up and be like, hey man, we'll deal with the winner. Geez, I mean, that might spin into World War III for all we know.
Boats with cocaine on them in the Caribbean doesn't seem terribly connected to that. And then, of course, you have Trump pardoning, the convicted drug dealer, former president of Honduras. That seems inconsistent. What is clear is that President Trump wants to assert U.S. dominance in Latin America. We saw this in the national security strategy that the White House released last week. And that's troubling. That should not be our policy. And it's also clear that he wants to force Maduro out of power. He's also mentioned he's not fond of President Petro in Colombia. So the U.S. getting involved in potential regime change operations in Latin America is deeply troubling. Because if we learned anything from the last 25 years, it should be that regime change is a dangerous path to go down, and the U.S. should be out of the regime change business.
I wonder, do you believe or have any sense of how far Donald Trump is willing to go, right? Because Admiral James Stavridis made the point on our broadcast yesterday that this is the biggest buildup of military power in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? When the U.S. and the Soviet Union nearly went to nuclear war. Do you believe that this is build up for actual military action, perhaps even on the ground in Venezuela, or more of a bluff?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, I think it's absolutely clear President Trump wants to flex, basically. He wants to show the power and strength of the U.S. Where he takes that, I don't know. I mean, I remember a quote about President Trump from the first term that someone once said, when you don't know where you're going, you're always on the right path, as one way to describe President Trump. And he tends to bluster forward and see where it goes. And in this case, it's really dangerous. I mean, we're actually killing people in the Caribbean, in the Pacific Ocean, and international waters. We are putting a ton of pressure on different governments, all without congressional authority, by the way. This is a massive expansion of the use of the U.S. military without any congressional authority. And it seems to be the polar opposite of what President Trump ran on. Remember, he was going to get us out of forever wars. He was going to stop international interdictions and focus more on issues closer to home. So not knowing where he's going and seeing the belligerence of what he has done to date.
But it looks like Trump is actually realizing that, well, to make sure everything's good at home, he needs dominance in the area. We need, this is what it's looking like. We need dominance in the hemispherical area, in our hemisphere, to make sure that America is good. We need dominance over the resources, over the oil, over the the rare earth minerals that is in our hemisphere. And we don't need China or Russia poking around in our hemisphere, in our side of the neighborhood. It's ours. That's when it came to that oil rig, we took it and it's ours now. I mean, what else does that tell you guys? That we actually are trying to establish our dominance on our side of the world.
It's an alarming combination.
You and others on the Hill still have questions about that double tap strike. But Republicans, including Republicans who initially were at least uncomfortable and some quite critical of that double tap strike, seem to be satisfied now with what they've seen. If Republicans are no longer on board for an investigation, can you properly investigate that in the U.S. decision-making going forward?
Well, it's more mixed than that. And the answer to your question is no. I mean, we can do it. And we're going to keep pushing from our side and the Democratic side, but it's a lot harder if you don't have the majority. Now, the Republicans have been mixed on that. I mean, Mike Rogers, chairman of the committee, said this morning that he wants to hear from the lawyer who gave the legal opinion on that double tap strike. And that seems like he still wants to pursue the investigation. So I'm going to keep pulling at those cracks to try to get the full and complete investigation that we need. Because what's on that video, Republicans are not describing it accurately. Number one, this should be released publicly. I should stop having to defend this. Let's release it to the public, and then we can see who's right. By the way, I'm very confident that we're right. I know what I saw. We know what we saw. Republicans are deflecting from that. But second, what is the legal authority here? I mean, Admiral Bradley says that basically the military now has the authority to kill anybody affiliated with any one of 24 different narco-terrorist groups, to kill those individuals, even if they have drugs. A massive expansion of the power of this president and the U.S. military to kill people. Yeah. We shouldn't be doing that so lightly and so frivolously.
Yeah. Final question before we go, if we can.
Here's the thing. Many presidents have done this before, and it's kind of crazy how they're kind of speaking out so vociferously against Trump. Because now, like I said, there were people who criticized Obama. So I'm not going to sit here and just say all the Dems just shut the fuck up when a Democrat does these strikes. But I will say it isn't taken as seriously as when Trump does it.
And, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse made the point on this broadcast earlier in this week. Okay, I see the argument for seizing Venezuelan oil tankers, trafficking and illegally in oil against sanctions, etc. Why isn't this administration doing the same to Russian shadow fleet tankers, doing quite the same thing, funding the ongoing war in Ukraine? Do you understand that contradiction, one could call it?
Well, I mean, I think you understand that contradiction from something we talked about a moment ago, which is President Trump's worldview. It's not so much about, who's illegally shipping oil from Iran or Russia. It's about his desire to assert U.S. dominance in the Western Hemisphere in a very 19th century way.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate how he's saying that. Like, it took him that long to come out there and say the quiet part out loud. It's like, yeah, trust me, none of this is what y'all think it's about. How about this? All of that's included, but number one reason why we're doing this is for hemispherical dominance, to dominate the Western Hemisphere. That's it. That's all, and that's what we're going for.
And by the way, that 19th century approach led to a whole series of world wars, culminating in World War II, which killed nearly 70 million people and almost, basically wiped out the planet. That's not a good policy approach. We should stick with the rules-based international order and respect for sovereignty.
Congressman Adam Smith, appreciate you joining.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's definitely a different way to do this besides walking us into a conflict with Venezuela or a possible war with Venezuela. Definitely a better way to do this. I mean, when Maduro's willing to bend over backwards for us, why not just keep him in power? Instead, like I said, we're standing 10 toes down, being a bit stubborn about it, and we want him gone. But here's the thing. The military is standing behind Maduro.
Well, it looks like Christmas came early for Republicans because the Democrats' so-called 2028 frontrunner just handed them a gift with a bow on it. California Governor Gavin Newsom now proudly admitting that his state gives free health care to illegal immigrants.
Well, Durr, we've been to that.
As it relates to,
I mean, come on now. Like Dems in the chat. Are you still going out there thinking that we do not give medical services or we don't give health care to illegal immigrants? Are you still under that belief? Like you haven't looked up the free clinics, haven't you? You haven't looked up like the CHIP, haven't you? Where we give undocumented immigrants' children medical service, aka healthcare. I mean, you don't notice by now?
Doc healthcare, yeah, I'm proud of that because I believe in universal healthcare. Others may say it, I did it. We've tried.
Whoa. To illegal immigrants.
As it relates to undoc healthcare, yeah, I'm proud of that because I believe in universal healthcare. Others may say it, I did it. We failed on the border. We need to own up to that. Largest border crossing in the Western Hemisphere in my state. Spent $1 billion+ to do migrant centers, try to put a lid on things. And it was quite critical, but I tried to do it in a respectful way of the Biden administration. We failed on the border.
And over in Minnesota, as the state gets rocked by $1 billion.
You know what? Yeah, I guess they handed us a bit of a tool or I guess a card, but here's the thing. I mean, I call that honesty. I mean, at least they're willing to admit, at least he's willing to admit it. And I don't like Gavin Newsom, not one bit. I think he's a slime ball, but to be quite honest with you, he is being honest at least. At least he's admitting it, and now the Dems can sit there and stop denying it them damn selves.
Somali fraud scandal. Governor Tim Walz holding a news conference earlier where he lashed out at President Trump. You got to watch this.
We are a state that chooses not to let people go hungry or homeless or uneducated. However, that generosity has been taken advantage of by an organized group of fraudsters and criminals. Donald Trump brought this to the attention like this is something brand new. This is not brand new, and it's been being worked on, but he made it white hot and very dangerous.
All righty, Miss Jessica, I'm wondering if Democratic leaders are openly proud of providing taxpayer-funded health care to illegal immigrants, like what do you say to the voters out there who are struggling with their own care? I think I just read something like ambulance care in California is going up 382%.
Well, that's a pretty exact number if you were just casually reading it. I love the specificity. So my understanding of the program that Gavin Newsom is talking about is that it's not free healthcare for illegals. They can buy into the healthcare system and they have income requirements like U.S. citizens would. And the truth is that every state in America gives healthcare to illegals. It's just whether you do it in an emergency room or whether they have an insurance. And when you go to an emergency, well, it is true.
Well, I mean, aren't you pretty much admitting that they're getting insured? And then here's the thing: they don't even want to bring up the free clinics that give these illegals medical services because the health provider does not have the right to ask for your residential status. So yeah, they can go to these free clinics and get their medical care. I mean, there's also other programs that provide Medicaid or Medicaid funded programs that provide medical services to illegal immigrants. I mean, there's a good amount of them, but it's kind of funny how the Dems will sit there and lie in our face. But let's see how she spins that again, because it's like, whoa, you're saying they're insured, they pay into it, but they're insured. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's great and all, but aren't you still admitting that illegals are getting health care? Like, you're basically still admitting that.
System, and they have income requirements like U.S. citizens would. And the truth is that every state in America gives healthcare to illegals. It's just whether you do it in an emergency room or whether they have an insurance. And when you go to an emergency, well, it is true. Anyone can show up in an emergency room and they're going to get treated.
No, that's true. If like that's the IMTILA law. If you show up like when a illegal shows up with a broken leg and a broken arm and they can't move, we have to drag them here through the ambulance. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, we're definitely going to help them out. But what they don't let you know is about the other things. You know what? I guess I got to go ahead and expose this again since you want to play stupid. But yeah, we do a lot more than just IMTILA for, you know, the illegals. And they like to bring that up. And let's be real, it is a point, because let's be real, if illegal gets hurt, we are going to cover that. And do I disagree with that? No, but it also does put on the point that they do basically draw on, or they do basically take out of our healthcare services. But like I said, the Dems will sit here and, well, play stupid. But we can play stupid no longer, because shout out to this right here. All right. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So shout out to bloodcancerunited.org. I mean, they literally say it right here, .org, seeking medical care. I mean, it's actually funny how they just say it to your face. Healthcare professionals should not ask your immigration status. Healthcare professionals are not allowed to share your personal information, including your immigration status, with others. Free/low-cost clinics often offer care regardless of immigration status. Search for low/free/low-cost clinics. You can also go to the emergency room. Of course, we know that. We know that. And they'll give you an interpreter because we're just such nice people at the end of the day. But yeah, to sit there and say that they don't get medical services outside of IMTILA, come on now.
Going to cost you a lot more. And there are tons of studies.
Too?
The country, the state, the country. Yeah, but that's not what Gavin Newsom is saying. The people that he's talking about actually have insurance that they pay for, like you or I do. They're just undocumented. And if you think that it's going to be some huge own in the primary, like to fund the police to say that you believe in universal health care, sorely mistaken. If you talk to Republicans.
Well, lady, you're not being honest. Because like I said, let's talk about this. The federally qualified health centers are community-based nonprofit clinics providing comprehensive, affordable primary care in underserved areas. Yes, funded by the Health Resource and Service Administration to serve anyone regardless of insurance or ability to pay. Of course, using sliding fee scales based on income. Here's a wild part. But yes, many federally qualified health centers, or so-called FQHCs, community clinics and free clinics, which I just went over, provide medical services regardless of immigration status, regardless. But, you know, it's just for IMTILA. No, they can get it under other stuff, I'm telling you. Actually, I mean, they even have this pleasant lady right here. Shout out to her, because she literally wrote an entire article. And shout out to Patient Advocacy Group, right? Healthcare options for undocumented immigrants. But I thought there weren't any healthcare options for undocumented immigrants. I thought they don't get Medicaid or any medical services. What are you talking about? But, you know, they're writing whole articles about it. Surprise, surprise.
Republican voters even, or at least moderate Republican voters, and said, do you think it would be a better situation if people who were here actually had insurance, so they weren't just walking into an emergency room with a limb hanging off and then you have to pay for the totality of that? They would probably err on the side of having insurance.
Jesse, I see you making a lot of faces, so I'm just wondering.
No, I was trying not to make faces.
It didn't work.
No, but she's wrong on the facts. You know, you are right that in the primary this is a winner. but in the general, you get slaughtered because 62% of the American people do not want health care for illegal aliens. 71% of independents do not want health care for illegal aliens for so many reasons. One, financially, it's.
I mean, and let's be real though, like I said, it's not just for emergency reasons. I mean, this comes from that same patient advocacy group. Undocumented immigrants may receive medical necessary care, which refers to treatment or services required to maintain or improve personal health. I mean, are we serious? Of course, let's get into the CHIP program. The CHIP program. Undocumented immigrant children may qualify for coverage under the Children's Health Insurance Program in some states. Now, it said CHIP provides comprehensive health care coverage to children from low-income families who do not qualify for Medicaid. So, like I said, they're getting it on the backs of the American taxpayer. And that's one of the problems that we're telling you guys. It's on the backs of the American taxpayer. And if they weren't here, then a lot of this funding would be freed up for who? Actual American citizens and legal immigrants. Like, come on now.
It's ridiculous. Also, ethically, you can't say for people that are struggling to pay their own health insurance that you have to pay for a foreigner's health insurance. Also, it's corrupt because what are you doing? You're just shoveling money to rich insurance companies. And it's illogical because what you're doing is incentivizing foreigners to come here and get free stuff. Gavin will argue that it's compassionate, but it's not compassionate to the American people. It's actually disrespectful to the American people. You look at this guy, the only thing he has going for him is he looks presidential. Other than that, it's terrible. If you want to hire an actor, go ahead. I mean, Reagan was an actor, but at least he had vision. Every time this guy opens his mouth, he looks like he's trying to wiggle out of trouble. And I know that because I spent my whole life wiggling out of trouble.
True. Okay, on that note, Greg, I'm just wondering also, so many people are leaving California. A lot of high earners are leaving California. You got celebrities who are leaving California, like Joe Rogan. He moved to Texas. Elon Musk, he moved his company to Texas. Mark Wahlberg moved to Nevada. Sly Stallone, Florida. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems to be a trend. But I got to tell you, I love this tweet from Ezra Klein. Did you see this thing? Can you put it up there? All right, the first two sentences. Trump often lies about Democrats giving health care to undocumented immigrants. Newsom actually did it. So wait, he often lies, but Newsom actually did what Trump said he did. That's like saying, I didn't rob the bank as I told the security guard in the bank that I shot. It's like, it's such an interesting shift. It used to be a lie, but now we admit it because it's a good thing. You're talking in California alone, covering 2 million illegals.
And I want to go ahead and stamp this point down by showing you guys this, because the federally qualified health centers, if you didn't know, like I said, the federally qualified health centers are crucial community-based providers in underserved areas that offer comprehensive primary care on a sliding fee scale, regardless of patients' ability to pay. And Medicaid, and what is Medicaid? Federal funding is required to cover their services, often at enhanced rates. Using a prospective payment system or other approved payment models to ensure they get cost-based reimbursement. Medicaid is required to cover their services. Federally qualified healthcare centers providing medical services regardless of your immigration status. And who are they funded by? Who covers it? I thought so. Medicaid.
With full services comes to $10 billion annually. That's what Newsom wants. It sounds like free health care. It isn't, because Californians will pay for it, which will cause people to leave. It's good that he admits that the border failed. They failed the border, but he should be happy Trump's president right now, because you can't have free health care and an open border. Your state will implode. You got to pick one guy, and then maybe people will treat you like an adult. Tim Walz, can we just point out, he is the poster child for deliberate incompetence. They installed this buffoon so everybody gets a piece of the action. It's the Biden presidency scaled down to Minneapolis. I'm just glad that Mary Tyler Moore is not around to see what has happened to Minneapolis. She would never throw her hat in the air. It would either get stolen or shot.
Ooh, Charlie, Governor Walz, obviously, what's $1 billion just disappeared in the middle of the air, right? But he's still welcoming more immigrants to his,
And I think it's important to recognize that a lot of the malfeasance that is being uncovered in Minneapolis is being committed by illegals. I think it's really amazing that Democrats are even claiming that this is sort of trying to claim that this is not something that they support, giving free health care to illegals. Back during the primary in 2020, they were asked to raise their hands. Every single person on the stage raised their hands to say they support giving free health care to illegal aliens. I bet that poll you mentioned, about 62 or 68%, I bet it's even higher than that, of people who do not want to give, who don't want to write a check every week paying for free health care for illegals. And this issue of illegal immigration is so important because it's not just spending on things like health care. You talk about housing. Housing is expensive. Well, one reason housing is so expensive is because we're housing millions of illegals. And by the way, not only does that drive up the price of housing, but taxpayers were paying for it. You want to talk about welfare reform or
You know what's so crazy? Tell me if I'm wrong, because I know I'm not when I say this, but if we did take away basically UMTILA, right? And we leave the legals out of it, maybe for tourists or all that good stuff, but we left undocumented immigrants out of it. You think any undocumented immigrants want to risk coming into a country that won't give them emergency care no matter what? You think they would risk that? Like, think about it. Why would they want it? Because think about it. A lot of people know around the world that if you come in here as an illegal and you get hurt, we'll take care of you. But imagine if we didn't have that. Maybe we have it for tourists and all that good stuff because, they're here for a limited time, and that's cool. But for undocumented immigrants who's staying here, who's trying to stay here for a long time, maybe we should take them out of there, and maybe they'll be less, I don't know, less motivated to come over here to a country that won't cover them if they get hurt, extensively. And I know it sounds cold, but maybe that would be a determinant.
inflation. When you have a COVID bill that we passed costing $2 trillion, and you want to find the culprit for inflation during the Biden years, things like that are what caused that. And then you get stories out of places like Minneapolis where you have just like dizzying corruption, where they stole welfare and for their own benefit. I think that this winds up remains a very potent issue.
Does it not matter, though, that this is about getting health insurance that they can actually pay for?
I think that
that's what this is
the solution to it is to remove.
Yeah, but think about it. When we got things like free clinics that literally get federal funding from Medicaid, that's a problem. When we got illegal immigrants that can come over here and get on healthcare plans, that's weighing on our system. So, and then we got all these guys who want this for illegal immigrants, but also want to sit there and look us in our face and say, we want universal health care. I'm like, you guys are literally shooting yourselves in the foot.
Illegal aliens from the country. And President Trump is doing that. And will he get credit for it? I don't know. There's most politicians don't solve problems because they don't like it. When you solve a problem, you can't raise money and campaign on that problem. Donald Trump doesn't care about that. He actually wants to solve the problem, and he is.
Well, there was a bipartisan.
There's nothing bipartisan about what Donald Trump has done to solve the problem of illegal
there
immigration.
was a bipartisan immigration bill, and he called up Republicans and said, "I don't want this because I want to."
It allowed the illegal immigration to continue at the rate that it was.
Noted lib James Lankford that wrote that bill.
It was a stupid bill, and look what he did without even using legislation. Didn't need it.
What a beauty!
In your
All right.
face.
All right, everybody, cut it out now.
Hey, everyone.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the left side of media with CNN, and let's see what they got to say about Indiana Republicans defy Trump, which I got to hear about this.
Is President Trump's iron grip on the Republican Party slipping? In Indiana, Republicans in the state Senate crossed party lines to reject the redistricting effort the White House had been pushing so hard for. This is how the president reacted in defiance.
It's funny because I won Indiana all 3 times by a landslide, and I wasn't working on it very hard. Would have been nice. I think we would have picked up 2 seats if we did that. It's a great place. I love the people there. They love me. We won in a landslide all 3 times.
Now, it is not true. He did not work very hard by all accounts. He'd been calling lawmakers in most reports. After this defeat, the president also took aim at the Indiana Senate Republican leader, Roderick Bray, predicting he would lose his next primary. Let's get right to the White House now. CNN's Elena Treen is there this morning. This is really a setback for the White House, their redistricting efforts.
I would actually argue, John, that this is one of the biggest defeats we've actually seen the president and his team, certainly his political team, have seen yet. They have resoundingly, Indiana Republicans, rejected this administration and the president's push to really use the Hoosier state as kind of the example to have this mid-decade redistricting push. Now, the reason this is so important.
Yeah, 21 Republicans voted with 10 Dems to defeat the plan. Yep, state Senate rejects Trump's push for new map. Proposed map targeted 2 Dem-held seats. Follow redistricting in Texas and California this year. Yeah, I'm like, wow. Which is like, yo, if you're in it to win it, then isn't that what you want to do? But, I mean, hey, like I said, they're going off principle, and I guess the Republicans and the Dems work a little bit more closely together in Indiana. So I can't really say they're acting out of the duplicitous nature or they're just trying to go against Trump. Could just be that, I mean, like, bro, he's going to take up these Dem seats, and these Dems probably did a good job. They might actually want to see those Dems stick around. So it doesn't have to be a complete duplicitous nature of, oh, they're defying Trump. They're trying to go against the base. They're traitors. Like, nah, it don't got to be that.
Is because the president and his team have made no secret of what their overall political strategy is when it comes to the midterms. And it very much has hinged on wanting to redraw seats in a number of different states. And this is really a huge loss for them. They essentially robbed them of 2 potential seats that could have gone to Republicans in the House ahead of the midterms. And of course, that is 2 seats that now they will not be able to count on for having the majority potentially and trying to win the majority again after 2026. Look, part of this, I think, and the reason this is so important because it gets to that overall.
Yeah, it would have been a complete wipeout. All right, I kind of see what they said on principle because it's like, bro, if we redistrict, it's an all red state. We're basically going to be California. And then who are we to judge California when they can just point to Indiana? Like, yeah, it would be a complete etching out of any Democrat voice over there. All right. I can hear it. Libs try to say I'm weak. Libs trying to say jingle bells is racist now. I'm weak. Yeah. Hey, if that's where they're going on TikTok, I can see that. I can see that for some reason.
Part of this, I think, and the reason this is so important because it gets to that overall strategy. And the president has really tried to use this to make sure and insulate that he can insulate House Republicans for what could be some stunning losses in next year's elections. But part of the reason that is so important is it's not only about, having control of not only the House, but potentially the Senate, how that could get in the way of really the president's ability to do any major legislation in his last 2 years. It would, of course, make him more of a lame duck president than he will already be. But it's also this idea that if Democrats end up getting control of the House, that means a lot of investigations, a lot of subpoenas, a lot of hearings on Capitol Hill, all things, of course, that the people in this White House, many of whom worked with him during his first administration as well, very much want to avoid. Now, one thing that's interesting as well, you talked about how the president said that he wasn't very much involved in this. That's not exactly true. If you looked at what his team is, I mean, the vice president, J.D. Vance, went to Indiana twice to meet with the state's Senate Republicans to try and pressure them to get behind this push. We also know that they've hosted Indiana Senate Republicans here at the White House, where many members of the president's team sat down with them and urged them to get in line behind this effort. The president himself, of course, has also been posting about this on social media all along, even at times saying that any Republican who goes against them could face what he said was a MAGA primary in the spring. All to say this is a major loss, and it also comes after other losses we've seen in places like Ohio, Utah, Kansas, and potentially Missouri. And so this is a very big deal, and it's going to definitely impact their political strategy moving forward.
Yeah, and by all accounts, there were Republicans in Indiana in the state Senate who simply didn't like the way the White House was going about pressuring them. And we'll see if that lingers beyond the Indiana borders. Elena Treen at the White House this morning. Thank you.
Indiana State Senator Mike Bohacek is here with me. And thank you, sir, for being here. Just from your view, you're there on the ground. Why do you think the pressure campaign didn't work?
Indiana Republicans are a little bit different. We're a little more traditional.
There were folks on both sides of this issue. There was 19 of my colleagues that voted in favor of this, and they felt very, very strongly about it. And the 21 on the other side, we felt a little bit more traditionally that perhaps, that we should look at this redistricting as, not quite as transactional, that this is something that happens every 10 years. And we feel it should continue that way. We don't want to be redistricting every 2 years at the whim of a president's request.
So you were worried basically of the ramifications of pushing something like this through.
It's bad policy, in my opinion, and the opinion of others. It makes the legislative process just too transactional. At least in my opinion, this is not a 2-year presidency. This isn't a 2-year Senate legacy. This is going to go on well after I'm gone and beyond. So let's treat it like that.
Did you ever think that the pressure campaign might work?
I was a little concerned. Obviously the threats of removing resources from your state are always a concern, but we have to also look that many of the funding sources that come from the feds are statutory. Medicaid, SNAP, those are entitlement programs. Those are going to continue to flow. Road funding will continue to flow. Maybe some discretionary grant funding might become in jeopardy, but then we're going to have to lean on our congressional delegation to make sure that they're doing their jobs to do the best for our citizens of the state of Indiana.
Yeah, and I should be clear, when I say pressure campaign, I'm not just talking about, the president's threat to primary people who voted no, which he did threaten, and I believe you're not up until 2028, right?
That's correct.
But it goes beyond just the politics. I mean, there were bomb threats at your home. Do you believe that was because of this?
Yeah, unfortunately, it was right after Thanksgiving. I had released a post about my displeasure over some the slur that the president used. So we received a bomb threat that night at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Of course, I had to wake up my family. We had to have bomb dogs search property around my house. Since then, my family's been staying with friends. I'm down at the State House now until the end of the week, and they're still not staying at home. So it's very disruptive. I do have small children as well, so it's been a tough couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, I'm really sorry to hear that, and I know when you talk about your family, you referenced what the president had said on Truth Social recently. Was that a factor in your decision here, or what was your response to what the president had to say?
That was one of many reasons. This is an issue that's gonna there's gonna be a lot of decision points, but that I don't want to call it vulgarity, but it seems vulgar to me to just to use those kind of words where we know that's not appropriate. The appropriate way to describe somebody, appropriate way to reference somebody, and words have consequences. And for me, it was just added to a litany of reasons of why this was just bad policy and not good timing and wasn't deserving of my support.
Are you worried about being on the president's bad side after voting no on this?
Oh, I think I already am. But, like I said, I'm not up for re-election for a couple of years. And like everybody else in the Senate, this is not, being a senator doesn't define me. This is a part-time legislature. We all go back to our day jobs when we're not here. Once you're not here, once the senator retires, or if you're beaten, or as we like to call involuntarily retired, the chamber continues to move and things continue to happen. So am I worried about getting beat? Well, if that happens, that happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And if I continue to do a good job,
I'm weak. So he said, you see that Calibri font is now woke. It's like when people say math is racist, right? Calibri font, like, what do you mean? Like when you're typing a paper? No way. Really? Bro, Link, if you're telling me that's what people are trying to say that's racist, how is that racist? It's like, that's mainly what everybody be using to type. But I guess if that's what they're doing, hey, man, I guess Calibri's racist, and so is math. Hey, man, math can be racist when, it don't go your way. Am I right? I'm just playing, guys. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and move into this Piers Morgan debate. Let's get right into it. They're going after post Nick Fuentes interview with Piers Morgan that got wild. But let's hear everybody's takes on it, because y'all heard my take, during it. Well, let's hear my take after.
My family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word.
Do you think you grew up in a racist environment? That your father was inherently racist?
The thing is, I caught a lot of heat for actually defending Nick Fuentes on this point. I was like, dog, it's not right to actually try to bring his dad into this and try to make it seem like his dad's a racist. And I don't know if his dad's a racist or not. According to the story, that may be, but to throw his dad under the bus like that is not cool, Pierce, especially as he's a public figure. He's been getting attacked. So to just go out there and try to, say that his dad is racist without his dad being able to be there and defend himself, it wasn't right. And there's definitely another way he could have tried to, get Nick Fuentes to admit that he's racist. Definitely another way. But shout out to Steph. She says Joy Reid is the one that's saying it about Jingle Bells. I mean, Joy Reid. I don't know what's wrong with Joy Reid, man. She says everything is racist, everything is Trump's fault, and everything's about white supremacy. I don't know. The lady's crazy. That's why she got fired. But, she got her podcast. So, the crazy people who want to listen to Joy Reid always got somewhere to go.
You want to go after families? We can play that game. Your family's greenlit then too, Piers. Fuck you and your family.
You did bring. Here's the thing, though. I'm not going to lie. Piers was trying to go after Nick Fuentes on women. And then everybody exposed Piers to be like one of the biggest beta males when they started exposing his relationship with his ex-wife and how she was the type of wife to, marry a rich guy, but then sleep with the pool boy. I mean, Piers, you should have seen that one coming.
Of the guy's dad, and you said his name. This is a person who has had people attempt to assassinate him.
The most powerful role model in any child's life is the same-sex parent.
You, I think, are the only interviewer so far to really hold Nick Fuentes accountable.
Say what you want about him. He's extremely smart, an incredibly talented communicator, and very well read. The reason he has attracted a lot of attention is because he's speaking to the anger and frustration, a lot of which is valid.
That's funny.
Just about everybody else has had their say on my interview with Nick Fuentes this week, with a notable exception of me. There's been columns in newspapers and magazines, endless hours of YouTube commentary, hundreds of thousands of posts on X, plus the inevitable swarm of groyper weirdos following me everywhere online. All of that was to be expected. Fuentes is highly controversial and increasingly influential, which is why I invited him on in the first place. What I didn't really expect was the frenetic and compulsive pearl clutching from Fuentes and his troll army, who ironically accused me of doing exactly the same thing during the interview. Fuentes and his followers are particularly upset about this. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you? Well, Fuentes responded by getting very worked up and directing his trolls to harass me and all my family, all very predictable.
You want to go after families? We could play that game. Your family's greenlit then too, Piers. Your family's greenlit as well. So, fuck you and your family. Fuck you and fuck your kids. You bring my dad into it?
But Nick, if you clutch those pearls any harder, they will bruise the back of your neck.
Damn.
To be clear.
All right, that was funny. That was funny. You'll clutch some pearls any harder, it'll bruise the back of your neck. Now, Piers is actually pretty good at picking at people like this, but yeah, I could say he definitely hopped on Nick Fuentes' bad side. He hopped on my bad side as well. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought we were talking about me. There's a different way to talk about, my racist views instead of bringing in a family member. Like, That's a bit wild, bro. And that could also like ruin their life, and they could also start getting docs and all that good stuff. So, like, Pierce, you knowing that you have a worldwide, show, I mean, you should be a little bit more responsible than that towards other people that have nothing to do with the debate you're having with Nick Fuentes.
Again, this wasn't a low blow or a trap or an attack on Bill Fuentes. It was a question about a story which I thought could be insightful. And it was a story that Nick Fuentes decided to share on his own show to his own followers.
My dad refused to allow us. My dad would not let us go. That was a common joke. We would be deciding where to go to eat. What are we going to get for dinner tonight? And it was a running joke that me and my sister would say, Applebee's. And my dad would say, no, we will never eat at Applebee's. So, yeah, so not in a million years, she'd be caught dead. Go to some other place. Go to a different restaurant. Go to a local restaurant. So yeah, no Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. That my parents wouldn't say around me and my sister. about Olive Garden, its relationship with black people. It contains a bad word, contains a naughty word in there, so I'm not going to repeat it here. But but we don't eat there.
So that's Nick Fuentes, in his own words, telling the story that he objected to me asking him about. Well, one of my objectives for the interview was to find out a bit more about this guy who's at the center of a big raging storm amid the conservative movement in America right now. Is he just performative, outrageous, and attention-seeking? Or does he really believe the most incendiary things that he says? And if the answer to that question is yes, how did he get there? Having interviewed people for nearly 4 decades now, I find their upbringing is almost always influential one way or another. And if you don't want other people to talk about it, then why talk about it very publicly yourself? There are many more interesting points of debate from this interview, from crime stats and racism to generational divides to Holocaust denial.
Even I was getting into a crime stat debate with somebody in the chat that was trying to sit there and I guess take me at literal when I said, 9 times out of 10, if you sit in front of a black person, you're not going to get stabbed. Actually, 99% chance you won't get stabbed. And somebody was sitting there trying to say, well, if you roll the dice, which is a 1 in 6 chance, every day for 355 days a year, how much times? Well, for 300, it was like 3,500 days. How many times have you died? And I said, well, due to it to being a 1% chance, most likely none. And they lost their shit in the chat. Well, in the comment section.
To all of them, and will do with my panel shortly. But this one small exchange has, for me, really made a bigger point. What Fuentes and his fans hate most is any accountability. It's all about speaking unchallenged into an echo chamber where there's a whole movement built on directing blame and anger onto everybody else. Girls don't like you because they're difficult. Your neighborhood's in decline because of the black people. The world is corrupt because of the Jews, and so on. Now, he's angry about the story being shared because, in fact, he shared it himself. It wasn't a game or a trick to question Nick Fuentes about the words of Nick Fuentes. That was the whole point of the interview. Well, I'll be joined by a stellar panel in a moment. We'll begin with.
But I'll tell you this, though, Nick. I mean, Piers Morgan had the most entertaining interview with Nick Fuentes. Because I'll say this, the problem that I had with Nick Fuentes go-arounds, it seemed like everybody was kissing his ass and nobody was really giving him no real pushback on anything except for Piers Morgan. So shout out to Piers. I didn't agree with him, like how he pulled it off all the way through, but I'm actually happy that he was the only person to actually give Nick Fuentes any real pushback.
Dr. Phil, host of The Real Story. Dr. Phil, great to have you back on Uncensored, as always. What do you make of Nick Fuentes?
Uh-oh. Now we're about to Dr. Phil Nick Fuentes.
Well, a lot. And I first have to say, I commend you for doing this interview. I know some people say, why would you platform this person? I think it took courage for you to put him on. And I'm glad that you did, because if there's not an adult in the room to ask the hard questions and hold these type of voices accountable, then they just run unchecked.
Right.
And you saw what happened here. I spent a lot of time doing trial science work in the litigation arena, and we always say your story goes a lot better if you're the only one telling it. And that's what people mean when they talk about.
Guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And if you go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video. All right, let's keep going.
Echo chambers and living in a bubble. And what you did was hold him accountable for what he says.
Right.
And
I will admit this, like Nick Fuentes fan group, they are in a bubble. They are in an echo chamber. And Nick Fuentes, he's right about a decent amount of things policy-wise. When it comes to his views on race, I will always disagree with Nick on that one. But as he says, he is a racist. So he kind of sees, he preached for his people. He preached for the supremacy of his people, and that's his prerogative. I'm not going to be really mad at him for it because my people do the same.
And of course, that's not near as much fun when a narcissist is not in a.
Hey, and shout out to Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. He says, good stream today, said. Hey, I appreciate that. I try.
Room full of people that are nodding along with them. And you just said, listen, I'm not going to introduce anything new here. I'm going to ask you about what you said and let you explain what you said. And there was no ambush here. He could have predicted with great accuracy what you were going to ask. You just ask it in a very critical thinking sort of way. And that was very uncomfortable for him because someone was holding him to account. And thank you for doing that. Because his opinions that he's spreading are ugly, they're corrosive, they're deeply un-American. And that's the psychology of extremism. I think that he is not empowering young men, he's manipulating them. And Piers, I'm going to take a breath here in a minute and let you comment on what I'm saying, but this is the same algorithm that social media uses.
No, Nick is not manipulating young men. He's relating to them. That's the problem. You guys see relation as manipulation. And the thing is that the older generation's message is just not reaching the younger generation, just like Nick Fuentes' message is. And here's the thing. You guys keep trying to run the same sayings past this young generation. That's not working for them. So when Nick Fuentes comes out and takes charge of this generation, you guys want to complain. And the thing is, I'd be like, why are y'all complaining? Y'all wasn't trying to help this generation anyway. Y'all was trying to gaslight the hell out of this generation. So when they want to go all the way over to Nick Fuentes to actually have their ideas heard, or well, not their ideas heard, but their problems echoed, what can you do? I mean, y'all wasn't willing to listen to them. Y'all wasn't talking about them, and anytime they were brought up, you kind of hushed them up. And not Nick Fuentes, but anybody who spoke out against who spoke out for the younger generation's problems.
If people like something, they click a little bit. If you can get them worked up about something, they click a whole lot. And that's the same strategy as the algorithm that makes social media so toxic. And that's what he does. And you called him out on that in a very transparent and fair-minded way. You let him tell his story, but you ask about some of the key points.
Yeah, and what was really interesting was I don't think he expected that anecdote about his father to come out so early, or if at all. So he looked a bit taken aback. And the reason I asked it was very specific. I said to him, in all my experience of interviewing people, and you've interviewed as many as I have, Phil, if not more.
I don't know, bro. I'd have been a bit defensive too. Let's say this. Let's say that Piers Morgan interviewed me and he said he thought I hated white people or something. And he brought up like one of my uncles. Many of my uncles don't like white people at all, like absolute racist towards them. So if he said, well, did you get your hatred for white people from your uncle? I'll be like, yo, don't bring them up because they're not here to defend themselves. And I'm not going to have you slander their name. If you want to come at me for my views, okay. But don't try to say I got my views from anybody else but my own free thinking. And we can just take it from there. You trying to drag family members into it could endanger them. That's not cool. I mean, let's just be quite honest.
I really do believe that the vast majority of people are a product of their environment. And if Nick Fuentes, through his own story about his parents there, and particularly his father, if he grew up in an environment of overt racism, with his father saying, I'm not taking you to certain restaurants because they're associated with black fare, then you can begin to understand why he himself has become overtly racist and indeed is proud of it. So to me, it was a very relevant question. But again, it can't be an ambush if all I'm doing is asking him about a story he himself put in the public domain.
Well, he did introduce it into the public domain with great fanfare and having a great time doing it. Look, the most powerful role model in any child's life is the same-sex parent. They write on the slate.
I'll tell you this though, that was actually the first time anybody brought up that clip from Nick Fuentes though, because that was actually, like I said, I think a lot of people didn't want to bring up that clip because he mentioned his dad, Piers Morgan. To be honest, I think you're probably the one low enough to bring up that clip, because if you look at that clip, that's not new Nick Fuentes. That's like old, probably like 5 years old clips of Nick Fuentes that they're bringing up. So let's be honest, you had to reach back to pull that clip
Of who their children are. And they start doing that from a very early age. And they write on the slate emotionally, socially, in terms of values, thinking process. So you're quite right to bring that up. If you want to know who someone is, you need to look at from whence they came. And that doesn't mean that
Phil, as a psychologist, as a therapist, if you're having a one-on-one session with somebody, of course, that makes sense to bring up. If he's on Dr. Phil, you know what? He's a therapist, so that would make sense to bring up. But over here trying to debate, races and statistics on race and all that good stuff, you bring in somebody's dad, that don't make too much sense. But I can see why Dr. Phil's saying that, because bro, you're a therapist. I mean, that's what you do. You dig deep into the psyche of people and try to pull out things from their past and try to say, this is why you're acting like this now. And that's honestly, that's a logical way of doing it. Trust me. Somebody that's very important to me in my life's a therapist, child therapist. Actually, he does conferences around the goddamn world. Well, mainly in Africa.
they don't have a chance to alter that when they get other worldviews. But certainly that's a relevant subject matter that he introduced. He just introduced it when no one was calling him out or questioning him about it. And it was interesting to me how quickly he put on the victim hat. And started retreating. I thought it came across as very whiny, immature, insecure, and inadequate. And he said he was a racist. He said he was an incel. He used that term. He introduced that. And you know, that's defined as very misogynistic and resentful and blaming of others. Blaming women, blaming minorities, blaming Jews. He's blaming so many other people, which is strange for someone that's in a leadership.
Now, I would actually hone him down on that one. Like, who is he blaming? Wait, hold on. Now, blaming black people for what? Because I never really hear Nick Fuentes blame black people really for anything, but he's definitely criticized the black community, of course. Now, blaming Jews for controlling America, yeah, he's definitely done that. But nah, like besides the Jews, I haven't really seen Nick play the blame game with any other, group of people.
Position to try to do.
You know, I asked him about his own sex life, right? Because it seems to be relevant because of this whole belief that he runs a group of incels, you know, who are involuntary celibates, supposedly. And
which it does seem, though, because some of these groypers do the most insane things. Like there was a video of one of these guys, and I'm not sure if he was a groyper or not, but like these guys will literally walk up to white women who are with who's in an interracial relationship, obviously, because they walk up to white women who's holding hands with some black guy, and they would walk up to them and be like, "Do you know you're destroying your entire lineage? Do you know your grandfather would be disgusted with you? You're destroying your culture. Look at you." It's like, bro. If y'all going out there doing that, that's pathetic. And yes, it does scream incel.
This is how the exchange went down. Are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All
I'm a
women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
And that is what looked kind of dumb because I'm just like, all right, first off, here's the thing. I'm so confused. Shouldn't we promote young men to not have premarital like sex? Shouldn't we not promote that? Shouldn't we champion young men to save themselves for marriage? You know, even if you don't like Nick Fuentes, you got to respect the fact that he is saving himself for marriage. Like, that's literally what he's standing on as a Christian. And that should be respected, not ridiculed. And if y'all going to ridicule it, then please don't get mad when guys want to go around and sleep with women before marriage because you guys shame them when they want to save it for marriage. I mean, what do y'all want? No, y'all got to be real about this because you can't pick and choose just because it's Nick Fuentes.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
You think
always
you're an
get
expert in
laid,
women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
And let's be real. Women don't even like women. I'll be real with you. Women rather have guy friends than female friends because women don't even like women like that. We're forced to like women for biological and sexual needs. But other than that, bro, let's be real. Let's be real. Is he wrong, though? Aren't women kind of annoying? Like, we love them to death. We love y'all to death. But yes, sometimes y'all could be annoying. Well, majority of the time, I'm sorry. Just gotta be real with y'all. But it's all love, though.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
And what was interesting, Philly, he went on to admit he'd never been in love, never had any meaningful relationship with a woman. And yet he's so misogynist in his...
Now, Piers Morgan, I ain't gonna lie, bro. They did my man Piers dirty. They did not need to do my man Piers Morgan like that, all right? Because they went up and they started looking at Piers Morgan's wife and his history, and not his wife, but his ex-wife, just to somewhat expose that she's somewhat of a simp. I mean, he's somewhat of a simp. Like, pictures like this. You want to know where this picture came from? This came from Piers Morgan's ex-wife. Yeah. And when the husband's away, Mr. Suds comes to play. Woo! I mean, boy, my ass would have been out the door the day one. As soon as my wife was to post something like that, man, I'd have just been packing my bags listening to Usher. It'd have been that type of moment for me. But woo! And that is your wife? That's your ex-wife? You want to talk to him? You want to talk to Nick Fuentes about women and not getting laid? I'm like, dog, your ex-wife told you was being needy and persistent. And then she married your ass, got your money, and then Mr. Suds come to play when your ass away. I mean, Pierce, you might just want to calm that down a little bit. You might want to calm it down.
Rhetoric about women, so demeaning about them. You know, I talked there earlier in the interview, which is why I referred again, about how he'd said on his show that women, the trouble is they're not just annoying, they get old, they get ugly, they get fat, and so on. Now, really demeaning, horrible language about women, but not difficult to work out why he would feel this way if he's never had any real interaction with them. Every so often, there's a piece of cinematic entertainment that just feels bigger and bigger.
I don't know. Maybe he's looking for a girl that is going to have, Mr. Suds come over to play, Pierce. Maybe he's looking for that.
Another Hollywood reboot.
Is that wrong?
An epic story of courage, faith,
he wrong?
and meaning. The Daily Wire has gone...
But let me go ahead and skip this, though.
And I mean, these go back to some of the oldest parables in the world. You're talking about sour grapes here, and this is someone that has gotten into a comfort zone where he doesn't interact, he doesn't have relationships that call on him to engage in meaningful conversation with women, learn what they're about and who they are. It's easy to sit up in the cheap seats and criticize. And of course, we know the talent pool in this world at every level If we took women out of the talent pool in this world, we would be crippled so bad. Look at what's happening in medicine, technology, so many areas that if you look at the enrollment in universities right now, women have eclipsed men. He is so uninformed in his views. And the problem is you get in these cult-like communities where you get people that maybe haven't had a good role model in their lives and have someone like him who can be entertaining, can be charismatic. He's a nice looking young man. And, people, young men will follow that. If they don't have good father figures in their own life, in the absence of real leadership, they'll follow almost anyone if they present well. And that's a problem. And mothers and fathers, families need to be asking, what can I do to fortify my young men against this kind of exploitation? And that's why
I'm gonna lie to tell them that. Well, let's be real. A lot of people don't want to listen to Piers Morgan or Dr. Phil's because I'm not sure if they want to replicate your guys', actions with women. Because I'm especially Piers, bro, this is your ex-wife, bro. And you want to talk about women? Are you sure? Are you sure, Piers, you want to do this? You sure? Oh no, this is the same lady. No, same lady. Mentor. Really? That's your mentor? But I digress.
People should be standing up and applauding you, exposing with great transparency what's going on here with this Nick Fuentes phenomenon.
Well, all I wanted to do, honestly, was to work out whether it was all performative or whether he really believes a lot of the things that he says. And by the end, I concluded he does actually believe a lot of this stuff. And
I think he does. I think he believes some of it.
But what I wasn't expecting, Phil, which I was really quite shocked by, and it takes a lot to shock me, but the sheer volume and venom on social media of his so-called groypers, these young men that adhere to his every word, who he kind of unleashes on people. It was unbelievably brazen in its misogyny, in its racism, in its anti-Semitism. It was some of the most vile stuff I've seen.
I ain't gonna lie though. If you go on X and you look on a Groyper thread, oh my God, you are going to see some racist stuff. Yeah, they get racist. And that's the thing though. That's why everybody kind of look at Nick Fuentes with the side eye, because it's like, dog, sometimes your fan base, they take it far. Like Nick Fuentes' fan base is like way more far right or far wherever to where he's at. Like this. When Nick Fuentes' views on race, all right, he'll bring up black statistics and all that good stuff, and he'll call out black crime. But the Groypers will just sit there and say, "Oh no, we just need to desegregate from these black people altogether. They're low IQ. They're not worth being around us." They get to that level. That's the problem.
And it was relentless and has carried on. And targeting me, targeting members of my family, whatever. I don't care. I'm used to it. I've had a lot worse actually than this.
I mean, come on, Piers, though. They make it so easy. You made it so easy to go after your wife. I mean, come on, bro. Let's be honest. When your wife is out here posting come on, you make it too easy. She's out here posting stuff like this, Piers. I can literally go through a thread on your wife on X and it only gets worse. It shouldn't be this bad. I shouldn't be able to sit there and Piers. No, Piers, no. I believed in you. But then you failed me. Look at this. Multi-millionaire, world-renowned journalist. This man out here, bro, he vacuuming the floor in the house that you bought, but you got a wife? I want it all done by the time I get back from work. Also, you missed a bit. Bruh. Yeah, I can't. I just can't listen to no women advice from you. Bro. Your wife's supposed to be sending you pics like this, dog. That's what you're supposed to be saying to your wife. But all right, Piers. You just made it so easy.
They remind me of a bunch of mean boys at school. And, you know, obviously I'm 60 years old. It's not going to wash the sides, this kind of thing. However, it was noticeable to me that they were almost to a man, young, male, misogynist, racist, and anti-Semitic, and view everything he says as sacrosanct. You know, this is a kind of brainwashed world. The only question I
shout out Tove, she says, more like from my date. Like, bruh. Stove, sis. Like, it's crazy. Like, the man literally want to talk about women. I'm just like, dog, your ex-wife was making you look pitiful. I don't think we want to hear about women from you, bro.
don't know is how much of them are genuine human beings and how much maybe, as has been reported today in the New York Post, foreign bots that are unleashed because they analyze the speed of reaction to stuff that he posts, and they've worked out a lot of it comes from overseas, and a lot of it may be bots, actual robots doing this stuff.
Come on.
You know, these bot farms now, there was a time when people would use these bots and they would deploy them by the hundreds. But now our research shows that these bot farms, a lot of them out of Russia and some other foreign countries, are deployed in the tens of thousands. And what happens is they start kind of a zeitgeist on the internet, and then others, real people, see that, and then they start jumping on the bandwagon. And so it can drive a social media kind of think can drive social media to appear that it's thinking a certain way. But I'm sure in the middle of that, he has followers that do echo what he's saying. And it's whiny, it's immature, it's insecure, it's highly transparent. And you wonder what's going to happen to these young men if somebody doesn't force them into some critical thinking where they say, listen, what's the end result here? Where does this lead me in my life? As opposed to opening themselves up to some real interaction and some real critical thinking where they say, what do I want? What's my goal in life? Do I want to have a family? Do I want to have children? Do I want to have a meaningful career where I can fit into a fully functional society? And if they stay on this path, they're going to be lonely, depressed, anxious, inadequate, with a false sense of superiority that is very, very empty, very, very meaningless. And I hate that. I hate that for these young men because he is misleading them. He's not empowering them. He is misleading.
No, actually, Nick Fuentes actually has spoken out against that. He's like, he even spoken out and said, there's a lot of guys in my circle in his group, the Grapers, that think they're all that just because they're white. They think they're better than everybody because they're white. And even Nick Fuentes has spoken out and said, no, that's not true. You actually got to go out there and do some great things. Nick Fuentes like to bring up the fact that white people have such a great history of triumph and arts and all that good stuff, as all races do. But he does highlight the point where he's like, yeah, but all of you guys try to sit there like you're just this great white guy, but you guys aren't performing like one. And I actually respected when he brought that up because, yes, a lot of these guys like to think they're just very much acting like the Jews, like they God's chosen people because they white.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've got three sons of 32, 28, 25. And I'd be horrified if they behave like that. Horrified if they had those attitudes and views. Horrified if they were so dismissive of things like the Holocaust. Horrified if they spoke about women that way. Horrified if they were brazenly admitting to being racists and openly admitted they'd avoid black people in case they get attacked and so on. All of it was actually quite disturbing.
Well, it is. But think about all of these young men that are seemingly ascribing to his mindset. Think about what they're being cheated out of. Think about all the joy and pleasure and fulfillment that they're actually getting cheated out of if they stay this course. I mean, think about all the joy you've had with your kids, all of the rich relationships you have with female colleagues that would be off the table. Think about everything that's missed And when your heart is filled with hate.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. And the goal was reached. And I accidentally put the wrong goal, but hey, I got to keep to my word. I meant to put 30, but I put 10. It is what it is. So I'm opening up the call-in line, so you can feel free to call in and you can hop on me with the reaction, or just tell me if you're a naysayer. Please tell me why you agree. I'm sorry, why you disagree. All right, guys, let's get right back into it as I post the call-in link or the StreamYard link. Sorry.
And this anti-Semitism and how much you're out of touch with reality in denying the Holocaust. And you got him to agree that actually the Holocaust was real and that he said even more than 6 million people. And there were much more than 6 million people because it wasn't just the Jews.
Right.
Yeah, that's one thing actually Nick Fuentes kind of like, he didn't really concede on, but I guess he felt like he always believed that. Now, and they brought up an old post where he says he don't know if the numbers are real, but current Nick Fuentes today was saying, oh, no, the Holocaust numbers are real. If anything, he feel like there were more than 6 million Jews that died. So, hey, I guess he's not a Holocaust denier. If anything, he's a Holocaust extremist. He's like more than 6 million died.
Were impacted, and
he believes
you got him to acknowledge some of those things, and I wonder how he'll square that up with his followers based on what he said in the past. But I think he has convinced himself that some of this is real, and that's just that's a sad fact.
Yeah, Dr. Phil, as always, on the money. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you for doing this interview, because as I say, if you don't, then I think it takes. I think it takes you to drill in on this and ask some of the uncomfortable questions. If not, then he runs unabated on the internet. I can't believe people have said.
He said, if you had a 14-year-old son, would you rather him be a Nick or Andrew Tate fan? Andrew Tate right off the rip. What, bro? I'd rather him be an Andrew Tate fan. I mean, first off, the man promotes what? Getting in shape, making money. I mean, okay, I'm cool with that. What does Nick Fuentes promote? Racial differences, political commentary. I guess that's nice and all, but let's be real. Andrew Tate has a more self-improvement type of model to his like marketing. It's all about being a man and being your best self. Of course, he has his sexist views, but I mean, that's a lot of guys. So trust, I'd rather my 14-year-old son be an Andrew Tate fan, talk about how he wants to get into MMA or fighting, and now that would just fill my heart with joy. I'd be like, I'm proud of you, son. You make me proud out here. But that's just me.
Why are you giving him a platform?
I agree.
Because he needs to be asked the hard questions.
I agree. I feel the same about Andrew Tate and these other characters. They have huge online followings. They are very influential. You can pretend they're not.
I mean, hold on. Have they been convicted of sex trafficking? No. And the charges are all BS. I mean, have you actually looked into that case? Bro, it's all BS. These guys are going to walk away free. I guarantee it. Guarantee Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate will walk away free. They are not human traffickers.
You can put your head in the sand and let them go ever bigger without anything being challenged. Or you take a view as I do. It's better to get them in front of you, ask them a lot of tough questions about their views and what they've said, and let people make their own minds up about whether they really want to lasso themselves to this person. Phil, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well done, Pierce. We'll talk soon.
Thank you very much.
No, I mean, I'm so serious. Like, Link, you think I'm joking? I would actually let my son watch Andrew Tate. And you're talking about the human trafficking. Like I said, there's been no convictions, and I truly believe that the case is complete BS. Complete BS. No real evidence, no strong evidence, all hearsay. It's a terrible case. And you can tell, I don't know how this case got put through, but apparently somebody wants that man in jail.
Joining me on the panel now is Warren Smith, critical thinker and founder of the Secret Scholar Society, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, and influencer Harry Sisson. And also joining us a little later will be Glenn Greenwald. All right, Harry Sisson, we're in the unique position, I believe, where you and I may have a slight agreement here about all this. So what was your view of the Fuentes interview?
Piers, I don't think it's a slight agreement. I think it's a full agreement. First and foremost, I do want to start off by saying I thought the way that you conducted the interview was fantastic. I watched the entire thing, and you I think, are the only.
No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, bro. He's like, they made video. It was a PhD. That shit was hilarious. Look it up, because that's actually the evidence that they brought up. They brought up the fact that he was selling a PhD program, right? It was called a pimp hose degree. Yes, a PhD pimp hose degree. So, and that is what he was pretty much selling online. Not teaching men to traffic women, but teaching women how to get women into the sex cam business, which isn't really human trafficking, let's be honest. Let's say it's strategic marketing that I would never do myself, to be quite honest. Do I agree with that? Hell no. But I mean, hey, that's what they were doing. They were running a sex cam business back in the day. And is that illegal? No. Is it ethical? Hell no. Would I do it myself? Of course not. Wait, mate. No, of course not. Nah.
Interviewers so far to really hold Nick Fuentes accountable and not let him get away with a lot of his hateful views. I loved how you played the clips side by side and made him defend it on the record. So I want to give props to you there. I thought it was really well done. And I watched the entire thing. And I was trying to decide, similar to you, does Nick Fuentes actually believe these things, or is he doing it for the money? Is it performative? And I might disagree slightly with you. I think it's both. I think he does believe some of these things, and I think some of it's performative.
No, it's not. Nope. No, it is not. Because like I said, he wasn't bringing them over for sex. He was bringing them over for webcam work. And like I said, they ran the investigation. Out of all the women he did webcam with, he had not great or had any real sexual experience with most of them. Okay, I said most. So yeah, that's not sex trafficking at all. He would have to be literally bringing them over to actually do like pimp them out to other men for sex. No, he had them on a camera, getting men to give up their life savings to sneak a peek at some tits. Like, that's literally what it was. Sad. It's very sad and pathetic, but that's what they were doing. That's what these guys were doing. And shout out to Tove. She said, personally, I'd rather them be Peaky Blinder fans. I'm crying. It's like, hey, man, I'd rather be fans of some gangsters. I can respect that. It is what it is.
I think when he tried to
great show, by the way, epic show,
moderate himself, that's performative. But the more hateful views that, as you mentioned, when the mask kind of slipped, that's what he truly believes. You could tell that he was trying to moderate himself when, as you were talking about with Dr. Phil, talking about the Holocaust. He said, oh, I believe it was the Holocaust. At least 6 million Jews. He said that, but then simultaneously claimed that Hitler is cool and that he liked his uniforms.
No, Link, cam girl would basically be a stripper, basically. It's like, a cam girl is not a sex worker. She'd be considered a stripper, except instead of, going to the strip club, you're looking at her through a screen, which is pretty pathetic once you lay it out there like that.
The music and things like that. So, no, I mean, I think Nick Fuentes broadly is a sad, insecure man. I think he's a liar. I think he's a grifter. And I think you exposed that in the interview.
Andrew, I mean, come on, Henry. Like, bro, come on. Weren't you DMing women talking about, hey, man, you just trying to smash? It's like, I don't respect it. No, I ain't gonna lie, respect it. But for the group that says, oh, we treat women right, we don't treat women as objects, I'm like, dog, you sure was texting women like a conservative, which is not true, but you were sure texting them like a playboy. I ain't gonna lie. My man Harry Sisson was getting I ain't gonna lie, he was out there getting women, shooting them with you just trying to link. No conversation, no nothing. He ain't trying to preheat nothing. He just said, no, I'm trying to F. I respect it. But don't act like you treat women better than most men now. Come on now. That was pretty, that's like the average way the guys come at women. And especially a man of your status. So you kind of know what the deal is with these liberal women and you.
Wilson, what did you think?
Well, I was just watching your previous segment, and I thought that the framing there was a little off. So I've always appreciated coming on the show and you letting me get my viewpoints out. But I do take some issue with your framing. You did bring up the guy's dad, and you said his name. And when you said it on the air that way, this is a person who has had people attempt to assassinate him. They have come to his house, shown up at his door, and tried to kill him. And that's on video happening. And so when you said the guy's name and then try to tie it into racism, I know that you know this, Piers, but the left broadly will do these harassment campaigns. These harassment campaigns are designed specifically to incite the violence of many of their mentally ill followers.
Andrew, let me just say,
that's what they do.
Yeah, let me just say, if I had my time again, I wouldn't have said his father's name. but I would have still told the anecdote because I thought it was really important to Nick Fuentes.
The anecdote's not the relevant part.
But the
I'm not
anecdote is
saying-
relevant.
yeah.
The anecdote is relevant when he immediately tried to attack me for ambushing him with a story that he told himself on his show. I mean, look, if I told a story
But
like
that's
that,
not what people are upset about.
No, I understand. Listen.
They weren't upset about the anecdote. They were upset that you specifically said the guy's name after
listen,
Fuentes has had these assassination attempts on him.
To be clear, if I had my time again, wouldn't have said his father's name, notwithstanding the fact you can find it in 2 seconds on the internet. Right? So it's not like it's not difficult to find. But I do think it's important that anecdote, to me, was potentially very relevant to why Nick Fuentes is the way he is about racism, for example, because he was telling a story that cannot be construed, Andrew, any other way than his father was directing them away from restaurants because of his racist views about the people that go in them or run them. And it couldn't be seen any other way.
I get that. I get the point of bringing the anecdote up, but that wasn't what looked to me like what was making these guys so angry. Was not the anecdote itself, but the fact that you said the guy's name, referenced it as his dad, and then this guy's had assassination attempts.
Yeah, but the story was him telling the story.
By the way, hang on. And a lot of the first assassination attempt happened because of the "Your Body, My Choice" thing that he put that tweet out, and people began doxing his address and his family's name.
So yeah, like bro, you put out his dad's name like that, whole government. Don't you think people can look him up and then start texting him, telling him, "Oh, your son's a piece of shit"? Like. Yeah, Pierce, you kind of opened them up for that. And as a guy with a big platform, you should be more responsible.
And that's why they showed up to kill him. So the guy's grievance there, I think, is legitimate.
Yeah, but I think it's important that his grievance wasn't just that I named his father, which, again, is a matter of public record. You can find it anywhere. Although I wouldn't have said it if I had my time again. Because I don't want...
Nah, no, Nick Fuentes was wild, though. He was like, "Your body, my choice." Bro, he was saying that to the liberal women, bro. They lost their effing minds. Like, it was cooked, bro. It was cooked. Like, it was over for Nick Fuentes at that very moment in the eyes of liberal women. They wanted that man gone.
Want to attack his family for the sake of attacking his family. It was when he tried to frame it as an unfair attack on his family, when I think actually the story that he himself put in the public domain was potentially very relevant to why he is the way he is. I as a journalist,
well, how he was framing it was you're bringing this up and name doxing specifically so that you can rally people into a harassment campaign. That's how he saw it.
No, but that wasn't. Yeah, okay, but just to be clear again, that was not my.
See, I mean, yeah, me and Andrew Wilson came to the same agreement. So we all to the same consensus. It's like, yeah, bro, when you name dropped his dad like that, I ain't gonna lie, that could lead to that man getting doxxed and harassed and followed, possibly even hurt. So, Piers, like I said, that was extremely irresponsible. Like, I get you pushing him on his racial views, and I respect that. But bringing his dad into it was just not it. Name dropping his dad, come on, bro.
My intention was to ask him, in all sincerity, if you grow up in an environment at home where there is clear racism that you have discussed yourself on your own show, very unarguably, you can't listen to the clip. I played it earlier without realizing that's what he's saying. Then, is that relevant to the way he is? Let me bring in Mark Lamont Hill here. I mean, Mark, I didn't do that lightly. I had decided before I did the interview that I would do a lot of research into this. I would find all the clips that I felt were the most incendiary things he'd said on the record. And I would ask him and push him about them in a way that I don't think anyone else has really done. And it would be interesting to see the way he responded. And if you're going to talk to Nick Fuentes, who openly admits to being a racist, he did it again with me in the show, that anecdote to me was pertinent to why he may have.
Yeah, but bro, he didn't say his dad's name. You're right. But he didn't say his dad, Bill Fuentes. Like, bro, this man literally said his dad's whole government on his show. Like, that was the problem. Like, there you go. His whole government and all. If he just says your dad and just kept it like that, I mean, all right, cool. But he dropped his dad's whole government. And after that, yeah, that's when Nick Fuentes was like, yo, what the fuck? Because I would have said the same thing. If he used to drop my whole dad's government like that, I'm like, whoa, bro, you can get my dad like harassed over this. Now let's pump the brakes a bit here.
Shaped those views. What do you think? Was it unfair?
I think the anecdote was entirely fair and necessary, particularly since, the first part of the interview was very much about his biography. It was very much about what shaped him. He himself volunteered information, even in that interview, about his parents, about how they came together, about, the loss of their fathers, etc. All that to me is fair game. I agree that invoking his father's name in that moment was too far. I hear you saying if you could do it again, you wouldn't. Because
yeah, see, I mean, everybody heard him. He definitely invoked his father's name, and that was wild for him to do.
Do have some ethical and moral reservations.
Other than that, like I said, I like that he pushed him on his racial views
about doxing. I don't think it's wrong, for example, if someone does something awful in public and it's relevant to the public interest to track down their job and notify their job. But that's not the same thing as tracking down every private citizen.
Guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And also, let's not forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Go ahead and hit that icon up there and subscribe. We do this every day.
Because we think they're racist or sexist or anti-Semitic or homophobic. I may think you're that thing, but you have a right to be that thing, even though I think it's awful. And I don't think you should live without safety because of that. Now, there's a bigger question, Piers, that you raised at the top of the interview, and it's come up again in the media, and that is, should you even be talking to this guy?
Right.
And I got to be honest with you, Piers, I've struggled with this. I interview controversial people. I sit down with people who people say don't platform them. And I take seriously your point that they already have a platform. And I'm not making them big. I'm not drawing attention to them. They already have the attention. They're just not being questioned or challenged on that platform. I concede that point. I agree with you fully. The problem with this guy, the problem with Nick Fuentes in particular, though, to me, is he's such a chameleon and he moves in such a way that I'm not sure holding him accountable matters to his base. And he does just enough to look moderate and normal and reasonable that I think he'll do more damage by sneaking some people from the middle and dragging them to his side because they think he's reasonable and only later find out that he's a sexist, misogynist, Hitler-loving Nazi, right? Or whatever he is. Right?
No, that's the thing, though. Y'all don't understand that. And I don't know why you don't understand that people have the intelligence to do this, but we can separate our views, our racial views, from political views. So I could disagree with Nick Fuentes on race, but agree with him on policy. Like, that's the thing. Just because we disagree on race doesn't mean we're going to disagree on policies or other things like that. Like, that's the problem here. What you get, they're not understanding. They're thinking that, oh, well, just because people from the middle or the independents or centrists actually listen to Nick Fuentes is because of his political view, not because of what he says about race. They disagree with him on race just like I do, but it's mainly for his political view. After that, when he starts talking about race, I kind of tune him out because he don't know what he's talking about, in my opinion.
Right. That's where the danger comes for me. I'm not saying we should interview controversial people. I'm just saying this particular guy, I feel like we're playing into his interests and his angle.
Yeah. Well, Glenn Greenwald, welcome back to Uncensored. You've had Fuentes on your show. What's your view about that issue, about platforming him at all?
Oh, I didn't even consider it to be a difficult question at all. I mean, if you're going to have people on who are responsible for the invasion and destruction of Iraq based on lies, or the incineration of Vietnam, or the destruction of Gaza and the deaths of tens of thousands of people, and welcome them and treat them like respectable people, tell me what it is that Nick Fuentes has done remotely as bad as that justifies allowing them to come on and speak, but not him. And whether you like it or not, he does speak for a huge number of people in his generation, and even other generations as well, who feel the same kind of anger and frustration with the status quo, with the establishment, with the kind of dogma that we've been told we have to accept. And there's a lot of people who are angry about it, who are rebelling.
No, think about it like this. Nick Fuentes has these racist views, but he believes in taxing the rich, basically. But actually, Nick Fuentes actually wants to upward the corporate tax. He said it on, I think he said it on Piers Morgan, and he also said it on Steven Crowder. So he has very centrist liberal views when it comes to, economic policy. So, I mean, and some of you guys agree. Some of you Dems actually agree with that. Are you now racist because you agree with Nick Fuentes on raising the corporate tax? I thought so.
Against it. And we saw this with Donald Trump on maybe a little bit of a smaller scale, but very much the same pattern. When Donald Trump appeared, everybody was like, oh, he's racist and fascist and he's the misogynist and he's this and that. And no one wanted to grapple with the reason why his message was resonating so much. And to me, it is very similar to Nick Fuentes. Say what you want about him. He's extremely smart, an incredibly talented communicator, and very well read. Like, he's very informed. He's not just some sensationalist babbling on the internet. And I think the reason he has attracted a lot of attention is because he's speaking to the anger and frustration, a lot of which is valid, of a lot of people. And to stick your head in the sand and say, oh, we're going to pretend that this isn't happening because.
I mean, Link, people are more than their titles. I mean, you'd be surprised what a lot of conservatives actually agree with a lot of liberals and people on the left, surprisingly. And you'd be surprised how a lot of Catholic nationals could agree with some socialists, and capitalists sometimes agree with socialists as well. So it's way more complex than that.
His views are too off, but the people who start wars or are responsible for the 2008 financial crisis, these are respectable people who we treat with respect, like Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or whoever. That to me is the kind of thing that I think is really distorted.
Yeah, you know, Warren Smith, I'll bring
respond to that.
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the same thing they try to do with Trump. And be real with you, though. But Nick Fuentes said wilder things than Trump has said. But yeah, a lot of people are going to Nick Fuentes, one, because everybody's telling people not to listen to Nick Fuentes and having all this wild rhetoric about Nick Fuentes. And then here's the thing that only draws people to him. They listen to him. They find out, well, he's not as bad as you guys framed that he is. And they actually start listening to him. That's how people work. That's what worked with Trump. Sometimes you got to stop radicalizing people and actually listen to them and be like, oh, okay, well, all right, it's not as bad as people say he is. So it ain't that big of a deal. But I don't know. I don't think any of you have actually listened to a full Nick Fuentes stream. I haven't, but I've listened to at least like an hour-long clips of his shows just to see where his head's at on certain things.
Well, no, let me bring in Warren Smith first, and then I'll come back to you, Mark. Warren, that really is my feeling about it, is that you can let these guys like Fuentes and Andrew Tate run riot, and they do already, and they have massive followings, millions and millions of young men. I know, when I interview Tate, the number of young men who just come up to me in the street to ask about it is off the charts, more than almost any other guest I ever have. So we can either pretend this phenomenon isn't happening, and Fuentes is a phenomenon, whether people like it or not. And I don't hate everything about him. There were elements of that interview where it was a genuinely quite interesting conversation. But there were elements which, either because he wanted to be performative and shocking and attention-seeking, whatever it may be, or because he really believes it, where I felt we saw a pretty dark underbelly of some of his beliefs. You know, I mean, just when somebody just says, I am a racist, and then explains, yeah, well, let me play the clip first, then come to you. You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Wow. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
I'm weak. Everyone's a racist. Well, I mean, let's see here. So what is racism anyway? Prejudice, discrimination, antagonism by an individual, community, or an institution against a person or people on the base of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or a marginalized group. I mean, yeah, that's racism. And guess what? I mean, yeah, that could be anybody. Anybody can be a racist, and a lot of people do discriminate. A lot of people are prejudiced towards certain groups of people, antagonistic towards them. I would hope not. I mean, that's where you get to the extreme racism. Where you wouldn't actually go out there and be antagonizing to another racial group or an ethnic group just because you don't like them. That's peak racism right there. But yeah, everybody can be a bit racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist.
Crime.
I mean, I thought it was an interesting contradiction there, which he was probably calculating in real time, that having got so exercised about the idea that his father was racist, he then said everyone's racist and there's nothing wrong with it, effectively. But putting that to one side, Warren, I mean, you know, this issue of whether you platform somebody like Fuentes who has these inflammatory views, I think we can all agree they're inflammatory, a lot of his views. You know,
in all honesty, though, I don't think I'm racist. It's like, no, I say some racist things sometimes, like jokingly, but I don't think I'm racist. I don't even think everybody is racist. I think he definitely said it wrong. Like I said, I think he was saying that to be performative. If he says most people kind of have like a prejudice, then all right, cool. Most people can be prejudiced. Most people do have some type of or practice some form of racism, sure, but everybody's racist. Nah, not that.
By doing it, am I continuing to fuel this phenomenon in a way that is a negative for society? Or in a free democratic society, should I be entitled to interview who the hell I like, as long as I do my job as a journalist of holding him to account over these things, let other people work it out for themselves?
No, I think it's totally understandable. And I agree that you would have him on. I was in the same position where I was genuinely shocked when I made a knee-jerk response video to something he had said. I was overwhelmed by the response. I was like, I had no idea there were this many people out there that agreed with him. And I had people that I knew actually telling me, no, you're oversimplifying this. And I actually went back and looked at the same clip and realized I had oversimplified it. There was actually, I was looking at it through the narrative, going into it without much prior research. And that actually led to me sitting down with him for an hour and a half. And I think it's important, though, if you want to achieve the ideal outcome, it is important to actually genuinely be trying to gain a better understanding of his reasoning and in his arguments, and not just trying to win or embarrass, because in the long run, I think that will backfire and that will cause him to become bigger.
Yeah, it always does. I mean, Candace did it and it made him get bigger. Shoot. I mean, Candace and Tucker Carlson teamed up on Tucker Carlson's podcast, made him bigger because he ended up grilling Tucker Carlson. I mean, Piers Morgan coming in there and try to get a gotcha moment every time. And what it do? Make him bigger. And now everybody's in, due to that interview, everybody's more leaning towards Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. People were asking me, he won, or people said you won. Or I said, look, I didn't seek out to win. I don't seek out ever to win an interview. That's not the point of an interview, actually. What I wanted to do over 2 hours was personally get to know him better, because I know nothing about him other than what I've read. I've never met him. I've never interviewed him. And B, to go over all these things which he's notorious for and actually work out the correct context, what he really believes, what may have motivated this, and so on. And I think a lot of that was achieved in the interview. But it wasn't, I think it very quickly afterwards, when I asked him during the interview, how he felt towards the end, how he felt at the gun, he thought I'd been fair. He didn't think I'd ambushed him and so on. He made that clear in the interview. And yet afterwards, almost immediately afterwards, he comes out full bore on the attack, which is what he does. But it was interesting to me that it was the reaction from his sort of mob of groypers was instantaneous and extraordinarily widespread. They just come as this mob, and it's if you're not me, who's got a very thick skin, it's a pretty hard thing to get back at you. Look, I don't care. I've had a lot worse, and they'll move on, and that's what happens. But if you're not, actually, it can be very intimidating. It was very threatening.
No, trust me. Somebody who has a crazy comment section. I know how you're feeling. And I've also had gropers come from my neck as well. Like, trust me, when I was speaking out against this, what was it? The knife stabbing and how the gropers are trying to make this into a whole like race war. I spoke out against that, and they was all in my comments going crazy on 2 different platforms, on Instagram and YouTube. So trust me, I get it.
Very racist, very anti-Semitic. Very, very nasty, actually. Like I said, it wouldn't scrape the surface with me because I got a skin of 1,000 rhinos. But to other people, I could see it really being a pretty terrifying experience.
Hey, Piers, can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Sorry. They're doing that. They're doing that too.
Sorry, Glenn go first. Yeah.
Let me interrupt you because it's really
hang on, guys. Don't talk at once. Let me start with Glenn.
Ted, thanks. Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt. But the issue is, why does he have such a loyal following?
No, according to the definition of racism, yeah, since you would be, prejudiced, discriminate against that particular group of 5'8" people, 5'8" guys. I mean, damn, bro, why are you such a racist towards 5'8" guys, bro? What the hell, man? Like, be better than that.
Why does he have a large and loyal following? Now, you can ask that question about Donald Trump, and a lot of people are satisfied by saying, "Oh, America's just..."
No, of course, we're not saying that. Of course, we're not going to say that you could be racist towards 5'8" guys. You could be prejudiced towards them for sure, and discriminate against them, like a lot of girls do. Shame on y'all. We don't do that to you guys, but it is what it is. Y'all have y'all preference. I ain't mad at it.
Filled with racists and misogynists. misogynists and xenophobes, and he's playing into that. And maybe that is part of it. You know, politicians do demagogue and play to our worst instincts always, but there was a lot more to it than that. And I think people understand 10 years later that there is and was a lot more to that. So you can say, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes has this army of angry young men who are incredibly devoted to him, who believe that he's speaking truth uniquely, because they're also a bunch of Nazis and racists and Jew haters. And okay, that's an easy. I think there's a lot more to it, and I think people ought to grapple with the reason why he's speaking for so many people.
I think that's a very valid point. You know, I've always said about Andrew Tate, for example, that, you know, a lot of the things he says, I can understand. If you're a young, slightly disenfranchised young man, you feel society has got it in for you, and all you ever hear is man bashing. I can understand why you gravitate to a guy like Tate, who stands there tall and proud as a very masculine kind of guy, beating his chest, talking about, you know, taking care of your body and getting fit and being a protector and all these things. I get all that. But then he slides into brazen misogyny, which I hate.
Which is hilarious, by the way. But come on now. Like I said, though, Andrew Tate talks about the self-improvement. And then, of course, he slides into, you know, talking about women and how they need to be in the kitchen and all this good stuff. And there's some truth to that. Nick Fuentes, well, he kind of just hits people with the, I ain't just trying to deal with women right now. I'm trying to focus on myself, which Andrew Tate pretty much says as well. But then when he sits there and say, I ain't gonna lie, though, women are annoying as hell too. I think that's what everybody's like, oh, what? Women are annoying? And you're saying that as a virgin? I'm like, bruh, come on now. Like, as a non-virgin, I was saying that when I was a virgin. I think most guys was saying that. So, bro, let's cut the crap here. It's like, it's not like he said women are evil people now. Like, he ain't go that far.
Mark Lamont Hill, let me bring you in here. I mean, I just want to, before you say what you want to say, what he said after the interview, Nick Fuentes, was Piers Morgan tried his best, but his hardball interrogation made me look even better than Tucker's wildly criticized softball interview. The regime can acquiesce like Tucker, or it can try to resist like Piers, but the result is inevitably the same: total Groyper victory. Now, look, you know, on one level, I admire his social media work, right? He goes on the attack, he gives it full bells, he claims total victory. It's very Trumpian, and it can work. It can be very effective, okay? And he's perfectly entitled to claim total victory and whatever, and I'm sure all his supporters agree. But it's interesting that he views me and Tucker Carlson and other people who now do our own shows, whatever, as the regime. Almost like anybody who's older than him is part of some ancien regime that just doesn't get it. You know, all his supporters called me boomer, right? And I was like, I've been called that probably ever. Okay, I'm a boomer. I don't know what that means, but it just means I'm an old dude who doesn't get it, right? And it may be, as Glenn says, there is a more interesting conversation to be had about why these guys get so popular. And it may be that when I do my slightly old school journalistic trick, as somebody put it, of just being quite tough and rigorous with questioning, that it's viewed by young people who gravitate to people like these guys as just an old boomer going through the motions.
Perhaps. I mean, and also I wouldn't assume that because he said that he believes it, that he actually believes you're part of the regime, or that he believes that one is softball or hardball. He gives a lot of the characteristics, mannerisms, approaches, styles of a cult leader. And cult leaders navigate their followers in very particular ways, including re-narrating or counter-narrating events that happen in ways that are favorable to them. That's why when I said I
mean, come on, man. Nick ain't got the Groypers living on a compound now. An echo chamber. They're in an echo chamber for sure, but they ain't out there living on a compound.
Struggle with whether or not you should
trying to claim Catholic Christian nationalism.
Should have him on the show. I didn't say you shouldn't, and I didn't say you should. I genuinely, it's a struggle for me. Again, as a journalist, I have interviewed despots, I've killers, you know, people. I mean, genocide leaders. I've done it all. And there are days where it feels very clear and obvious why I should do it. They need to be held accountable. They need to be forced to answer tough questions. And I don't put them in.
Hey, and shout out Nurse Irving for sending. Oh, hey, Terry, how you doing, sis? She sent the happy poo for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Contrary to what was said, I don't hold them in a different box than I do Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or someone who I voted for, you know, potentially, right? They all need to be held to scrutiny. Everybody in power needs to be held accountable. I'm with that. My concern in this particular case, though, is that I'm not sure what the net gain is. I don't know if you really got to know a better him, not because you didn't do a great job, you did do a great job, but because I'm not sure who the person is behind that persona. And the question I would ask you, Piers, is if you knew ahead of time that doing this interview would double the amount of people who believed in the worst things that he believes, would you still do the interview? If you knew ahead of time that it would double that
honestly
number,
don't think
would you still do it?
Well, I don't think that is going to be a consequence of it, honestly. But what I do think is that.
But if it were,
Let me make my point. I don't like generalizing. You know, when Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump supporters, the MAGA supporters, a basket of deplorables, it probably lost that election. When you generalize about millions and millions of people, it's always a very precarious and stupid folly to do that. What I can say with what I can say with some certainty is that pretty well 100% of his groypers who've directly messaged me or members of my family have been highly abusive, overtly racist, very misogynist, and many of them anti-Semitic. I can say that with certainty. Now, what I don't know is how many of those are human beings and how many are from a bot farm, because according to reports in the last 2 days, a lot of his stuff comes from bot farms. I don't know if that's true, but that's been reported in various mainstream papers.
I don't doubt it.
And I don't know how representative these ones on X or Instagram are of the total body of his support. I just don't know. So, you know, I don't want to generalize and say all.
And neither do I, Piers.
I don't want to say all Nick Fuentes supporters are disgusting, because there may be a lot of people. It's a bit like Tommy Robinson.
And to be clear, I'm not saying that. To be clear, I'm not.
Let me finish my point. It's a bit like Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson in the UK, right, is a bit like Fuentes over here. And there's no doubt, as the people marching with him have grown bigger and bigger and bigger, the idea that they're all fascist, racist, whatever, is nonsense. A lot of people are marching for well-intentioned reasons connected with the immigration crisis in the UK. Right? He has bad people as well. I think he's a malevolent character. But again, I wouldn't generalize anymore about all these people that march.
Can I ask you a question, Pierce?
Yes, yeah, sure.
I would like to
But again,
dive into.
I didn't generalize.
Well, hang on, let Andrew come in. Let Andrew come in.
Okay.
There was a part of the interview where you were very combative, and you said you haven't even been laid and you're a virgin. This guy's a Roman Catholic,
right?
Isn't he supposed to be a virgin until he's married? Isn't that part of your guys' faith?
To be fair to him, that is. I was brought up a Catholic. I'm not a particularly devout Catholic. I disagree with a lot of the church's
But you
teachings.
do agree that Catholics are supposed to remain chaste until marriage, right?
The strict interpretation from the Catholic Church about that is you should.
So how come he didn't get? Shouldn't he get credit for that?
Well, he couldn't.
The idea that he's kind of staying within the confines of his religious beliefs.
I have no problem, but he also
or he can't get any action.
But he also self-identifies as an incel, which is more problematic.
But here's the thing, though: it's like he's a Catholic, he's a Christian, basically, and I mean, we should promote. I mean, I thought that you guys promoted, don't be out here having sex before marriage. He's holding tight to that. So, as a Christian man, and since he's a Christian man, or a Catholic one, as however you guys want to frame it, because some people have, in my views, a bit the ridiculous view that Catholics aren't Christian, but they are. But however you view it, premarital sex is supposed to be what? Forbidden. They're not supposed to do it, supposed to wait for marriage, and then there you go. Go ahead and do the thing. But to sit there and actually, downplay somebody because they're upholding to their religious values, that's not cool. Like, let's be real. It's almost like let's be real. Will we say that to women? Will we sit there and bash women for being virgins? Like, how crazy would that be? Like, shouldn't we champion that? Shouldn't we give them a round of applause and not sit there and say, like, bro, what are you, an femcel? You are you weirdo? Like, no, we sound retarded, especially if she's a Christian woman. So let's have that same consistency for Christian men.
Well, here's what Mark just said. You see what I mean? Like, he can't get any action. The guy is rich as shit, and he's a good-looking guy. He could get action if he wanted it, Mark. And by the way, hang on, Mark.
I agree with you, Andrew.
No, I mean, let's be real. No, he could get action if he won. He got a lot of women in the DMs that want to mess with Nick Fuentes. Actually, there was a whole Latino type of little thing going on. Like, you had Latino women for Nick Fuentes.
Just let me finish your point. What I'm saying to you, though, is this: is that, yeah, of course he could. The thing is, though, is that if you guys are saying like he's,
I mean, yeah, now he can. Let's be real. He's making money now. He got millions of followers on X, million subscriptions on X, so he's pulling in a good amount of money now. I mean, he watches show, he gets a decent amount of super chats. So, yeah, he's making that money now.
The huckster, he's a fraud. Isn't he, in fact, following rigorously his faith by doing that?
Well, so my response to that,
But
I think
that's
it's a
not
really.
what he said in the
Hang on, Harry. I think it's
Yes,
a really.
it is what he said in the interview.
I want to respond to Andrew.
No, it's
I think,
not.
I think
Yeah,
it's
it
a
is.
perfectly valid question.
Yeah, it is. He's like, well, I got him now. He's like, you won't. He said, "Hey, Pierce, you won't believe my DMs." I remember I was laughing at that very moment, like, whoa. He like we're talking about a Christian man, a virgin, talking about, man, Pierce, you would not believe these DMs.
Particularly as I have always said, I'm a Catholic. I was raised a Catholic. I had spiritual guidance from Catholic nuns when I was 12 years old. You know, I go to church occasionally. I'm not devout. I'm not there all the time. I don't agree with some of the Catholic Church's views and policies, and I wish they would evolve faster. However, you know, as speaking Catholic to Catholic with him, yes, it's a perfectly valid thing that he could say, I am saving myself for marriage. But if that's all he said, fine. But I would argue that, you know, if you look at him as a Christian, for example, how many of his other views are compatible with being a Christian? Right? You
Well,
know,
his view on the priesthood, for instance, was correct.
His Jew baiting, his overt racism, the despicable way he talks about women generally, and so on. None of those things are what you.
So saying women can be annoying is despicable? All right, come on now, Pierce. Come on now. You've heard a lot worse.
Would categorize as being a good Christian. So
I think you can have dogmatic distinctions with him, and that's fine within the confines of the faith. But with the points he brought up when he said women aren't allowed to be clergy, that's true. They're not allowed to be clergy by the Catholic faith. And when he said he's saving himself for marriage,
But he also said he
should.
But when he said women, Andrew, when he,
Yeah.
But hang on, Andrew, when he said that women shouldn't be allowed to vote and should stay at home, i.e., should also have jobs, would you agree with that?
The Catholic Church does not have dogmatic teaching on democracy. They're not like, oh, democracy is the standard.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you whether you
Mhm.
think when he says women shouldn't be allowed to vote and should stay at home and not work.
Well,
and
I
not
think
have a
most
job.
people shouldn't be allowed to vote. I think I would limit suffrage for most people, like our founders did. I think
But
it's
would you make
terrible
it
idea
specific
have
to women?
universal suffrage.
Would you make it
But not
specific
based
to
on
women?
their gender,
Not
Andrew.
specific.
You
Not
wouldn't base it on
specific.
their
Hang on,
gender.
let me
Why would
finish
that
this with Andrew.
matter? Why would that matter?
Well,
Ultimately,
because I do think
would
if you
prefer to
say,
limit voting, yes.
I do think after they've waged a 100-year war, women for women's equal rights, to then remove one of the wrenching building blocks of that, which is what the suffragettes fought for, the right to vote. I think if you remove that,
Oh, come on. That whole movement was totally astroturf. That's one. And
well,
two,
it won them the right
let's
to
just point
vote.
this out. There's a good argument from a Christian perspective to make that the husband, the head of the household, should be the one voting. Within his dogma, that would make sense. So there is a Christian case that you could make for that the head of household, the wife, right now, what goes on in Christian households is that the wife is just doubling the vote of the man, right? So this is not against the purview of Fuentes, and it doesn't even sound particularly misogynistic to me.
Okay,
The 19th
Harry?
Amendment, if he, yeah.
Harry, what's your response
Wow.
to that? Uncensored is proudly sponsored by Cozy Earth, which, like me, delivers next level quality and comfort. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford NASA Brits and Americans. I'm already taking them with incredible.
Gross and they get fat. I mean, there's so much to respond to right there. I do want to point out that Andrew was talking about, you know, Nick Fuentes is a good Christian. He's being celibate until marriage because of this reason. That's not what he said in the interview. When he was going back and forth with you on this, Piers, he talked about how women are gross and they get fat and they're ugly, and he wouldn't give his female friend a tampon because they're gross and things like that.
I mean, come on now. That was a bit ridiculous. He was being funny with that. And he's right. A lot of women do get married and get fat and get gross and start getting more unattractive. Then you want to divorce them, you're the bad guy. It's like, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. I'm just saying. So let's be real here. And then come on now. The fact that Piers Morgan said, "Oh, I bet you never seen a tampon." I'm like, bro, like, look, trust me. I used to live with a girl myself, and like that's not the best part of living with women is the experience of seeing a tampon. Okay, I'm not sure why that was a flex.
So Andrew is making an argument for Nick that Nick did not make in the interview. Nick Fuentes is just an open misogynist who has spent far too much time in his basement alone, festering online and getting involved in his own conspiracy theories that he's creating. There's nothing, or at least via his own words in the interview, he did not present it as a case of him being religious and him staying.
No, he did. He presented it as first. He said, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. So just off that premise alone, you would expect him to not engage in premarital sex. I mean, that's just what it is for them. So like I said, it's kind of funny how you're trying to separate his religion from his chastity, but that's just, hey, that's what he took up. Y'all should respect that. And not try to make it seem like, oh, well, he couldn't get it if he tried. I mean, the kid making money. So if anything, he could go out there and pay for it. I mean, trust me, due to the way women are acting today, you act like the man couldn't go out there and toss out 500 and get him some. From a decent looking chick, by the way.
Perfectly
Yes, he
to the
did.
religious text. Now,
No,
no,
yes, he
didn't.
did. I have the quote. I have
go
the
watch.
quote.
Go, Andrew. Go watch the viral clip. Wait. Andrew, go watch the back and forth with Pierce. Go watch the back and forth with Pierce when he
in front of me.
Andrew, please be quiet. Go watch the back and forth with Pierce in that specific instance.
Harry,
asked him, why are you a virgin?
Look, Cindy, I wish that was true. But do you see how Christian's been talking about Muslims lately? Are you sure you want to stand on that?
Have you slept with anybody? And yes, go watch the clip. Fine, let the record speak for itself. You can go watch the clip if you'd like. That's what he said.
No, you
And
said he didn't
specifically
give a
focused throughout
reason.
the entire
He did.
interview. Andrew, can you please be quiet? Can you just zip it
Well,
for
I'll
a
tell you what,
second?
why don't we watch the exchange again and clarify?
Let's do it.
Are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No.
I mean, but let's be real. It's statistically proven that when women get married, they increase in weight. I mean, like a lot of women fight that. A lot of women beat the statistics, but trust me, there's more that don't. So he's not lying when he says that. I'm not sure what's so hard to understand. How is that misogynist to sit there and say that? I ain't gonna lie, bro. Women are hard to be around, and sometimes they let themselves go. Actually, a lot of women have let themselves go, and they ain't even married. Like, there's a lot of overweight women out here in this world, in this country, and they ain't even married. So please tell me where he's wrong.
Oh, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
Do you think
always
you're an
get
expert in
laid,
women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
No, Juice, that was funny as hell. He did have to just sit there and be like, no, I'm not gay. That was hilarious. Yeah, you would expect a more rapid response, like no, like just straight off the rip. No, he had to think about it a little bit. I'm just playing though.
So he doesn't.
You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
So he doesn't actually Andrew, mention the reason that you've given.
I mean, come on, Pierce. There is like your ex-wife was posting like literal Instagram posts about when you're away, Mr. Suds come to play with, some guy in there in the Speedos washing her car. I mean, what you think happened after that, Pierce? I'm just saying, what you think? Or there was a picture with your wife visiting a mentor, all cuddled up with him, holding his hand, ever so lovingly. What you think happened after that, Pierce? I'm just saying. It's kind of crazy that you over here trying to poke fingers or trying to point at people, but I don't know, Pierce. You might be one of the biggest simps of all. But shout out to my man Sid. He's like, I think the misogynist part is saying that that women shouldn't vote and should stay home. Not that they can be annoying. Yeah, I'll give you that one. But then let's be real though. All right. Is it misogynist? Is even women have that view? Can women be misogynist as well? Can women hate themselves for saying that, oh, I don't think women should vote? Because there's a lot of women who have that perspective. who don't think women should vote.
That clip, but he did.
Personally, not me. Personally, not me. But I mean, I hear the arguments and they do make some compelling points.
Mention that he,
So why- if it's so-
in his
if it's
worldview
so
of
important to him, why
Catholicism,
didn't he
is
say it?
supposed to be chaste. He
If it's
did
so
say
important
it.
to him, why
just
didn't he
didn't
say it
in
right
that
there?
clip.
Why didn't he say it right there? Because his
Because
reasoning
the
right there was
context of
women
the
are gross
conversation
and they
had
get
moved
fat
on.
and things like that.
Yeah.
Wait, no, but if this is so
That's
important,
called
if that's
cherry
his
picking.
reason.
That's a cherry picked.
No,
clip,
no,
dude. Come on.
Andrew. If that's
Yes,
his
yes,
reason,
it
his
is.
reason doesn't change in 5 minutes. He doesn't go from, oh, I'm a Catholic, I'm staying
People
true to my
have
religion, to,
complex
oh, well,
reasons
women
for
are
the things
gross
they
and
do,
that's why
Harry.
I don't do it. Wait. You just said that his religion is the main reason as to why he's celibate. So
That's
now
what
it
he
was the
said,
main
yes.
reason 5 minutes before, and then it fast forward to 5 minutes
It is
later,
the
and he's
main
like, oh, well,
reason.
women are gross.
That doesn't mean he can't have multiple reasons
yeah,
and a primary
it's just
reason.
such an important reason that he didn't bring it up again. That makes total sense. He just brought up an entirely
Well,
different
okay,
reason.
so that was his
which,
first
plays
reason.
into his misogynistic
That was his first
views.
reason because it was the most important reason.
But in
Harry.
that interaction, he didn't say anything about religion. And if it's his central view, if it's so central to who he is,
In
that he
this-
bases
in
his
this 60-second
misogynistic
clip,
views
dude?
off of,
Well, the
then I
other
think he
thing,
would bring it up,
if
no?
I could jump in,
Come on, man. It's
the other
ridiculous.
thing, the other thing.
All right, yeah, I think Sid might be. Yeah, Sid, you're right on this one. It is more about the whole honing down on the fact that, it's about women can't vote. You're saying that women shouldn't vote. Yep, you're a misogynist. I mean, all right, then I guess. I don't know, bro. Back in the day, I remember women said they didn't want to vote. Were those women misogynists for that? Who knows?
Can we bring?
Come on, Ed. Don't
let me-
crash
let-
out like you
hang
did on
on.
that podcast, man.
Hang on, let me bring Glenn.
Hey, but they got it, and we can't take it back. Shoot, I don't want it to be taken back. So it is what it is, man. We here.
Back in. The other argument, which I thought was interesting, and I thought I missed a bit of a trick here with him, was when he was talking about the Holocaust, where people have assumed he's a Holocaust denier because of things he said in the past, of trivializing it and questioning the number of people who've died and so on. He seemed to try and take a more moderate position, which was, yes, I believe 6 million Jews were killed, maybe more. Whether he meant that or whether he was being some sort of satirical.
He was
thing.
satirizing you. He was satirizing that.
That's what I now believe was probably happening. Yeah. So I suspect he was.
Yeah.
But regardless, his argument was it all happened so long ago. Why did Jews continue talking about the Holocaust? We've all moved on. They use it all the time as a political weapon and so on.
Nah, when Pierce played that little 90-minute video of that guy describing how he had family members who died from Stalin, family members who died when Hitler was in power and all that good stuff. And then this man was like, bro, what you doing talking about this guy over here talking about me mom? Bro, it was highly disrespectful. I'm not even gonna lie. That was wildly disrespectful, but it was funny as hell. I was like, bro, you ain't had to do him like that. But he was harping on the whole, well, you said Stalin is cool and all that good stuff. And, he showed him the video of the guy, trying to pull on heartstrings. And Nick Fuentes just said, look, bro, I ain't going for it. Not going to pull on heartstrings right here. Actually, I'm going to make fun of it. Because who is this guy talking about me mom? I was like, bro, you could have been a bit more, like, sensitive than that.
And of course, I suppose the obvious question for him, I went and checked afterwards how many times he's talked about, for example, on his show, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, which was over 2,000 years ago, right? He does it all the time. So, if I'd been smart in the moment as a fellow Christian, I would say, well, hang on, but isn't that exactly what Christians do all the time about the crucifixion? What's the difference?
Sounds like his
they talk
religion
about
does
the
matter to
crucifixion
him.
because it's absolutely central to their religion. And I think, I do think so much of what your interview with Nick Fuentes highlighted was extreme generational differences. It was sometimes like watching two people speak different languages. Pierce, you and I are kind of the same age. You're obviously older. Everyone can see that, but just a little bit. And, for people who were born in like the 60s, the Holocaust was just 20 years before. World War II had just ended 20 years before. There was a mythology about the United States, about our role in the world, about how great of a country we were, about all the great things we did, about the Holocaust, the unique evil. Now it's 75 years ago. And people who are next generation or Harrys were born in, 2000 and 2002. And this idea that the Holocaust has been weaponized. We've been beaten over the head with it for 8 decades. We've been forced to spend and pay huge amounts of money in reparations, or that slavery is sometimes weaponized that way. This is a very common view.
Oh, we did try to make Harry Sisson sound like a complete baby. Like, bro, you were born in like the 2000s. I ain't trying to hear it from you. I ain't trying to hear from nobody born in the 2000s. I'll be like, all right, that'd be reckless. That'd be like discounting my little brother, whatever he got to say.
So I think when he's doing things like making jokes about the Holocaust, it's not because he thinks it's funny that huge numbers of people were exterminated. I think it's a way of purposely being transgressive about orthodoxies and pieties that a lot of people in his generation don't accept.
But there was a bit, yeah, but Glenn, hang on. There was, hang on, Harry, hang on. There was, Glenn, there was a callousness to it. And I'll tell you why. I brought on a guy called Danny Finkelstein. He's a top journalist for the Times newspaper over here, who wrote a very powerful book about his family and their horrendous experience at the hands of Hitler and Stalin. And it's incredibly powerful. It's very moving. It's informed his life. And I'm going to talk to Danny actually after we finish this, because he's been on the receiving end of the most appalling abuse in the last 48 hours, all directed by Nick Fuentes, who was so dismissive of him talking about his mother and father, so just callous in the way he responded. It's that kind of utter devoidness of any empathy whatsoever. You can have a view that we should try and move on generationally from these seismic moments. Okay. You don't have to be so callous towards somebody whose family literally got murdered by people like Hitler and Stalin, do we? I mean,
but the idea, Pierre, I think the thing is like this generation of people grew up in the wake of the Iraq War, in the wake of endless war, in the wake of the destruction of their financial security with the 2008 financial crisis, with all the lies of COVID and Russiagate and all the rest of it. And faith and trust in these institutions have collapsed. So when they look at people who represent institutional thinking and they're told you're not allowed to make fun of this and you're not allowed to talk about this and except in the ways that we prescribe, and we're going to call you all these names unless you affirm all these pieties over and over and over again. One of the ways of rebelling against that is to say, you know, and it's a very common generational reaction is to say, F you, we're going to transgress every line that you told us we can't because we hate you. We think that the things that you're doing have been destructive to our lives. And I think like ignoring that part of youthful transgression, which is
I think it's
common.
You know what, Glenn? I think it's a very valid point, and there may well be a generational thing to this. Let me bring in Warren, just for the record. By the way, Andrew, we've just been through the whole transcript, and he never uses the excuse that you may have heard him do it elsewhere. He talked about clergy, whether women should be allowed to be clergy women and so on, and obviously they can't under the Catholic Church doctrine. But he never uses. He never says his celibacy is for religious reasons.
That's his primary view. His primary view is he's supposed to wait until marriage.
Yeah, no, that may be his view, but he didn't express that view in my interview. Is the point? We've just checked the transcript.
And Andrew was just saying, "Oh, I have the quote, and there's no quote."
Well, look, it may look. I can't rule out. He hasn't said it elsewhere. And it may be Andrew's heard him say that before. I'm just saying in my interview, he doesn't
sometimes on TV, we can just say, you know what, I made a mistake. It's okay to be like, yeah, I got it wrong. I may have heard it elsewhere.
Yeah. I like that.
All right, let me bring Warren back in. Look, Warren, you're a critical thinker. Glenn's stopped me in my tracks a little bit and made me think about this, right? Because I think there is probably a generational thing here. And I do think that in a way, maybe Mark's right, that by me interviewing Fuentes, the only real winner at the end of the day may be Nick Fuentes, because none of his supporters, certainly from the reaction I've had, have changed their impression of him one iota. I mean, they just assumed he just landslided me and that was it, and I was an old boomer sent packing. And it may be, as Mark says, that other more moderate people quite like some of the things they heard. I don't know. He is charismatic, he's a good talker, and he's smart and all these things. I don't dispute any of that. From a critical thinking point of view, where does this take society? If people like Nick Fuentes grow ever more popular, what will happen to a whole army of young men here?
Well, last night I held a focus group to try and get to the bottom of this, and I was with over 30 people. The vast majority, 3 disagreed with the vast majority. And what they were saying things such as, I went into this exchange not expecting to like anything about this guy, but what I saw was Pierce not contending with his arguments. I think that's why when you bring up his dad, that's why he gets upset, because he's saying, look, man, I'm here. Let's talk. Why are you talking about my dad? Contend with my logic. It's the same thing when that was his response when you brought on your British friend who told his horrific story, which it's terrible. And you could disagree with his response to it, but I think he's saying, why are we, you're just telling me what you're saying is bad, but you're not really contending with the argument. And I think that is the core problem that has led to this outcome, because you can play these clips. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think he was surprised by anything that occurred in here. That's another reason that you're seeing the backlash, is because it was exactly what people predicted largely. But when you play that clip, it's like, okay, yes, that's taken from a large stream.
Yeah, that's true. Even when I heard the announcement about this interview, even I knew that Pierce was going to give him hell. I was like, yeah, Pierce is not going to go easy on him at all. And we all know he's going to try to get the gotchas on you, because that's how Pierce does it. Always trying to hit you with the gotcha.
In the past, people evolve, and if you're asking him in that conversation to expand on that, and then he does present logic, what I'm seeing is people say, no, you're saying that now, but you're lying. You're playing this game. You're pretending to be moderate, and now you're mind reading. You're saying, I know what Nick Fuentes thinks more than Nick Fuentes. And I do think it's really important in these exchanges to come at it with that first principle of, I'm going to take the wild approach that I'm going to wipe the slate blank and assume that the person who knows the most about what Nick Fuentes actually thinks is Nick Fuentes. And that seldom happens. And when it does, I saw a vastly different response to my conversation, but I don't think I challenged him any less.
Right. No, sorry. You know what? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I've been reading. I mean, I read and take note of the more nuanced commentary about it. I don't listen to the groypers all ranting away or attacking me or my family or whatever. They can do what they like. They can do that rest of their lives. They couldn't give a damn. But I do think there are interesting arguments to be had about this, because whether we like it or not, he is a phenomenon. He's a growing phenomenon, and young people are gravitating to him. And it may well be for the reasons that Glenn articulated. And how we, the rest of us, deal with this is a really interesting story. But that was a really interesting discussion. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Well, joining me now is Daniel Finkelstein from The Times, who wanted to address the anti-Semitism row with Nick Fuentes. So, Danny, I played a clip you sent me. We discussed this. You sent me like a 90-second video clip to play him about your own family's horrific experience at the hands of Hitler and Stalin from your very powerful book. And I've been struck by two things. One, his utterly dismissive reaction in the moment. But secondly, the horrible pile-on that's been directed at you in the most mocking, awful manner.
That's really interesting.
What's it been like for you?
So that is a bit distressing. There's no two ways about it. But I suppose you have to understand that Hitler would never have come to power in the first place if there weren't a lot of people with that mentality, and that's all he's proving. His own response on the program was, I think, the only thing that he sort of felt he could do. But I think he made a big mistake. I think he thinks, he lived it large by admitting what, kind of just saying to you, yeah, sure.
All right, though, let's skip this guy and let's get over to the next one real quick.
Wrote on our YouTube channel, How to Not Conduct an Interview 101. Stephen Crowder, who wrote on our YouTube channel, How to Not Conduct an Interview 101.
This is why legacy media is dying. You can't compete. Look, you're still following the same format, and so accusing someone young of being racist is a win.
We had Milo Yiannopoulos on, which generated quite a bit of controversy, and I had people criticizing me for hosting him.
Nick is a kind of chameleonic character. I couldn't tell you an opinion aside from hating Jews that if he has on Tuesday, he will absolutely for sure still have on Thursday.
Call me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole. Whatever.
Completely missed the mark. For me. The most damaging thing done, of course, was the murder of Charlie Kirk. And now the second most damaging thing we're looking at is Candace Owens burning down everything he built.
Charlie Kirk's friends and followers were united in grief and horror by his murder, but in the months that have followed, that unity has collapsed into a bruising and incessant battle over what they stand for and why. It's Israel v. Qatar, MAGA v. MIGA, Candace v. Crowder, Tucker v. Shapiro, grifters v. groypers, and on it goes. One major flashpoint has been the conspiracies about Charlie Kirk's killer and allegations about Turning Point USA itself, which Charlie's widow, Erica, responded to earlier this week.
Come after me. Call me names. I don't care. Call me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole. Whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars.
My bad, but yeah, so they also made hundreds of millions of dollars selling the same version of the shirt that the man died in. So I mean, who are y'all guys to talk? And also, let's be real. Candace just asking honest questions. Let's be real. Like, it's not like she's out of line with her questions here. And let's be quite honest, as the days go by, the main narrative falls apart bit by bit. Like, at this point, there isn't too many people defending the main narrative, especially when you got doctors out here talk about bullets ricocheting off skin, which is possible with other bullets, but not a 30-06.
Every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
Well, one of the influential people with very strong views on this matter, among others, is Tim Pool, CEO of Timcast Media, who joins me now. Tim, welcome back to Uncensored. We're going to come to a really appalling incident that happened at your home. You reported this yourself in a few moments. But first of all, what is going on here with Candace Owens and Erica Kirk is causing a lot of consternation to a lot of people. You finally, it looked like to me, had enough and went pretty nuclear about this. Why does it matter to you so much to do this?
Well, the simple answer is that there was a coalition that was built by many people with. This coalition had many different political views, but it largely coalesced around a populist pro-America movement. I myself grew up very liberal, very Democrat, and like many others, found ourselves more likely to vote Republican because we saw the Democratic Party as drifting away. One of the most powerful voices in uniting all of these forces was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. I don't completely agree with everything Charlie said, nor Turning Point USA, but Charlie invited me and many others to debate those ideas. Even Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks was invited to come and speak at AmFest because Charlie understood only when we come together and have these conversations can we actually make this country better. Well, he was murdered, and it puts all of this coalition building in jeopardy. And this movement to try and help this country with not one singular political ideology, but many that overlap. And the most damaging thing done, of course, was the murder of Charlie Kirk. And now the second most damaging thing we're looking at is Candace Owens burning down everything he built and now having the gall to go after his grieving widow and his children, indirectly threatening their livelihoods, what Charlie built. It's a bridge too far. She's said many things that were increasingly, let's just call it, unhinged. And then finally, one day she said, pull your donations from this godforsaken organization.
Hold on now. Hold on. Whoa. Unhinged. What did she said that's so unhinged? Please explain. Because I'm be real with you, everything she said, she kind of backs up. And if she ain't backing up yet, she kind of slow rolls it and then makes everybody look stupid in the end. So what is she saying that's so unhinged?
With a direct implication in her post saying that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Turning Point USA, even saying in one clip that his friends would have had to have signed off on his murder. It seems like there is no depth too deep and no bridge too far for her to benefit her career and her show.
Like, Link, what do you mean? Like, let's be real. Brigitte Macron still ain't proved that she's a woman. And she even tried to sue Candace. But guess what? That ain't go through. She proved that Charlie Kirk was actually turning away from the pro-Israel movement while everybody called her a liar. Everybody was saying it didn't exist. She pulls up proof that it exists. And now everybody's in a frenzy. So I'm sorry, but she comes with the facts every single time. And she does her investigative work. Like, and here's the thing. Most people who don't like Candace ain't watch her. And I usually... You know, you're on the left, so of course you ain't watched Candace Owens. But I would advise you to, before you say that she say crazy things, because she backs it up.
She would even go after those who loved Charlie the most. And I have no problem with people questioning the official government narrative or what the FBI thinks, but claiming there's Egyptian planes flying around in Utah time, which he was incorrect about, claiming that these planes...
Whoa, wrong. She said it was universal time. That's what she was wrong about. Yeah, the Egyptian planes, she was not wrong about. There were Egyptian planes following Charlie Kirk and his family around. Even Erica Kirk confirmed it. So to sit there and say that, oh, you see, come on, Temple, you're being misleading. Yeah, the Egyptian plane was real, but she got the time zone wrong. She confused what? Utah time with universal time? Like, let's be honest here.
Are landing at airports, or black SUVs are pulling into federal buildings where it just so happens her lawyers also work. It has just come to the realm of nonsense. The U.S. military, she claims, is now involved in his murder. She has turned the very tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, and she has turned this political movement into a reality drama, true crime show where she treats us all like characters in a fictional show. And, you know, I think it's just gone too far.
Really?
You know, I'm due to have her on next week on Uncensored. I've interviewed her numerous times over the years and, you know, get on with her perfectly well. But I had a big set to with her about the Brigitte Macron thing, where I genuinely felt that she just completely concocted this whole narrative that Brigitte Macron was a man and then built a whole kind of conspiracy theory story around it and was doing it purely for attention, clicks, and money. And it ended up with us.
Yeah, but let's be real, though. Has Brigitte Macron proved that she's a woman? No, and Candace says she's betting her career on it. And has Brigitte Macron tried to sue Candace? Yes. Did it work? No, not at all, actually. So, and she still hasn't taken a test to prove that she's an actual woman. So I'm over here wondering, like, yeah, she hasn't been proven wrong, and the claim she made is wild. And she provided the evidence. She provided all the proof she had. And if you ever watched Becoming Brigitte Macron, then I'm sorry, but you can't be in this argument. You need to go watch the show. And as much as you hate Candace, you need to watch the show without being biased.
Having a $300,000 bet to charity. My bet being that Brigitte Macron, who mothered 3 children.
And besides, if she took that test, it'd have been like world news. It'd have been like, yes, Candace Owens is wrong. She's been wrong this whole time. We'd have been seen that. So no, she hasn't. And there's people in the chat trying to lie.
Is a woman. But even if it's proven, and because of course the Macrons are now suing her, even if they win, it seems to me that Candace has got herself into a place now with, you know, her surging following, that even if the Macrons win the case and they prove that Brigitte Macron is a woman, which she is, Candace will just claim another conspiracy theory. She'll probably say it wasn't Brigitte Macron who took the sex test or whatever it is they do to establish the truth, and so on. In other words, there's almost no way to...
As even Pierce said, yes, Brigitte Macron hasn't taken that sex test to go ahead and prove Candace wrong, which we're all waiting for. Yeah, bro, it's not like I'm going to sit there and be in disbelief. I'm going to sit there and accept the test. I don't think Candace have to sit there and accept it and also accept the defamation case that would have to hit her. But nothing fell down yet. No test has been taken yet. So here we are. And it's kind of weird because you think that'd be so easy to prove. Like, so I don't know what's the holdup. Because it's Loki. Let's be real. The Brigitte Macron thing, that blew up Candace. That blew up Candace around the world. And I mean, that's what she was still getting. That was when she started getting 100K live viewers. Not because of Charlie Kirk, but it was a Brigitte Macron fiasco and also her deep dive into Jeffrey Epstein.
Turn these taps off, right? If you're intent on monetizing conspiracy theories, particularly if you have concocted them, and I'm going to ask her directly on our next interview, are you just making this stuff up, right? Because that's what many people think. It's very hard to see how you stop it in the modern world.
I completely agree.
That's the problem. Here's the thing. How you stop it is by disproving it. And nobody's disproved it. There you go. That's it. How you stop it is by disproving it. It's as simple as that. And here's the thing. They're putting too much on the accuser, which is Candace. Candace is accusing Brigitte Macron of being a man. And here's the thing, though. The person that, the accuser's going against, y'all not actually expecting anything out of her. You're acting as if Candace is supposed to fly to Brigitte Macron and force this test out of her. But, I mean, come on now. Let's ask the question. Why hasn't she just went ahead and took this test? As a woman, it's that easy. Like, let's be real. Let's take away the Candace derangement syndrome. Let's think logically for a second here. Why not just take the test? The blood test is easy as that. Show it to the world. You're done. Even video record yourself there at the hospital taking this test, so there's no way of doubting it, and then you're good. And here's the thing, she can even fake the drug test, she can even fake the blood test, and we would still be forced to believe her. So why not just get it out the way?
And, you know, as you mentioned at the beginning of this interview, the shooting that took place at my property, and this is not to shift down to me, but this makes a good example of what her audience is looking for. And
what happened? So just explain to people.
That's the thing. Candace did provide evidence. That's what y'all not understanding. You see, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to talk to people who's never watched Candace and sit there and say, oh, she didn't provide any evidence. You didn't watch the series. What are you talking about? Go there, watch the 3-4 part series, and then come back and talk to me. Until then, just sit down, man. Just sit down. You can't speak on this yet. You got to go ahead and get your experience points by watching the documentary and going from there. Just go from there. I ain't saying you're going to walk out there believing that she's a man, but at least you're going to walk out there being like, all right, well, I know where she's getting all this from.
Don't know what happened to you.
So it was late Friday into Saturday morning. So this is between midnight and 1 a.m. A vehicle slowly approached our property here at Timcast and opened fire. It appears to have been driving just below this relatively low the speed limit. It slowly comes in line with one of our buildings, fires a shot, speeds up, lines itself up with our studio, fires 2 more shots.
Damn.
This took place between midnight and 1 a.m. Saturday morning. Our security company, our security guards immediately registered them as gunshots, called the local sheriff, the police. They came out, cleared the incident, took a report, and left. I learned about this at the time, but not entirely clear what had exactly happened. The next day, we reviewed security footage, and oh yeah, this vehicle pulled up. It fired these shots. We're pretty flustered. We're actually going to be leaving this location because even with security, a fence, a perimeter, these things are getting out of hand. Now, this happened. It's terrifying. Following this, Candace has been apparently accusing me of fabricating the whole thing. And a man on the internet,
Whoa, Candace did not say that. Other people has been saying that. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't like how they kind of demonize Candace. And it's like this when they said when they try to say that Candace said that Trump killed Charlie Kirk when she didn't really say that. No, she didn't. And neither did Candace say that yours drive-by was fabricated. Other people on the internet's been saying that for sure, and I would disagree. But yeah, Temple, you can't say that Candace been saying that. Actually, Candace actually tweeted at him and wished him well.
Random guy calls the wrong police department who says, we have no idea what you're talking about. It then goes viral among these people who follow Candace that the police said no such event happened and they have no idea what Tim Pool is talking about. And they say that proves it. However, journalist Cameron Higby then contacted the correct department who said, yes, we have this police report on file. This happened. We came out, we cleared, etc. And then they said, Cam is now lying. So even when he shows the phone call where they say, yep, this actually happened, they say he's lying. Now we have TMZ confirming the police.
Here's the thing, though. Like, why would Tim Pool even lie about that? Like, let's be honest. There is no reason for this man to lie whatsoever about that. So I don't even know why people even try to doubt this man.
Police report in question. And they're still saying I'm lying. So a random guy calling the wrong police department proves I lied.
What's wrong with you?
And an actual statement from the police saying, yes, I filed this. Our security company filed this report. And another journalist verifying it. 2 journalists, 3 actually. That's never enough for them. So we did for on the uncensored portion of the show last night play some of the audio of the shooting. But the reason we can't release the footage is that it shows the layout of our property, the location of our security implementations, potentially personnel, and that would compromise our already compromised security. So what I've said is perhaps once we are officially out of here, which may be in about a week or so, then upon reviewing it with security.
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
We will release that footage, but we have already released audio for those. Her audience doesn't care. They want to believe the drama reality that Israel is paying everybody, that I'm secretly funded by insert random deep state organization.
Never said that.
Because we are characters in a drama she is producing.
I mean, bro, she ain't never said that. That's the wildest part. She never said that Tim Pool was being paid by really anybody. If anything, that's what the libs say about you, Tim Pool, not Candace.
A reality TV show.
And anybody that disagrees with you, Tim Pool, is not automatically a Candace fan. I'm like, come on now.
A whodunit, and stay tuned for the next episode to see what comes next.
Hilarious.
I mean, she do. I don't listen until I talk to her myself. I'll hold my fire about the credibility of any of the stuff she's coming out with at the moment. I certainly have no reason to disbelieve you. I messaged you on X when I read what had happened because I thought it was appalling. Particularly appalling in light of what happened to Charlie Kirk. You know, if this carries on, if public figures in this space of talking about politics and issues in the news and so on become legitimate targets in people's eyes for assassination, then it's hard to think of a worse suppression of free speech and democratic society. What do you think is happening here?
I think people are being driven insane by the internet. I think that, if you take a look at YouTube, the question is, why has YouTube announced they were banning flat earthers, not necessarily banning, but they were going to suppress this kind of conspiracy content that claims there's an ice wall surrounding the inner continents or whatever. There's a flat earth. They're going to suppress climate denial and all of these things. And there's a question over where that line of free speech is and when you should be allowed to talk about conspiracies. But they banned Alex Jones, they banned Nick Fuentes, and one could make the argument that these individuals may have been more hateful, and that was why. The question becomes, why is Candace Owens, with all of her theories on the front page, propped up, promoted to many individuals, despite her saying things like she's not a flat earther or a round earther, she's left the cult of science, saying things like Bridget Macron is a man. These things are outlandish, but for some reason, YouTube and many other platforms seem to be completely okay with what she's doing, not okay with what others are doing. This, I think, it's bringing people to a state of paranoid delusions. We had a show on my Culture War podcast with some psychologists and psychiatrists, and I asked them, we understand that there could be mental illnesses, that someone's brain is not firing properly, and thus they're going to believe things or see things that aren't there. But what do you call it when someone comes to believe a false version of reality because they were convinced of it by writings, literature, movies, or otherwise? And they said that's just still paranoid delusions. There are now people that believe the French legionnaires, the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and the U.S. military have a hit squad out, and they're going to take out prominent personalities, and it's just become a paranoid delusional state. Egyptian planes around every corner. This is driving people to a state of violence. And it's not just this. There's the general political.
That's all you heard. That's the only thing you heard was about Egyptian planes. And Egyptian planes do sound wild. Like I said, when she said it, I was like, hold on now. Where are you getting this from? But when she started laying out the evidence, she started telling you where she got it from. And then you got Tucker Carlson with his CIA connections confirming that the Egyptian planes were real. I'm just like, oh, okay then. Well, where is this going? And it's not, here's the thing, she didn't implicate Israel, but she is going like, yo, what's wrong? And this thing, she's not really like bringing this into why Charlie Kirk got assassinated. She's going like, why were there Egyptian planes following you guys around? Anybody trying to answer that? And nobody's trying to.
Disagreement and hyperpolarization, but this is a very serious component of it. I don't know if there's an answer. I'm not saying anyone should be censored or banned. I think the answer is sunlight is the best disinfectant, and more people are coming out and criticizing the absurdities of what Candace Owens has been saying, and I think that actually may end up being the best disinfectant.
Tim, you said on your podcast, Timcast, that the attacks on you, actual shooting that occurred, that because of the extra security costs you're having to take on to protect yourself and your family and your employees, that this could end your business.
So I didn't say that it would end the full business outright. We have several shows. We have other shows that are not hosted by myself. Yeah. The issue is that to host a show where we bring people in every day, we give it our address 4 or 5 times to various assistants and people, makes it relatively easy for people to figure out where we are. And then you have the general security costs of keeping bad people out. We've had run-ins with creepos. We've had stalkers. A man approached the property once saying he was sent by God to speak to me. And we have to pay men to come out here with guns and make sure these people don't get in. Now we have extra added costs following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which means as a
dude, I'd listen to him, at a 1,000-yard distance. I'll tell you that right now. I'd be like, God, you say, all right, hop on the cell phone. Why not? What crazy ass shit you gotta say to me? I don't know. He piqued my interest. I'm not gonna lie.
Normal media business, we have advertisements, we have sponsors, we have paying members, and we do very, very well, even with our general security costs. Now we have to reassess, can we do the show here if they're opening fire on us? How do we secure against things like drive-by shootings? And there's actually no way you can unless you restructure where you're doing work out of. One recommendation was a penthouse in, say, somewhere in Florida or something like that, because then no one can get in there. No one can actually shoot at you. The issue now is, following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the credible death threats that we have received, we are looking at a new artificial cost to do business, and that is high-profile security at our location. This can cost upwards of $2 to $6 million per year, depending on how extensive. I mean, I believe you already know this. I imagine you deal with it similarly.
And shout out Kim West. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, "Don't turn our water off." Said, "I'm weak." Hey, no, don't worry, man. Y'all good. Shoot, as long as y'all pay the bill.
And it was reported that Barry Weiss has to spend, what is it, $10,000 per day for her bodyguards. As a media business, it's totally fine. We can handle the cost of cameras and staff and doing the show, and we all do fairly well. But now you add on the need for 24/7 bodyguards and multiple bodyguards, and that's money we don't have. So this means that,
yeah, I mean, so pretty much through the threats on his life, he's increased his spending for the podcast through security, not upgrades, but security. And that doesn't put anything towards the podcast, and it's only an outward expense. Doesn't really do anything. Well, of course, give them that I guess that the security, to give them that security that, well, hey, if I go outside, I won't be hurt by some random guy doing a drive-by, or if I'm walking around town, the peace of mind. So that's what the security cost gives them, but I can see how it's draining on the podcast. I mean, damn, that gotta be tough. Imagine if you was a smaller podcast having to go through this. Man, if that was me at this level, boy, I guess I'm just outside posted with the gun.
Timcast IRL, our nightly show with guests who physically enter the property, we may have to reassess and restructure. That could mean we can't afford to do business this way. My family can't afford this. And especially with the increase in political violence going into a midterm year, we have to reassess the most appropriate way for me to do shows, which means maybe I go into more of a solo slot like I do in my mornings, and we don't do shows that are physical. That's a possibility. We're also having emergency meetings with our partners to figure out a way to, we're looking at economies of scale. Where can we bring in all the personnel to a single location so the cost of security is spread out among 10 people instead of one person, and then we can continue to work. So hopefully it doesn't come to any immediate termination or suspension of Timcast IRL.
Okay, so yeah, he pretty much going into, like, look, man, this might go bad on us. We don't know where we're going, but we're trying to make sure. And here's the thing, he's under a lot of pressure because Tim Pool has been seeing a reduction in views. They still get views. They got like 6 different shows, basically. I think like 3 actually. But yeah, you got a lot of shows and they all do good numbers. The problem is, though, with the added security costs, the stress on him, he got to make sure his family's safe, and they're shooting where his family lives at. Yeah, that could be stressful. So I'm not really blaming this man for his emotional outburst. But to do it at Candace, though, or to pretty much frame Candace as this person who's the cause of it or the person who's denying it, I mean, come on, bro. It's not that. I understand where you're at right now. You're really paranoid, but it is not that. And trust me, I mean, bro, try getting shot. Understand how paranoid you will be after that.
Just want to ask you, just before I let you go, just because you've had an experience with this, I just interviewed Nick Fuentes and it blew up massively online. I'm not going to ask you about the interview. I just want to ask you one question, because you interviewed him with Ye, and they walked out and so on. This debate about whether you should platform, whether I should platform people like Fuentes. What do you think about that?
We had Milo Yiannopoulos on, which generated quite a bit of controversy, and I had people criticizing me for hosting him. I think it's sunlight being the best disinfectant. We have to be robust and prepare in our ideas and be prepared.
And we'll get into that interview about my man Milo. Actually, before we get right into it, I do want to kind of show you where this man Milo kind of, blew up. And it's a crazy clip, so prepare yourselves.
TV host causing outrage by interviewing a rising alt-right star who's facing accusations of racism, anti-Semitism, and much more besides. Yes, Bill Maher interviewed Milo Yiannopoulos almost 9 years ago. And some of those who despair at the mainstream rise of Nick Fuentes and his followers believe a lot of this all started back then. Well, Milo Yiannopoulos joins me now. Welcome.
Yeah, this guy Milo, the reason he blew up, or... Nah, not the reason he blew up. He blew up a while ago. But the reason why he's so controversial right now is because this man said this.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men. Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 sasses in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Like, go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say some crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity,
I mean, like, there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right, and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this. I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh no, he knows everybody's lore. Trust me. I am terrified of Milo. I will never cross Milo. Milo is the one person that people say like, "Why are you friends with him?" Bitch knows too much.
Because I can't afford not to be.
You want to be his enemy?
He knows too much.
Nobody wants to be his enemy.
Do not cross this dude. It's not worth it.
I was gonna say, Benny told you what? Did he get the dick out of his mouth long enough?
Oh my God, Milo, you can't say these.
Yes,
things.
I can because it's real and it's true.
Milo, stop.
You can't say
George,
it because
George,
you
it
want to
sounds like
maintain your friendships. I can say it because I care
like
him
you've never
about
met
what's real.
Milo.
I'm
trying to help him.
Guys.
You can't even help you.
Crank-
You just came out of jail. I don't need tips from you about life.
Let's turn the volume from 11 to at least 10.
Yes.
But I want to say this.
I will just say,
when we were talking about how there's people that come to me and they say, Tim, we'll be the guardrails for you and you'll be the biggest.
Faggotized.
What they're really saying is, Tim, when you catch someone at a convention doing blow,
don't say the drugs.
anything.
Don't say the gay sex. Don't say the bad stuff because we've made an investment in that. That's an asset of ours.
Agreed.
And we want to protect it. Benny Johnson.
Well, I'm not saying anything about
Put your queen.
I'm just
crown
saying.
back on, Queen.
It's a king crown, actually.
Yeah. So that's what you recently went viral about. Pretty much calling Benny Johnson gay, and that how he had his wife out there sipping wine coolers in the lobby while he's out there playing with boys of age.
A lot of this all started.
Well, let's hear from the man himself.
Back then, well, Milo Yiannopoulos joins me now. Welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I remember the Bill Maher thing. I remember the fallout from that. Now, when you look back at that, Milo, when you see what's happening with Nick Fuentes, do you feel that you were like at the start of all this, that you were partly responsible for all this? How do you feel about it?
I certainly feel as though it looks a little similar to when I was speaking at Berkeley and giving journalists conniptions. But I think there's something very distinctly different about me and somebody like Nick Fuentes. We've moved quite dramatically in America toward a sort of, I would call it something like an epistemological crisis. 10 years ago, we had positions. There were people with intellectual hinterlands who had opinions and who were consistent in their political beliefs. I don't think Nick Fuentes really believes in anything at all. And I think it's partly a result of the press spinning out of control to attack Donald Trump. There are all kinds of etiologies for it. But I think it's quite a different moment we're experiencing now. And I think he's quite a different phenomenon.
I mean, I interviewed him at length and put to him a number of more controversial things that he said. He doubled down on most of it. He unashamedly said he was racist. He explained why he was racist in a very racist manner. He was blatantly misogynist and unashamedly so. He kind of hedged round about Holocaust denial, but I suspect, as some people have said since, he was playing a sort of arch satirical game with me about that, so that he could say later he didn't really mean it. How much of what is going on with him is performative? How much of it, you know him, you used to hang out with him and Ye and others. How much of it is real? How much does he really believe?
Well, I tried to befriend Nick because I wondered if there was anything to save there. And so I became, I suppose, something like a mentor to him for a couple of years. And it turned out that there really wasn't. He's a person who just wants to hurt people. And I don't I couldn't find, it was like nailing jelly to the wall. I couldn't find any consistent or substantive kind of core to him in any way. I mean, Nick is a kind of chameleonic character in media. On one day, he'll go on a podcast hosted by an African American who has rappers on, and he'll say, "Oh, I love immigrants. I know illegal immigrants. No, they're not bad people." And then he'll come on with you, where he feels he's on surer ground, and he'll sort of do the smirking, double down kind of mischievous routine. He's a very gifted speaker. He's obviously got very high verbal IQ. He's a very charismatic person. But having observed him and having known him for a little while and been on the receiving end of some of his worst behavior, he's something distinctively different, as I mentioned before, from the provocateurs of a decade ago and the decades before that, in that he is, I think, emblematic of Gen Z, really, in being quite a pure and sort of terrifyingly pure nihilist, and really,
Even that.
I couldn't tell you an opinion, aside from hating Jews, that if he has on Tuesday, he will absolutely for sure still have on Thursday. And that can't be a good thing.
I mean, you mentioned that you're the son of a woman, your mother, who was born in Germany, who was Jewish. I suppose it begs the question, knowing how apparently anti-Semitic he is. I mean, he's constantly attacking Jews, constantly accusing Jews of running the world in a malevolent way and so on. Why would you want to hang around with someone like him? And indeed, Ye, for that matter, who then began spewing anti-Semitic content.
Well, Ye is in a completely different category. I mean, Ye is a generational a genius. I mean, he can speak for himself. He doesn't need me to speak for him. These two people are in completely different categories. I think that maybe to British ears, some of the discourse in America can sound really just baffling and horrifying and hateful. And it's important to understand what's really going on. Whereas 10 years ago, we were sort of saying things to be mischievous and naughty, provocative, and to push the boundaries, that now has sort of evolved into a less ironic kind of I guess you call it an equal opportunities loathing for everybody in the forms of people like Nick Fuentes. But I got to say, I don't have that much of a problem with a lot of what he says when he's talking about. I mean, when you were sort of incredulous about his misogyny, I felt it actually was a little unfair to him because, 10 years ago we were talking about how men were getting left behind, how women were overtaking them at university, how the world had suddenly, bafflingly, and very, very abruptly become quite a hostile place to be a man. That situation has not gotten better. And so I think his generation's hostility toward women is, lamentable but very understandable. And when he comes to
I share the same opinion. Like I said, it's something to look down upon, but it's almost like, all right, dog, I get where you're coming from, bro. I get where you're coming from. Like women today are, especially the generation that Nixon is pretty outrageous. And bro, you're talking to a big brother of two girls who was in that generation. So I know, and thank God my sisters aren't like that. But trust me, they tell me some wild things. Some very wild things that make me think that guys are just getting a little bit more pathetic by the generation, which is scary, which is very scary.
Talk about, what he would call Jewish power. There is a discussion to be had there that has not been had for a very long time because people have been, spooked or intimidated or threatened into silence because of an event 75, 80 years ago, which has been, weaponized against I think legitimate debate about, for instance, what the state of Israel is up to. I think it's really good. I mean, and I got to tell you, I really give you a lot of credit for breaking with the establishment on Israel, and coming out with the opinion that you have, which I think is the correct one.
Yeah,
but it's very difficult up until about 5 years ago.
No, always shout out Pierce for like I said, he was the hardest hardliner for Israel, and then he finally seen the pictures, he seen the numbers, and he's like, all right, Israel, you're going too far. You're doing too much, and it's kind of hard to substantiate this. It's kind of hard to elucidate why this is all necessary.
To speak plainly and honestly about some of the most appalling behavior of the Israeli state, because you knew what was going to happen. You knew what you were going to get called. And I do think there's some value to having a character like Nick. I'm not a fan of Nick's, but I do at least see some positive benefit in, if you like, the wreckage he's left behind.
But the problem is that, you know, his groypers, his fan club, you know, all the abuse that's spewed my way since I did the interview was entirely predictable. But I've been really struck, not just by how blatantly misogynist and vile it is about women, and I don't really accept the defense that, well, you know, men have been treated badly. I've been leading the charge for young men to be treated better, for the man bashing to stop us on. It doesn't mean at the same time you have to just belittle and demean women, or say they shouldn't be allowed to vote, or shouldn't be allowed a job, or, you know, they're going to get old and fat and ugly and they're all annoying. I mean, that's not about defending the male position. It's about just demeaning and belittling and attacking women, which is, to me,
oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, and let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, and let's not forget to also subscribe to the channel.
Task, but I think in terms of it
does look ugly, but you have to understand it in the context of a very heavily feminized society. I mean, we have speech codes in the workplace. We have exams rewritten to favor girls. I mean, it's not just that women are pulling ahead in university. I mean, women really have, you know, engineered the world against men. And I'm not saying that I like the tone that some of these Zoomers take, but do I understand it? I sure do. I really do understand. You know, a 22-year-old guy today has no realistic prospect of building a life for himself, and no path to being a patriarch, no path to being a husband and father that he can plausibly see. So they're dropping out, they're getting hostile, they're getting bitter. Do I get it? I'll be honest with you, I do. I do understand it.
And what about his racism? Where he just admitted, yeah, I'm a racist, and then explain why he doesn't want to be walking around near black people and so on. I mean, he articulated perfectly what it is to be a racist, where you want to be away from people because of their skin color.
Feels a little bit? But don't you think everyone feels just slightly like that? Maybe he's an extreme case in the wake of George Floyd, and perhaps their frustration is with the white liberals that made it happen, or whatever. But I mean, there is a phrase. I hope it's okay that I use a safer version of the word. There's a phrase in America at the moment, Negro fatigue. Whoa. And it is used to describe people just being sick of hearing about, you know, black people this, black people that.
I mean, bro, it's called black fatigue. Where the hell you getting bro? Okay, shut up. Well, hey, yo, I didn't see that one coming. Like, whoa, my man said Negro fatigue. Like, wait, what? He said it so, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. Hey, man, white people just saying this word so smooth, it just slips right past you.
If a version of the word, there's a phrase in America at the moment, Negro fatigue, and it is used to describe people just being sick of hearing about, you know, black people this, black people that, black people complaining in the wake of George Floyd, which was just the most grotesque absurdity and offense to common sense and to decency.
Do you think it's acceptable? Do you think it's acceptable and decent to use a phrase like the one you just used?
Like, well, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. I didn't think you was gonna pop that one off. And even Pierce was like, you could have just said black fatigue. Did you have to say Negro fatigue? Because niggas do be tripping. Like, let's be real.
Well, I don't think there's too much wrong with what I just said. I certainly don't wake up in the morning glad that the world is more full of hate. I'm a Catholic. So, you know, the most important thing to me is not.
So why would you use a phrase like the one you just used? If you don't want to fuel that kind of thing,
well, I don't think.
Why would you use a phrase that you know is so inflammatory?
Well, there are much worse versions of that. I was using a sanitized version out of respect for your program.
I doubt the average black viewer watching this, or African American who hears about that, is going to see it that way.
No, that's very true. I mean, I had to sit there and discover that I don't take that stuff too seriously. It doesn't really hurt my soul that he used the word Negro fatigue, because niggas be tripping. So I agree. And it's kind of funny that he just used it. I'm not gonna lie. I have dark humor. I'm a humorous person. So it's really hard to offend me. I'm more likely to laugh than get offended. So I guess I'm a bit different in that aspect of how normal black people would take it. Because a lot of black people be clutching their pearls like, oh, did he just say Negro? Did this British bastard just say Negro? Like, yes, he did. And he said it with his chest. What's wrong with it? It's funny.
I think they'd rather be called what I said than have somebody who than have white people kind of tied up in knots, not even sure whether they should call them African American or black, because these things are sort of, used as a sort of ever-changing linguistic weaponry against one race in society. Look, I mean, you can get waylaid and go down on a tangent about that if you want. What I was trying to explain in an anthropological way, it was explain to you, how people are feeling in America, and it's not just 22-year-old far-right racists that feel like this. It's not.
Well, what I'm struggling to do, if I'm honest with you,
it's-
Milo, I'm struggling to see where you are different to Fuentes, other than you speak in a posh English accent. I mean, you basically agreed with everything he's been saying, while saying I don't agree with him.
Like I said, you can agree with Nick Fuentes about like politics and all that good stuff, and where the younger generation's at, where their mindset's at. While also disagreeing with his stances on race. It's as easy as that. It's like, just because you agree with Nick Fuentes on politics or I guess social issues doesn't mean you agree with him on his views of race. Like, you could separate them.
I think there's a big difference between somebody who is leaning into
gotta be explained.
animosity and hatred of others, and somebody who is observing it happening, sympathetic about the origins and lamenting the fact that it exists. I mean, I don't think the tone that I'm taking, irrespective of my accent, is anything like the way that Nick talks, and I think the comparison's slightly silly.
Well, because I think you can say
because I can understand, because I'm empathetic to this group of people, and because I think that now and again they have a point about things, doesn't make me Nick. It means that I can perhaps understand that group a little bit, sort of see where they're coming from in some respects. And making friends with Nick was my intention was if I can have one foot in that world and one foot in the sane world of everybody else, maybe I could help bridge the gap there. It turned out not to be the case, because he's let's say not a bridge builder, but
yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, that's the problem with Nick Fuentes. If you notice, Nick Fuentes like breaks bridges with almost everybody. Like, there's not one, or there's almost like very few people that came up with Nick Fuentes that he's still friends with. Like, even Myron Gaines, they have their beef, and I'm just like, bro, how you F up with him? He's one of the first people that put you on. Like, of course, Candace, that was never going to work out. Tucker Carlson, don't work out. All of his friends throughout his past never really worked out. And here's the thing, at a certain point, I'll just be like, Nick, like, when is it you? Like, when is it you at a certain point, dog? Because, I mean, this has been happening, like, even after your uprising or after your blow up, you're still losing friends and you still always end up bashing them. So, I mean, like, come on. Like, no, he doesn't build bridges. It does seem like all he does is burn them, with people on his side and people against him.
But what is it specifically you don't agree with him? Isn't it? What is it you don't agree with him about? Christmas is peak time for online shopping sprees, but that also means it's peak time for hackers and data brokers.
I agree with you, Tori. Sometimes I do think it's all for views, or I don't know, him to just claim superiority in the space. Who knows? But all I know is it is very egotistical.
I think he has a reductionist and grievance-fueled view of the world that explains almost everything that's wrong with America, geopolitics, the economic state of his generation, and the fact that he can't get a good burger. It all seems to be the Jew fault. And there are some things that now and again that do strike one as unusual, whether it's a Jewish overrepresentation in certain industries. There are certainly criticisms to be had of Israel, but Nick reducing the whole world down to a vast Jewish conspiracy, and it would all just be fine if we could smash Jewish power. I mean, I don't have anything remotely like that kind of point of view.
Well, how could you? Your mother's Jewish.
I think it's strange that you're. I think Jewish. Yeah. I think it's strange. I'm confused as to why you seem so anxious to suggest that we're identical. It's quite.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just as you were defending him over the misogyny, defending him over the anti-Semitism, defending him over the racism. I just began to conclude that although you're saying it in a different way, and obviously I was being ironic, I myself speak in a English accent. But it seemed to me that you were going out of your
Not
way
such
to
a nice one.
you're going out of your way to defend things, which I thought were pretty deplorable in that interview.
Well, I'm trying to understand where these guys are coming from, because there's a lot of them. There's a whole generation of them. And if we simply write them off as racist, sexist, misogynist pigs, we'll lose them. And we'll lose them to people like Nick Fuentes. And I take the view that it would be better to understand what of their package of opinions has validity and what does not. Understand.
Yeah, because like they're right to be incredulous about the current system. Because it's not working in their favor. It seems to work in the favor of, well, Pierce's generation. And when you're telling this generation it's all good, just follow the status quo. But, well, they're seeing how the status quo is not working for them the same way it worked for y'all. So I can't blame them for being so incredulous towards the older generation and how they want to run things.
Where some of their anxieties and concerns are
We're
coming
unwilling to
from.
believe in it.
Figure out what we can fix and try to rescue a generation that seems to me to be sliding into nihilism and hatred of everybody. Isn't that a good thing?
Well, I mean, look, if we expand it, if you look at someone like Ye, you represent him, I think, right? You work with him still.
Yes, I manage the lawyers, and I run this family office. Yeah.
You know, and again, I would simply say this is a guy who, on the record, I would have asked him this if he hadn't walked out of our last interview to get him to explain why he said these things. But you know, only 3 years ago, literally 3 years ago this month, he praised Hitler, denied the Holocaust. I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis. I do love Hitler. He posted an image of a swastika fused within a Star of David, which led to a second suspension from X for incitement to violence, and so on. Right? He then produced a song called Heil Hitler, which was banned from many platforms, and so on. This is deliberate baiting of Jewish people in the most horrific manner possible. Again, I just ask you: are you comfortable
the song was a banger,
working
but
for
I'm
him
happy to,
with that?
Well, of course I'm comfortable. I mean, he's
I mean, he did change it though. He said he was sorry. He changed the song from Heil Hitler to Hallelujah. I mean, water under the bridge. Come on now, y'all can get over it.
Extraordinary human being. I mean, there's a perfectly good explanation for that, which he has given a number of times. You can find it plausible or implausible, as the case may be. But the way he explained it, and he did this on a live stream, it's readily available. He said, "I want to perform Heil Hitler at the Grammys because if I do that, those words will suddenly no longer have power. I will have conquered them. I will have drained them of all of their, I forget the expression he used, but I suppose I would say something, all of their, their toxic, hateful.
I mean, bro, it'd be a very historic moment when Heil Hitler is being played at the Grammys. I mean, I will literally sit there with my mouth wide open in astoundment, like in complete disbelief at what I'm looking at. I will have to pinch myself and ask myself, am I literally living in this timeline? And of all the universes in the world, out of all the timelines I could live on, am I literally living in the timeline where the Grammys is, where Kanye West is performing a song called Heil Hitler at the Grammys? Am I really living in this timeline? Is this reality? I'd have to literally ask myself that.
To put energy, whatever. The way he was articulating his artistic project in doing that, and some people will find it persuasive and some won't, was that was in terms of, like abuse survivors. We used to laugh at them 10 years ago when they had trigger warnings and safe spaces and little puppy rooms and stuff like that, because everybody knows that if you get raped or something terrible happens to you, the best way to put your life back together is exposure therapy, so that it doesn't become this sort of thing that that turns you into a blubbering mess every time you hear about it for the rest of your life. You just slowly kind of acclimatize back and get used to it. Ye seemed to be taking a similar view about some words, phrases, and opinions that have had a stranglehold on our culture for a long time. And it's funny, he perhaps hasn't read, the Holocaust in American Life by Peter Novick, the Princeton academic, who explains how that particular historical event was sort of rebooted in the academy in the 1960s and formed the basis of modern, what we would call grievance culture and victimhood ideology that became BLM. But Ye sort of seemed to instinctively intuit that this was being weaponized and leveraged to stop people talking about other things like Israel, for instance, or other things like the fact that one particular group of people seemed to be all the managers in the entertainment industry, and they were systematically defrauding and screwing the black entertainers that they were.
I mean, he ain't lying. And the funny thing is, he's Jewish saying this. It's not wrong to really sit there and call out how a lot of, top executives happen to just be Jewish. Some of the top managers just happen to be Jewish, and they happen to be giving black entertainers bad deals. I mean, is it wrong to say that?
Or managing. I mean, he's entitled to that view. He's entitled to that observation. And if it's right that his intention was to take this horrifying taboo, the greatest evil in history, as we're all told to call it.
What would you call it?
If it was his intention.
Well, what would you call it?
Well, of course it was a monstrous and incomprehensible evil. Maybe Stalin was worse. Who cares? Like after a certain point, it's like it's just evil. We can't wrap our heads around, isn't it? If the way he was articulating at the time he gave that interview, and within a day of giving that interview, he was on a live stream and he said, "I want to sing Heil Hitler at the Grammys because after that, the words will no longer have any power." That's a bit more of a complex,
it's not complex.
It's project than you're giving him credit
Milo,
for.
Honestly, it's just a crock of shit. That's not why he did it. Just for attention. He didn't care about antagonizing and upsetting and distressing Jewish people worldwide. He's a massive entertainer with 33 million followers on X alone, as he reminded me when he did his little performative stunt with me. And the truth is that all I've heard you do in the last 20 minutes is defend all these people from what I think are indefensible things they've said. And you've done it in a very sort of moderate sounding way. But I just think I'd say this to Ye's face if he hadn't bottled it and run away. And I wouldn't have bought into it. He was doing all this stuff for some profound, complex reasons. No, he wasn't. He was just Jew baiting. He was Jew baiting and using Hitler to do it.
As I said at the beginning, some people are not going to find it plausible. Hilarious. I do think it's a pity that you two in your encounters with one another.
I'm like Jew baiting. Now that is funny. That's almost as funny as Fed slop.
Seem to have spoken past each other so much. You obviously haven't.
Last time I was prepared to do a lengthy interview. I gave him I did a 2-hour interview with him several years ago, which I thought was very illuminating, very enlightening. I was looking forward to doing the same thing with him the second time round, and he just bailed on me after 3 minutes because he obviously worked out it was going to be a publicity stunt.
Having had that conversation with him and having seen a little glimmer of what is clearly a remarkable intellect, albeit an unconventional one. I mean,
man put the glasses on just to take them off. This man is hilarious. Like, you listen to the way he speaks just by watching him. It's like, I don't know what it is about Milo, but it's just entertaining to watch him speak.
Don't seem to give him very much credit as an artist, as a creative, as a provocateur.
No. Just to be clear, he's one of the most talented. He's one of the most talented. No, hang on. He's one of the most talented artists of my generation, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt.
It's possible,
but it's also
a little bit more.
It's also possible to say that some of the stuff he's come out with in the last 2 or 3 years has been disgusting. And I would have said that to him to his face. And by the way, the offer remains. If you want to go back to him and tell him we've had this exchange, I don't expect you to answer for him. If he wants to actually have the balls to sit there and answer these questions to me for a sustained period of time, I will do that interview. But he didn't want to. He'd rather turn it into a little...
Something of an answer... Sorry, go on.
No, go on. Make your point.
Perhaps something of an answer to your frustration is the fact that he did sit down with an Orthodox rabbi a couple of weeks ago, give a public and direct apology for having hurt people from that ethnic and faith group, and undertake to understand a bit better why it was that what he was seeking to accomplish with those garments and songs and whatever didn't land and upset and hurt a lot of people. I mean, he has begun to acknowledge that. I mean, perhaps your producers didn't tell you that, but that's for him to talk about.
Well, tell him the offer stands.
He has already acknowledged that, and he has already begun to.
Last time he bailed on me after 3 minutes. If he wants to have a longer conversation, I'll be very happy to do it. I've got to leave it there. Milo Yiannopoulos, thank you for coming on Uncensored.
Thank you. God bless you.
Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. An eagle-eyed member of the Uncensored team noticed that one of the first eager superfans to comment on my interview with Nick Fuentes was Stephen Crowder, the host of Louder with Crowder, who wrote on our YouTube channel, How to Not Conduct an Interview 101. And Mr. Crowder joins me now.
Yeah,
welcome to you, Mr. Crowder.
Thank you for having me, sir. Merry Christmas. Or do you guys say Happy Christmas? I've heard it both ways.
We do both. I'd be very happy to wish you a happy Christmas and a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Despite you impugning my qualities as an interviewer. You did expand on this. You said Piers Morgan is a liberal at heart, which I think is probably right.
Merry Christmas.
So he spent the whole interview trying to gotcha his way through identity politics on a guy who already rejects the premise. I did think that was an interesting commentary, actually. I would start by saying I wasn't trying to gotcha him because I'd already made it clear I was going to put to him, I'd already said this publicly, I was going to put to him all the more contentious things that he has said, which have gained notoriety, and challenge him properly about them, which I think I did. I don't categorize that as a gotcha. He got very exercised about the story involving his father. And I said on an earlier panel we did that actually, if I had my time again, I wouldn't have named his father, although it's easily discoverable on the internet, but I wouldn't have done that. I would still have told the anecdote because as I trying to explain to Nick Fuentes, the story was put in the public domain by Nick Fuentes about his father in a way in which you could only construe from it that his father made decisions when Nick Fuentes was young, which appeared to be racist decisions. And I was curious whether he felt he was a product of that environment. Now, he went nuts about that, and he's perfectly entitled to. And he's come after me and my family. If he's perfectly entitled to do all that, I don't care. But I was curious why you felt that I was playing gotcha with him and not just actually, I think, doing my job as a journalist and just challenging him about the more contentious things that he said.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't think you challenged him on the most contentious things. And by the way, it's not an impugnment of your character. It's a different interviewing style, right? I think that trying to shame someone like Nick Fuentes for being racist, for being a misogynist, like that's a layup for him. He's already been accused of that, and I don't think it's very fruitful. I mean, I don't want to conflate gotcha with challenging. So I would say, by the way, yeah, if he's going after your family, Nick Fuentes, if you're watching, strongly condemn that from your audience if anything is happening out of line. But I also would say, when the guy makes a good point and says, hey, you know what, my dad's not here to defend himself.
Rippers just defend Nick on automatic. Like, Nick can't do nothing about it. They just defend him well, even Nick is wrong. They defend him.
Could we move on from that?
I mean, actually, the only thing the Grippers honestly has been like a pretty contentious about on Nick is, well, the Charlie Kirk assassination. That's about it.
Don't do it 6 more times. But it counted 6 times, and you're not able to get to where you actually have disagreements. See, when I sat down with Nick, and yeah, I played his clips back. People could argue that it was tedious, but I would play a 1.5-minute clip, a 2-minute clip, because I wanted to show it in context. And I was able to actually lay out, we were actually able to contrast our policy, our prescription differences, where people know. And so I think if you go after, father being racist, I don't even know that you would construe his father's being racist because he doesn't like Applebee's. No one likes Applebee's. No one likes Olive Garden.
Hang on. That's not what he said. He literally told the story that his father didn't like that particular restaurant chain or others because they were known for black fare.
Huh.
Sure.
Well, that's racist.
Black fare? What if people don't like black fare as far as food? What if people don't want to be somewhere where they're more likely to end up in a World Star hip hop video? This is where we get to the issue of you and him discussing per capita. Right? Let me ask you this. Like you're a Catholic. We were talking about this. You said you'd be happy to talk about it. What do you think is going to be fruitful in attacking a celibate Catholic for not getting laid?
I didn't.
Literally. That's what I was thinking too. Like, where do you think this is going to go? Because you're about to push a lot of Catholic kids out there on the streets messing with these, promiscuous women. And where do you think that's going to go, Pierce? Where do you think that's going to go? So, do we champion these young Christian men to stay celibate until marriage, or are we just going to call them losers because they're virgins? Where are we going with this?
You're driving people into his arms.
I didn't attack him.
He said he needs to get laid.
I think he does.
That's a heresy.
I think he does. I think he's an incel.
So you advocate heresy.
I think I perfectly understand if you're a devout Catholic, which I'm not, If you're a devout, I was brought up a Catholic and I was given spiritual guidance by Catholic nuns.
All right, then. Who are you to judge his lifestyle then?
A lot of my family are very devout Catholics. I'm not particularly, but I still adhere to, broadly adhere to Catholicism, albeit there are parts of the teachings I don't agree with. So that's my position on it. But I can understand if he'd said to me, the reason I've never had
then
sex.
Why bring it up, Pierce? Why is it relevant whether he's been late or not? Because I said in my interview specifically, just so you know, I'll answer for everything I say. When
I'll be real with you, that's his religious belief. I mean, are you now intolerant of a religious belief, Pierce Morgan? Like, come on now. You claim to be one of the most tolerant people, and now you're talking about you're intolerant to what? Catholic views on marriage and premarital sex? Like, come on now.
I interviewed him. I said, I hate it when people use something that should be seen as a virtue as an attack. Out of all the views, if you view them as reprehensible, and I, by the way, strongly disagree with a lot of Nick's views, the least relevant is whether he's celibate as a devout Catholic. That's like a good thing. And so you actually give him the moral high ground. He says, hey,
had he said to me,
out of it.
Yeah, but hang on, you're putting up a better defense, if I may suggest, than he did. Because had he said to me, I'm a devout Catholic, and the reason I haven't had sex is because the Catholic Church forbids that and says you should be married before you have sex. Perfectly reasonable answer. That's not what he said. He never said that.
I mean, we all know he's a Christian, though. So if he's saying he's a virgin, why didn't you just pry deeper and say, what, do you do it for a religious aspect? Like, you didn't pry any deeper then. So didn't you think he was being a bit unfair in that interview? Because the thing about it is, like, if I ask one of you guys, are you a virgin? You tell me yes. I'm be like, oh, why? Because I'm not going to first be a dickhead and assume that it's just out of your control. I'm just going to assume, all right, well, maybe you're doing this out of a choice, especially if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman, I'm assuming that you're doing this out of choice. But a guy, I'm still going to give you that grace and ask, like, oh, what are you, super religious, or is it just hard out here for you? Either way, I'll be cool about it. Now, shout out Tove. Would he have would he have had made fun of him if he was Islamic? Yeah, that'd have been crazy. I mean, because Islam, they teach the same thing, to wait for marriage. Actually, I think almost, all the Abrahamic religions teach you don't have sex until marriage. So what's so strange about Nick Fuentes, being a virgin? I mean, if he's, let's be real, he says this out loud. He says it very vociferously that, oh, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Christian, I believe in all the Christian values. So what makes you think that he doesn't believe in the value of, no premarital sex? Like, come on now. It's kind of given. But shout out to, yeah, you're right, though. I don't think you'd have made fun of him if he was Islamic.
At all.
So you didn't do your research, because he said that literally dozens of times.
He may have said it elsewhere. He didn't say it to me. I only asked him about that stuff because there is a view that he is what they call an incel, and that he whips up that kind of mentality, and that's why he's such a misogynist about women and so on. It's an interesting thing to ask him. He seemed to me quite happy to answer it all. He was quite emphatic in his answers. Fine. I didn't see that as an attack. I was joking about getting laid because it seems to me he's a very angry guy.
Can I jump in for a second here?
Yeah.
Because this is where I think this is important, right? His audience will. People out there, by the way, some who are voluntarily celibate because they're devout Christians, but also if you look at the dating pool out there, I don't think it's misogyny to say, I wouldn't date one of those young women if they were growing on my ass.
I mean, let's be real. I said this last time. It's like when he says a lot of them are fat and all this wild stuff, I'm like, yeah, about 70 to 80% of women are obese. Damn near about 75 to 80% of women in my community are overweight, or obese. So for me to sit here and say, man, look, bro, it's hard out for me because most of my women are fat, I wouldn't be wrong. It sounds fucked up. You'd be like, damn, Seth, wow, but I'm be real with you. Basically, like, I'm looking for the 20% of women because 75 to 80% of my women are fat. Man, that's some bullshit. But hey, man, that's the game I've been placed in. So I got to play the game.
And they're actually out there living in a world that's been created. They will identify you as someone who's helped create that, right? Someone who says, I don't care if the UK no longer looks white. I don't care if we lose our cultural identity. Hey, it's great, women's rights. And they're looking at their prospects. And when you say, hey, you're celibate or whatever it is, you haven't gotten laid, you're an incel. Guess what? You give him the moral high ground. When you say, hey, what about your dad? And he asks you, and I will say, He asked pretty respectfully, don't do that. You go on 6 more times. What did you ask
because
about Stalin?
because I thought what he was
you
doing.
said little twerp.
Yeah, no, I hear
you said
you.
little twerp.
Stephen, I hear you. I hear you. I'm not saying.
I mean, hey, look, shout out Apple Teresa. I don't know where you live, but we are not fat. Come on now. Most black women are fat and overweight. Most of y'all. But not all of you. I'm not sitting there making it a whole damn, like, I'm not sitting here generalizing y'all. I'm just being real. And if you're living where most black women are not fat, please drop your location, man. Bro, show me where the promised land is. Man, take me there.
You're wrong. I'm just saying, honestly, I'm not, because I've got a lot of respect for you. I think that
well, thank you.
I think what he tried to do, I think he was taken aback when I revealed that anecdote about his father. And I think he didn't want to address what he actually said on air with that anecdote, because it's pretty damning when you hear it. And I think he decided very quickly, because he's a smart, quick operator, to turn it into me attacking him about his dad who wasn't there and how disgusting and blah. And that's fine. But I kept trying to bring him back. I kept saying, look, it's not an attack on your father.
To his dad.
Well, I wasn't attacking his dad. I was saying, if you tell a story which looks to the world when they hear it, that you're saying your father was racist.
All right, maybe just because I live in like a blue city then. Maybe it's just me. What? Over here telling me, man, what you mean? Said I haven't seen a fat black woman in a long time. What? And like I said, shoot, I might have to go out to where you guys are at this point.
Can that have an influence on you as you grow up? That was the question I was making. I didn't want him getting off the hook of answering that question about his environment, having heard him in his own words put that story out there.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. In trying to keep him 6 times, and that's what I counted, on the hook for his dad maybe being a racist. Look, if your dad's in the Klan, it couldn't be relevant. It has nothing to do with the price of tea in China, right? What hook?
Well, it is if you openly admit to being a racist.
Hold on, asking him about Stalin. And I say this because the last time I was on your show, remember we were talking about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
And by the way, I would hope that you would be just as hard on Candace and people like Tucker for some of the things that they've said.
Sure.
I think it's fair to be even-handed across the board.
Yeah, I agree.
Stalin, I said I would like to ask him about that, right? Is he a fan? Is he actually an admirer? Or does he just mean to say he's fascinated? What did you ask? You asked him about his dad 6 times. You attacked him as and I don't mean attack him. You present him, but racist, misogynist, right? Stuff that he already knows. That's the playbook. You'll drive your fans into his own arms. What was your question on Stalin?
Well, I asked him.
There wasn't one.
Well, there was actually.
There wasn't one.
No, you're
No,
missing.
there wasn't.
No, there was. You just didn't hear it. So I actually brought on a British journalist called Danny Finkelstein, who spent 90 seconds in a video talking about what Stalin and Hitler.
Like, okay, come on now. Come on. You don't think I know the difference between fat and thick? No, don't give these girls excuses. Unless they are properly proportioned in an hourglass shape, they are fat. A lot of these girls ain't got no business being fat, okay? We all know this. A lot of them are shaped like ice cream cones. There's only a few women that is blessed with that hourglass genetics to just be a fat ass and it look decent because they got ass. Or I'm sorry, but they're properly proportioned.
Had done to his family. I did it in the context of him saying Hitler's cool, but Stalin was addressed in that, and he was totally dismissive of a Jewish man talking about.
And shout out to my man Jet. I get why Nick is doing it, and I understand that I was raised Catholic, but he wouldn't be so heated over certain things so much if he was getting laid. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a stress reliever. I'll give you that one. Like, no, he made a really good point. I mean, he wouldn't be so mad if he was. He'd probably be extra chill. He would let a lot of things go, and he's just like, you know what? It's all good, man. I ain't even going to trip like that today. I just got laid. It is what it is. I mean, hey, it does calm people down.
His family being annihilated by Stalin and Hitler.
Do you hear yourself? Do you think that you think that's going to be effective or fruitful?
Well, it
Bring
wasn't.
On a guy named
It wasn't.
Finkelstein. No, it wasn't. You didn't ask him. Let me read you what I asked him about Stalin. Okay, because I think a lot of people, you responded saying it was softball. Did you watch the whole interview that I conducted with Nick?
Well, before you read what you're about to read, let me play a little mashup of you interviewing Nick Fuentes, and you can respond to this. Hang on.
Okay, but did you watch the whole interview?
Yeah,
Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, no, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
No, but his fans do. I mean, that's pretty much the problem. Actually, a lot of people mistake like Nick's hardcore fans who take his ideas to the max yeah, who takes his ideas to the max. Yeah, they are guys who actually believe that white people are just, well, better than everybody.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
Okay. Well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching. And then because this happens a lot, right? It's Tucker did this with you. Fed. Nick Fuentes, are you in fact a Fed?
No.
Okay.
I got to say, mate, it's one of the most forensic examinations of interviewing masterclass I think I've ever seen. I mean, the follow-ups were magnificent.
Nick,
magnificent.
Pierce, did you watch the whole interview?
Hilarious.
No, you didn't. Okay, so one of us came here quite a bit more prepared, which seems to be your approach with Nick. So let me read you my exact question on Stalin. Those were layups specifically because, again, I think you and I both agree, right? We want to have reasonable discussions. You don't want to radicalize people.
I agree.
Get rid of the bull crap on the outset so that we could actually get to real differences. And I think here's something that I really pursue when I interview someone: truth and understanding. I asked him about Stalin. Let me read you the exact question later on. It would help if you watched the whole interview. I said, my question to you would be, I know that you've said we want a Catholic theocracy or a Christian theocracy. I've heard the word dictatorship. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would ask you, since the end point seems similar to where Stalin would want us to reach, swap atheism for Catholicism, would you be able to name, or is there any one thing that you think America concretely should copy about Stalin's rule or revolutionary methods to get there? And guess what? We were able to actually answer. We were able to actually discuss it. How many were?
Yeah, and the discussion kind of ended out with Nick pretty much saying that, well, it's not like he wanted to replicate Stalin's rule in America. He was pretty much saying he was impressed how Stalin pretty much got, Russia to be one of the biggest industrial powers in the world at that time. He did it through the most cruel methods, but he did it. He got it off. I mean, it's just like damn near giving Hitler credit for, well, bringing the German economy back with a socialist structure. I mean, yeah, the man killed 6 million people and plus more, but he also fixed their economy. I mean, it's pretty much just like that. We can sit there and recognize that, yes, Hitler and Stalin are terrible people, but they also did impressive things.
Attractions on your show? Zero. Quite a few on mine. How many times did we actually get into discussions regarding where we disagree? And let me tell you where I disagree with him. I'm to the right of him on some issues. I'm definitely to the right of him economically. He's a pretty big sort of centralized economy guy. But we did it in good faith, and I presented him with his own questions. We got that out of the way. If you don't watch the whole interview, yeah, you can take 15 seconds. Did you get to any? That was my question, and yours was, well, you never asked about Stalin. You said, do you still think Hitler is fucking cool?
Yeah.
How'd that work out for you? What'd you learn?
That he does.
And that's new? And he thinks they have nice outfits? They're Hugo Boss.
No, but okay, he didn't say that as his reason.
Bro,
did you learn about Stalin, Pierce?
Nah, Apple Tree, that was hilarious when he said, like, man, what is this guy talking about when he's talking about me mom? I was like, bro, right after the video it was savage. Like I said, it was disrespectful as hell, but it was funny to sit there, look at that video and hear that man talk about his dead family members and turn around and be like, oh, what is this about me mom? I'm like, fucked up, but funny.
Did you learn about
I learned this about
disenfranchised?
As I said to you, I played a clip from a guy who literally lost family members, close family members, to Stalin and to Hitler.
Sure.
And Nick Fuentes' response was to mock him and then to unleash his groypers on this guy who've been now mercilessly abusing and mocking him about the loss of his family members to Stalin and Hitler for the last 48 hours. Now, you might think that's acceptable, or that somehow I didn't push that hard enough.
This is why legacy media is dying. You can't compete. Look, guys like Nick, guys like Andrew Wilson on your show, they've come up. I mean that you were at CNN, HLN for a very long time, and you're still following the same format. And so there, accusing someone young of being racist is a win. But with people who've grown up being accused of racism, of misogyny their whole life, they don't give a shit. And so you should get to the point where you can actually understand. Here's the one thing I would say that would help. Listen. You weren't listening to the guy, so you're not even able to lay out where you disagree and your own audience.
Well, I don't think you heard that. I don't think you could have heard the whole interview either. Then, I mean, I'm going to go and listen to yours
every full. Second, pillar to post.
Okay, but look, for 2 hours, I talked to the guy. I came with an open mind. I wanted to know whether it was performative, whether he did these things, whether he said things as a joke, whether if he did and it blew up, he regretted any of them, or whether he really means this stuff. And I learned a lot more about Nick Fuentes in the 2 hours than I knew before. You probably knew it all already because you've interviewed him before. I haven't. It's the first time I've
never interviewed him before. This was my first time I've ever spoken with him or interacted with him whatsoever. I did do my research, and I already knew what his stance was on Stalin. I already knew how he clarified it. I already knew his stance on racism. And here's what I would say, if I'm being as accurate as I can be, right, for the general populace. I think most people, if they listen to Nick Fuentes, his views on race and crime, they'd say, okay, someone like that has a case. Certainly any men under the age of 25. I think a lot of people would broad strokes categorize it as anti-Semitic. We were able to get into that. I was able to communicate that I thought Islamic immigration is a greater threat than global Jewry. And guess what? He disagreed, but we understood each other. You don't de-radicalize people.
I don't know about that one because, you know, there's been some retweets going around and I'm just like, well, Islam is not our friend, and I don't think Judaism is either. According to this guy, I mean, we're not the best of friends.
I always wonder how dumb this goyim sometimes can be. Like they say, you killed our God. That means it wasn't a God. How can kill a God? Normal. How stupid you could be. You killed our God. Who was your God? JC. If it was God, we could kill him. I always wonder.
Yeah. I always do say, I mean, like, man, who is your friend out here? Who is your friend out here in these religious streets?
Marginalizing everyone who actually makes good points by spending 6 follow-up questions on a racist.
You know what? Okay,
accusing them of not getting laid and calling them twerps.
Stephen,
he called him, bro. He called Jesus Christ JC. I was like, all right, bro. Even I'm offended. I'm like, hey, yo, come on.
What I'll concede, like I did with the initial reaction that you did, I will concede I didn't get him. I mean, other than him saying, "I believe now," actually in a satirical way. In other words, I don't think he really meant it. But when he said he did think at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, he did it in a way that others, like Glenn Greenwald, have told me he didn't mean it. Whatever, it's up to him. It's down to him. I don't think I got anywhere with Nick Fuentes. I don't think I got anywhere to him changing his mind about anything. I certainly didn't get anywhere in stopping him unleashing his Groyper hounds on me or my family, whatever. I don't care. I've had far worse. And
I'm just going to be just a little bit petty and show you one more clip from our favorite rabbi. Yeah, our favorite rabbi. This guy.
You have 6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty. You have 6.
Man. I mean, oy vey, man, who really is your friend out here in these religious streets? I ain't even gonna go too further into that. But like I said, when people want to harp on Islam, I mean, like, well, damn, who is our friend out here?
It's fine. If you're in the media jungle long enough, you get these pylons occasionally, and it's just better just to ride them out with a smile on your face. It's whatever. But I didn't get anywhere with it. So in a way, I am listening to you.
I know, and you know, it's great. That's been actually making its rounds all over social media. This rabbi, and I'm just like, you know, this is their common belief, to be quite honest with you. They do see that, you know, Christians is pagan. Those who believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior, they believe you to be a pagan. But you know, Islam, bro, it's all about Islam. And I'm not trying to demonize either religion, to be quite honest with you. I'm just saying, when people want to sit there and harp on Islam, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it doesn't seem like both sides like us too much. But I need to go, we're gonna harp on Islam, though. I mean, here's the thing, though. Islam ain't never do Jesus like that. They would never do Jesus. Actually, it's forbidden for them to speak about Jesus like that. Like, that's the wild part. But they're the problem. Huh? Man, I wonder how y'all get to that.
Because I'm curious how you do get anywhere with somebody like that. When his whole
oh yeah, but shout out Toe said I sent you a music video for you to share, and I'm gonna pull that up in a second.
Is really just on doubling, trebling, quadrupling down, and he says things which I genuinely do find really offensive. When he talks about women in the way that he does, it is really offensive.
Well, okay, let me answer. Here's how you get somewhere, by not playing gotcha. So, for example, when you start off with, if you've done the research, you know it's facetious. Same thing that Jillian Michaels did. Do you think all women need to be raped? No, he was citing, by the way, study after study that you can replicate that 62% of women
Sure, he said
have
that to
some
me.
form of
He
a
said
rape
that to me.
fantasy. Yes, so sexually dominant. But when you start off with that, guess what? Young people go, okay, all right, same old, same old. You
I
could
didn't
have
start
asked
off
him,
with
hey,
that.
what
though.
are your views on women?
I started off with this thing that all women are annoying and they all get old and fat and ugly.
What part of that do you disagree with?
All of it.
You don't think that women get fatter and more unattractive? Men do too, by the way.
I think men
You and I
largely
are
do.
both getting fatter and uglier. And I
Okay.
think that a lot of women, particularly if you go on TikTok and you see generationally, I think they're annoying. And I think that is a symptom of a serious problem, which is deeply rooted feminism, which, by the way, is the same source problem for LGBTQAI. And the reason that you have biological men winning Olympic medals, right? You see that as a
Oh,
problem.
let's get into oh shoot, it's a pretty festive video. I like it. All right, shout out Tove. I'm gonna go ahead and play this one real quick. Take a quick little break, I guess.
Police not my dad.
Hilarious.
Police not my dad. Police not my dad and confiscated his crystal lab. Police not my dad. Police not my dad. Police not my dad and confiscated his crystal lab. He's been condemned to a scary Christmas, stuck in the penitentiary Christmas. But we'll pretend it's a Merry Christmas, hoping Santa posts his bail.
Hilarious. Police, not my dad. Oh man, that's funny. All right, that's pretty damn funny.
You need to get to where you diverge or what the root of the problem is. And here's the thing, you're never going to get there if you just discount young people who are facing different problems than you. I understand. I don't think they're right on all of it, but I understand it because I was listening. I think you could have listened to him better. If your goal is the pursuit of truth, and actually, and I would imagine your goal, if you think his views are abhorrent, by the way, and I think some of them are. So if your goal is to peel some of those people off, give him the floor to explain context so that you can contrast it. But it ended up getting back to gotcha.
Okay, but final question. Which of his views do you find abhorrent?
Well, when he talks about, for example, I would say wrong. I would say wrong, the idea of global Jewry, and I told him that. The idea that massive third world immigration, particularly from Islamic countries, that largely rests at the feet of the Jews. I think it rests at the feet of these Islamic nations, of these third world nations that I would call crap holes, and that's considered a more offensive view. I think it's a problem, for example, when you ask him if he's a racist, he's going to answer yes. He's going to answer yes, but he actually answered, by the way, everyone's racist. And then he actually offered a qualifier. And through that, you're racist because you live in a largely white area. By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. You can't just ignore the points and go back to a soundbite. That's how a guy like Nick Fuentes, that's how he thrives. And by the way, people in the comment section, your own comment section, I get that some of them are trolling. Go easy, guys. On Pierce, it's Christmas. I think you were trying to do a good job. What I'm telling you, telling you, Pierce, is that it's not the way to approach a different generation of people who come up in a blood sport debate like they did on Twitch. It's going to actually give them a win.
Yeah, I think I buy into the argument they couldn't give a shit, actually. And that's one of the more depressing aspects of it.
Easier to dismiss them.
But if I worried about their comments, I would turn the comments off, and they're wide open. So bring your...
But all right, now let's go ahead and let's listen to this guy, Fuentes. Let's see what he's recently been saying. Because I heard he did snap on Roseanne Barr, and I can only imagine for what. Let's hear him out.
What are you going to do about it, Nick Fuentes? What you going to do about it when I tell you, you little bastard, you're going to be begging the Jews to give you I don't know what.
Medicine for his Kalman syndrome.
You're going to be begging the Jews to help you down on your knees and repent like Kanye West, motherfucker. Keep it up. Are you going to go against the God of Abraham? You're going to shit talk the God of the Torah? Keep it up, motherfucker.
Not
You'll
just
see what
the
happens.
Bible, Jesus.
We'll see what happens when you try to overthrow the Constitution of the
Jesus?
United States, the Republic
Right, Dan, what happened to Jesus?
of the United States of America. You talk shit about that, saying it ain't good, that we got to have some Catholic theology to replace it. You can kiss my motherfucking rich Jew American ass motherfucker.
I saw Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr said he's going to be on his knees begging the Jews. Roseanne Barr, you need to be put in your fucking place. Okay? You're a guest here. Newsflash, you're a guest here. This isn't a Jewish country. This is a Christian country. This country was not founded by Jews. Jews didn't write the Constitution. Jews didn't write the Declaration. Jews didn't fight in the American Revolutionary War. Europeans did. Christians did. You're a guest. You need to be put in your place. You disgusting fat bitch. No one is going to be begging Jews for anything because Americans would rather die on their feet than live on their knees begging to anybody. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with God. His name is Jesus Christ. That's who you're messing with. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with Yahweh. God's name is Jesus Christ, actually. That's the God of this nation. That's the God of your nation. That's your king, too. As a matter of fact, he's especially your king. He's the king of you people. He's the king of the Jews. Christ is king over everybody, especially you, Roseanne Barr, and that's who you're messing with. She goes, he's messing with the God of Abraham. We're like Daniel. We can predict the future. We know everything.
I mean, now you see where you can kind of agree with Nick Fuentes on some stuff. It's like, okay, well, now I can see where I can agree with the guy. Now, before I show that, you remember this?
Goyim sometimes.
Like, come on, think about it. Doesn't it now make sense?
I always wonder how dumb this Goyim sometimes can be. Like they say, you killed our God. That means he wasn't a God. How can you kill a God? Normal. How stupid you could be. You killed our God. Who was your God? JC. If it was God, we could kill him.
I mean, hey, man, they say Muslims ain't our friend. Well, I mean, I can't say y'all are our friends either. I mean, this, like I said, this guy has plenty of speeches. I mean, plenty of them. Mocks Jesus, calls him J.C. Penney. He even insults the Mother Mary. All that stuff. I mean, this guy is relentless.
That had a dream, all of a sudden, revelation. We saw what happened with the revelation of Maria. 2,000 years of suffering came to the world. Christian Inquisition, Spain, Portugal, Holocaust, pogroms, from a dream of a prostitute who cheated on her husband. That's it. From that, 2 billion people today follow this idol named JC.
Wow.
Why? One dream. A lot of dreams. There's people that live in illusion even when they're awake.
Yeah. That's a rabbi. That's a prominent rabbi. I mean, think about it. He's so prominent, they're recording this man. So, I mean, I guess it's a common belief. All right, let's hear more Nick Fuentes.
You can reproduce.
Let's see.
And why is it that in the country you can reproduce China in San Francisco? You can reproduce Somalia in Minnesota. You can reproduce Venezuela in every city, apparently. But if white people want to have fucking America in America, that is white supremacy. In other words, if I want to go to a town with white people where they actually eat apple pie and play fucking baseball, that's a white supremacist act. You can have little Haiti, little Cuba, little Somalia, little Nigeria, little Middle East. You can have all that, but you can't have America in America. You can't have a place where white people are white people. You can't have a place where there even are white people. You can't be proud of it. You can't want to be a part of it. You can't stick up for your own ethnic identity. You're a white supremacist now.
Well,
You have a community of Somalians in Minneapolis. They're concentrated. It's a fucking ethno-state. They're all in one neighborhood. It's homogeneous Somalian. They're taking over the city council. They want to run for mayor. They elect a representative, and she goes before them and in their native tongue says, I represent Somalia as long as I'm in.
Yeah, shout out Toast. Not gonna lie, my Nordic butt is over here eating popcorn. I'm weak. Shout out Toast.
Congress, Somalia will never be defeated. That's perfectly acceptable. And that's perfectly acceptable. And we have nothing to say about that. And the Jews can do the same thing. A Jew can get up and say, we need to fight for Israel and the Jews need to stand up for themselves. But if a white person gets up and says, hey, we fucking built this country, whites founded this country, we're sticking up for whites in America. Oh, you're a white supremacist now. You're so full of hatred. You're a wicked person and you deserve to die. You're a Nazi, so people should kill you and people should punch you and you're the scum of the earth.
Which is, I mean, let's be honest. So if we have a solely black community, all black all the way through, nobody complains. Chinese, you know, they do it in San Francisco and in Brooklyn, New York. Nobody complains. And then, of course, the Somalian people do it in Minneapolis, and now, oh my God, it's such a problem. Okay, bro. But yeah, let's be honest. If white people was to do the same thing, we'd call them all a group of racists, a group of white supremacists, and that's not really fair. If they want to be around their own, just like we want to be around our own, then I mean, let it be. But then we got to be fair across the board. I mean, if we want diversity in white neighborhoods, then West, guess what? We want diversity in all neighborhoods, all of them, each and every one. But all right, though, let's go. You know.
So now Erica said,
oh, shit.
You're never going to believe what happened. So now Erica got on the show with Barry Weiss, and she said, it's so crazy. So Erica Kirk does a show with Barry Weiss on CBS. It's like a town hall. It's going to air this weekend. They published a clip. And Barry Weiss says to Erica, she goes, what do you have to say to Candace Owens and these people that are pushing conspiracy theories? And Erica, like, dude, oh my. And the Oscar goes to Erica, her face, her expression hardens, and she goes, stop.
Yeah, I seen it too, and I cringed a little bit. I'm like, sis, what are you doing? So you're not going to address none of it. None of it should be addressed at all whatsoever. Bruh, come on now. Like, y'all can do better than that. And that's why Candace is cooking y'all ass. And unless you guys speak up, she's going to continue to cook you guys and make y'all look stupid. And then you're going to keep losing viewers. Because let's be real, Charlie Kirk was the star of the show, and the Charlie Kirk show ain't really, the Charlie Kirk show without my man Charlie Kirk. I mean, God rest his soul.
And we're supposed to be like, whoa, she means business. No, you stop. No. You need to stop. Did you guys see the clip? So she's on with the Israeli spy, Barry Weiss, after she's grabbing J.D. Vance's ass. Bruh. And Barry Weiss goes, so what do you have to say to Candace Owens, who built her business lying about blah, blah? And Erica Kirk makes this like face. She goes, stop. That's it. And we're supposed to be like, Saint Olga in the flesh, the battle cry of the cries of the widow. Like, come on now. It's enough already. It's enough. It's really bad at this point. Like, you're not a good actress. This is not a compelling performance. Nobody is buying this. And look,
is he wrong?
I am not a Candace Owens fan at all, as you know. That doesn't mean that this does not stink. Like, this performance does not stink. Just drop it. Can you just be fucking normal? Because it's obvious that you're acting. It's obvious that you are putting on a facade. And that is hurting your credibility. And it's hard for anyone to be able to take their side when that is what they are offering. You know, the first week, nobody could say anything because you can't. When she did her speech on the Charlie Kirk show, and then she did the memorial, and then she was on the show again, and nobody could say anything. But now, here we are on the second wave, second leg of the tour. The handkerchief is back and better than ever. The handkerchief is actually sort of disappointed. Erica Kirk's handkerchief was recently beaten out by the artificial intelligence founders for Time Person of the Year. Should have gotten it. The handkerchief was the runner-up, so it was a little bit disappointing, kind of crushing. You know, they thought they had it, but didn't get it. The handkerchief is back and bigger and better than ever. It is making an appearance. We are on the second leg. We are on the 67th leg of the Erica Kirk tour. And honestly, though, it's just like, who's buying that? You remember when she gave the speech and everybody said, I've seen that expression before. It's like St. Olga. Don't mess with the... Come on. What is this now? What is this? It's like a Disney movie. Now what? She's the badass chick. She's going to be doing acrobatics and she's going to be flipping guys over her head. They think it's like a movie. It's one of these like girl power movies. She's with Barry Weiss. She goes, stop. And we're supposed to say, shiver me timbers. Mike, this is terrifying. Oh my gosh. Scary. It's not scary. You're not tough.
Tim Pool, and rising in the shadows of the internet. One built to silence voices, bury truth, and control what you see and think. Leading the charge, Erica Kirk, Tim Pool, and thousands more just like them. All on Netanyahu's payroll, busted. This isn't random censorship. This is Operation Mockingbird reborn for the digital age. A coordinated assault on independent media funded from abroad. Executed through influencers, podcasters, and platforms you trust. Their ultimate goal? Colonize the Republic, enslave the human race. And if you think that's hyperbole, wait till you see the receipts. Charlie Kirk's assassination was not a lone wolf tragedy. It was a false flag, staged to create a martyr, whip up outrage among the NPCs, and justify the purge of anybody who dares to notice the glaring errors in the script. And it doesn't end with Charlie. More events are in the queue. More so-called tragedies are coming. How do we know? Because the planning documents exist. We've read them.
And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He said, seriously? So the new theory is that TPUSA had a hand in it. The fuck is wrong with people? Don't they know Occam's razor? And here's the thing, you're right. But here's the problem, Parabolic. It seems like the narrative is falling apart. If Charlie Kirk was shot with a 30-06, he'd have been decapitated. So the exit wound does not make any sense. Like, nothing is making sense with the official narrative. Actually, it's almost looking like this man Tyler Robinson might be getting off, just like Luigi Mangione. Like, bro, these two might be actually getting off. So to be continued on that note, but it is looking like the main narrative is falling apart and the feds have no answer for us. And neither does TPUSA. And also, it's not just about that. It's not just about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's also about the embezzlement of money that's been going on in TPUSA and the fact that Charlie Kirk was pretty much going against Israel and TPUSA was trying to hide that. So there's that as well. So it's not just, oh, she believes that TPUSA took out Charlie Kirk. I don't even think she's even going that far. She said that TPUSA betrayed Charlie Kirk, and there's top officials there that know what's going on, but that's lying.
And the elite have been laying the groundwork for this era of assassination for decades. Here's the bad news. If you're determined to think for yourself, you're already in their crosshairs. Israel have labeled you a dangerous conspiracy theorist who must be silenced. And as much as that sucks to admit, I mean, you're right.
He had parabolic curvature. You're right. He says, sounds more like a failure in Trump's feds to me. Yes, this is true. It is a failure in Trump's feds. I'm not going to lie to you. You're actually right about that. Kash Patel is seeming more and more incompetent by the day, sadly. Hey, man. Hey, shout out Chasing Green Bean.
Stop at nothing to achieve their goals.
Happy holidays.
People are being driven insane by the internet.
To be clear, Tim Pool has a history of gatekeeping for the establishment. He tried to debunk Pizzagate on multiple occasions, even dismissing the code words found in John Podesta's emails, which the FBI confirmed related to pedophilia. So when he tries to convince you that you're insane for believing that conspiracies exist, understand that the man has an agenda.
YouTube announced they were banning flat earthers, not necessarily banning, but they were going to suppress this kind of conspiracy content that claims there's an ice wall surrounding the inner continents or whatever. There's a flat earth. They're going to suppress climate denial and all of these things. And there's a question over where that line of free speech is and when you should be allowed to talk about conspiracies. But they banned Alex Jones, they banned Nick Fuentes, and one can make the argument that these individuals may have been more hateful, and that was why. It's bringing people to a state of paranoid delusions. We had a show on my Culture War podcast with some psychologists and psychiatrists, and I asked them, we understand that there could be mental illnesses, that someone's brain is not firing properly, and thus they're going to believe things or see things that aren't there. But what do you call it when someone comes to believe a false version?
The condescendingness is like, bro, don't be so condescending towards what Candace is doing. And honestly, the fact that the narrative is falling apart. That's the problem why you're losing views, Tim Pool, because nobody really sees the main narrative and says, well, that makes sense. Nobody's really saying that. And anybody who's pushing it, we're all just look at you with the side eye like, all right, bro, who you covering for? Even if you're not covering for nobody and you truly believe it, we're looking at you then like, all right, bro, then you must be, is it you're being intellectually dishonest or you just want it to be true? So you're deluding yourself. Like, which is it? Because it doesn't make sense. And now we got doctors over here talking about bullets ricocheting off skin and turning a bullet 90 degrees. I mean, are we serious? Now we're talking about, oh, he ate so much greens that it stopped the bullet. When it goes through fucking bison bone than any other animal with denser bone like butter. I mean, are we serious? When we do the ballistics test or these ballistic demonstrations and it decapitates the goddamn model, I mean, what are we saying? Like, are we really going with the main narrative? Because I'm sorry, I just can't. Call me crazy and that's fine, but only time will tell.
Of reality, because they were convinced of it by writings, literature, movies, or otherwise. And they said that's just still paranoid delusions. There are now people that believe the French legionnaires, the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and the U.S. military have a hit squad out, and they're going to take out prominent personalities, and it's just become a paranoid delusional state. Egyptian planes around every corner. This is driving people to a state of violence.
Really?
Wow, there it is, straight from Tim Pool's mouth. He just laid out the Global Elite's playbook, word for word. Shut down independent media, demonize anybody who questions the script as a conspiracy theorist, and strip away the last remnants of free thought. Translation, you're no longer allowed to notice patterns. Noticing is now forbidden. Your job is simple. Swallow the official narrative whole, or be branded dangerous.
Yep, swallow the narrative so we can win the midterms. And I'm just like, are you serious, bro? Like, is that really what you want us to do? No, we refuse to do so. If you guys want to go ahead and throw away the midterms because you refuse to promote transparency, that's on y'all.
It's unstable extremist. Dissent isn't debate anymore. It's a thought crime. And they're counting on useful voices like his to sell it to you. Tim Pool then slips into a pathetic, whiny cartoon voice to mock conspiracy theorists, sneering at the serious allegations, tying him to foreign money, and a sinister plot to eliminate dissent.
They want to believe the drama reality that Israel is paying everybody, that I'm secretly funded by insert random deep state organization.
The harder he ridicules, the guiltier he looks. Pure deflection from somebody with everything to hide. Apparently, Netanyahu pays better than Tim Pool's former employers. And he's far from the only influencer on the Zionist payroll, selling out America for 30 pieces of silver.
The Israeli government has launched a campaign to pay US influencers for positive posts to counter negative public opinion over Gaza.
every time my plane lands in Israel.
When you look this up, it is actually true. It's actually true, but it's not like 7,000 a post. It's just the funding for, it's a social media funding that is about $900,000. So about 100K shy of $1 million. And that's where they're getting this whole 7K a post from. No, but there is a funding campaign that is funded to the tune of $900,000 that is coming out of Israel.
I get this weird, unshakable feeling like, okay, I'm home.
Watch Erica Kirk's face. Every forced smile, every calculated pause. She's desperately playing a role, and it's painfully obvious.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it.
And mic drop. Oh my God, so astounding. No explanation, no nothing, just stop. Like that's actually going to make them stop. Good job, Erica. Good job.
That's all I have to say. Stop.
With the fortune she inherited from Charlie Kirk's empire after his tragic death, you'd think she could afford some acting lessons that don't scream rehearsal. Instead, she's joined Klaus Schwab, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Hillary Clinton in demanding the end of free speech in America, the censorship of the internet, and the death of independent media. Why? Because these people all have skeletons in their closets, and the rattling is getting louder.
If the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
There it is again. Hillary Clinton echoing Tim Pool's exact script. The globalist elite, Israel, and their army of social media operatives are gaslighting you full throttle. Call you crazy for noticing patterns, dangerous for asking questions, extremist for demanding real justice, not their rigged sham. This is the existential war against pure evil. If they win, freedom dies, the republic collapses, and life as we know it is over. After the break, we trace the money, the secret meetings, the ironclad connections proving that a sinister network, straight out of Orwell's nightmares, is hell-bent on silencing you forever and seizing total control. Today's they deliver effect. A cancer survivor, thanks to the type of medicines
and say his goodbyes. The doctors were unanimous.
Oh, that's a long-ass commercial.
Advantage of this with JFK's secret that monitored Washington press corps in 1963, 1972, and 1973, and paid journalists to push agency lines. It was exposed by the Church Committee post-Watergate, with JFK's secret Oval Office recordings of Mockingbird talks now public in the presidential recordings. So, yeah, blindly trust the media and fact-checkers today. It's not like they've ever been puppets for the three-letter agencies Mossad and the global elite, right? But it only gets worse. In 2013, Obama repealed the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948, greenlighting domestic propaganda that was once banned. And now, it's Mockingbird on steroids for the digital age. Every day, the FBI's narrative on the Tyler Robinson case crumbles further, growing more absurd, more impossible to swallow. Ask yourself, why does Erica Kirk still possess Charlie's phone and hasn't surrendered it to investigators as crucial primary evidence?
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
But give it.
Whoa, hold the fuck on. What do you mean you ain't give it up? Hold up. So you're telling me right now that you have Charlie Kirk's phone, you refuse to give it up, which would prove, honestly, would vindicate you. And I mean, here's the thing. Why don't you just prove that it's not in there, that it was never sent to Candace or anything like that? You could prove that. You should have proved that in that episode. So what are you talking about? Like, and why not just turn it over to like the police so we can know everything that was going on? Because you never know. Like I said, there could have been some special interest in wanting Charlie Kirk dead that he might have been revealing in his text messages. So what's going on with that?
And Kash Patel furiously shut down the FBI's internal probe into foreign intelligence involvement in the attack. Maybe the Bureau never wanted that phone in the first place. What does Erica Kirk have to say about that?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Stop noticing. That's the unspoken command coming straight from Erica Kirk, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the global elite pulling their strings. For years, the WEF and UN have spearheaded the assault, bullying big tech and social media giants into strangling free speech and burying independent voices. Remember their lame excuses? Trump only won in 2016, they claimed, because of Russian collusion, and unchecked free speech on social media platforms simply weren't censored enough. So they weaponized it. Unleashed Facebook's brutal fact-checking crusade.
And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He says apophenia, the erroneous perception of patterns or correlation in a random or unconnected phenomenon, event, and data. Seriously, just use the explanation with the least entities needed. Parabolic, you're not hearing me, my brother. It's not that easy. I wish it was that easy. Like there's a lot of evidence that's missing. Like everybody's just accepting the Fed narrative with all the holes in it. Like it would have been a lot easier to accept if, all right, yeah, I mean, fingerprints on the gun. Maybe he got caught on the roof with the gun. I mean, now we're even doubting if the man even took the shot, saying that there's footage of this man over here somewhere else during the shot. What's going on? So, like I said, bro, I would advise you to look into everything, bro, because it's kind of crazy.
That destroyed the platform. Shadow banned truth.
But I do get it, dog. I do get it. Like, trust me, I see where your head's at, and I get why you're there, because, well, one, you haven't really looked into it all that much, and two, I mean, it makes sense that the most simplest solution that, bro, look, he got shot by some wild leftist or some mentally ill kid. We feel bad, and that's that. But the 30-06 though, like, come on, man. There's been so many like redos of the shot to the point where it's hard to really say that that's true. But I get where you're coming from. I get it. And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. I know it isn't easy to get past our human instinct. Well, and that's true. It is human nature to maybe overthink things. And I'm not gonna lie, that's true. But in this case, nah, not this time. Not this time.
Tellers and
or maybe I'm just naturally an overthinker. There's always that.
Silenced millions overnight. Then came COVID, the real dress rehearsal. Question whether COVID leaks from a lab, vaccine safety, lockdown devastation, or the futility of mask mandates, and you'd be banned, shadow banned, or deplatformed outright. All for noticing truths that were later proven right. But those were just the warm-ups. Now, with Israel steering the operation, the elite are going straight for the jugular. Total control, no dissent allowed. Prison time for those who dare to exercise their First Amendment rights in the US.
And so the way we're going to approach this is through a hate crime kicker. So if you graffiti a building, it is a crime now. But if your motivation is hate, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in prison. If you want to litter, it's a crime right now. But if you litter and if your motivation is a hate crime, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in jail. It is a crime right now to hang banners from an interstate. For obvious reasons, we don't want to distract drivers. But if you do that and you have a hate crime, a hate motivation, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in jail.
Whoa. I mean, yo, isn't that a bit much? Like 5 years in jail? Whoa, that's a bit much.
How optimistic are you of moving this bill along?
I guarantee the bill will pass.
We're living through the greatest red pill moment in history. The Charlie Kirk assassination isn't just a crime, it's the crack in the dam holding back decades of lies about history, money, power, and reality itself. Once that dam bursts, the flood takes everything with it. That's why they're panicking. The heavier the censorship, the nastier the smears, the more frantic the cover-ups, the faster people wake up. Here's what they don't want.
And all right, man. I mean, shout out to that guy at TPV Sean. Oh, cool. Cool first name. All right, now we'll have time to play this. It's 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, I got time. I got time today.
The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history and his accomplices. But something that's flown under the radar is the story of how this man and his brother, two of them there, both facing charges of rape and human trafficking in Romania, were suddenly allowed to return to the United States, and how the Trump administration might have been involved in that.
Bro, what? Oh my God, you can't be, bro. No way. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. If you knew anything about their case in Romania, you would understand that they were released and that they were given permission to leave because the case was so weak and the evidence wasn't there. I mean, they spent time in jail on the suspicion of it, and they were released because there was no evidence. Maybe you should actually look into this case a little bit more if you say something so ridiculous. Like, bro. Oh, my God.
One of those men, Andrew Tate, is one of the most proudly, violently misogynistic influencers in the world, with an enormous following online, particularly among young men and even teenage boys. And in his online content, he and his brother have bragged about their recruitment and exploitation of women to make pornography. Both
wrong. They were making, well, not really pornography, but they were doing webcamming. And this was way back in the day, back when, you know, what was it? Like, what was the, I can't remember the company's name like I would. I never used the bullshit, but it was one of them webcam girl websites, and they would prop girls up on that. And if you understand how that webcam girl stuff works, it's pretty much like being at a strip club, except you're looking at a computer screen, which just sounds way too sad and pathetic to actually visualize. But that's the reality of it. And that's what they ran. And they recruited girls to do that. Not to sell themselves for sex, but to get poor, lonely men to send them money because, you know, the only time they can see an attractive girl is through a computer screen, or the only time an attractive girl takes them seriously is when they're sending money because they see them on a computer screen. I mean, sad, but that's the reality of it.
brothers have repeatedly denied criminal wrongdoing. Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report.
Oh, no. This was before OnlyFans. No, this was literally before OnlyFans. Like, I'm telling you, they did this like, bro, like probably when me and you were probably like in middle school. This is what they're bringing up. Like, and Andrew Tate's talked about this at length, and he came out during like the pioneering of it. So, and we're talking about something, you know, he literally said probably he did like 10, almost 20 years ago. That's how long ago this was. So no, it was way before OnlyFans. We were talking about the original cam girls. And that's how he became a millionaire. He admitted.
Finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And
yeah, because he is an American citizen. So he's allowed to reach out to America to be like, yo, can you help me out in this situation? Because it kind of got me as an American citizen locked up here on BS charges. And yes, I mean, that is allowed. He is an American citizen if you forgot.
Here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
I believe he was born in either Illinois or Indiana.
There you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got. It's true. And we never really left. So now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Megyn, too, is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter for the New York Times, one of the reporters who broke that story, and she joins me now. It's great to have you here. This is phenomenal work.
Thanks for having me.
I say that to you a lot because it's always true. So first, I guess, just for folks that don't know who Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are, like, can you just give us a sense of who they are and what kind of content they made and what their message is?
Sure. So they are huge stars in the so-called manosphere. Andrew Tate in particular has built a massive audience of mostly young men by preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism. And they have also taught courses on how to date women and exploit women and make money, and have also,
Which is true. It was a pimp hose degree, which was trying to, well, the goal of pimp hose degree was trying to get men to understand how to get women to do webcamming for you. Yeah. Pimping hose degree, as they were, call it a PhD. I mean, pretty damn funny, to be quite honest with you.
very notably, run a porn business for about a decade, in which they kind of bragged about basically dating women and then steering those girlfriends into making content, online sexual content, in which they take most of the profits.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the courses they offered was like a pimp.
Well, as Andrew Tate said it, he pretty much sat before all the girls he was dating at, well, all at the same time, and he pretty much said, hey, look, you want to go into this webcam business, there's a lot of money in it for you. All you got to do is sit there and we'll tell you what to say, and it's all going to be good. And a lot of girls, well, a good amount of them took the money. Well, I mean, took the offer. They became webcam girls, and they made a lot of money. I mean, shout out to the hustle, right? Right.
Pimping course, right? It had the acronym PIMP.
Yeah,
right?
it was a PhD, short for pimping hose degree.
Yes, and the whole idea was, and again, they would say this is,
hey, now the fact that she said it though, PhD for pimping hose degree, it's funny.
We will teach you how to find women, create some sort of what appears to be romantic connection with them, and then use that to manipulate them into them making sexual content that you profit off of. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they were born in the United States, but grew up, spent much of their life growing up in Britain. And so they launched this porn business, if you will, around the mid 2010s when they were based in Britain. And then in 2015, they moved to Romania. We found out Andrew was actually under criminal investigation then for alleged assaults of multiple women. And as he tells it, thought that Romania, was a place where you could get away with a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with in the West.
I think he even said that.
He even
right?
said that.
Yeah, but he didn't say it like that, though. He pretty much said, you know what, right now what's going on. He's pretty much talking about the speeding laws. So if you actually watch the video in full context, he was pretty much talking about how he could speed all through Romania and not have to worry about getting a ticket. That's pretty much where he was going. It was a bit childish, but hey, I mean, I feel it. But now if we're talking about the cases he had back in the UK, yeah, one was proven to be a lie, and the other one, once again, was proven to be a lie. So yeah, he had cases back there, and they were all dropped.
Yes.
Get away with.
Yeah, exactly. And so
But they're still trying them, though.
they move, they basically relocate to Romania. And so they're running this business out of both like Britain and Romania. They're growing it into a variety of platforms with a variety of women. And so they're doing all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you
the
sure.
No, that's true, though. They got now they switched their online course. What is it now? It's like Hustler University. That's their online course. They teach men how to get good in what? E-commerce, AI, video editing, copyright, high-level skills, other high-level skills than just what I named. But that's pretty much the premise of their product or their digital product. And it's about what, $50 a month. He has probably over maybe 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers, all paying him $50K. I mean, not $50K, but $50 a month. So you do the math on that.
Variety of platforms with a variety of women. And so they're doing all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you the lessons we've learned from this.
And there's some of the the MMA stuff, fighting and working out, and they're like, he's super ripped and all that, like all of that stuff adjacent to the sort of exploitation.
Exactly, like super fitness.
Yeah.
I mean, Andrew got his start as a professional kickboxer,
Right.
so it's really maximized that image.
So they have this huge following. Now, so that's sort of uncontested, right?
Actually, Andrew Tate's going to be boxing on the 20th. Yeah, he's doing one of those. Actually, he bought Misfit Boxing. Yes, Andrew Tate owns Misfit Boxing now. He bought it out from KSI, and let's be real, the man do got money like that, so it makes sense. But yeah, he bought Misfit Boxing. Andrew Tate will now be boxing on the 20th of December against some guy named Chase.
Right, that part of it, like that this is what they're about. and they've said it, and they've talked about needing to treat women like slaves, and you need to dominate them, and you need to treat them like a dog, that you say to them, you give them orders, right? And that you have to condition them the way you condition a dog. That's all stuff they've said. There are a variety of criminal allegations against them. Let's start with the Romania case. That was the reason they couldn't leave the country, because they were under indictment.
That's right. Well, it actually,
Yeah, they were under indictment. They went through all the evidence, and eventually the Trump dropped the case, or pretty much dismissed the case, because it was, well, nothing there. There was no damning evidence proving that they were sex trafficking women. So there you go.
the reality is,
I mean, let's be real though. They were so guilty of it, they got locked up the first time, and there was no evidence found. I mean, if they are human sex traffickers, they're probably the best ones ever, because there's no paper trail to it. There's no paper trail towards them sex trafficking, and it's already been looked into. I mean, at this point, it's to the point where the UK is now looking into it, and they're going to end up looking stupid, just like Romania did.
that they're actually under criminal investigation.
Sorry, criminal investigation. It's a different process.
It's a different process. So they have been since late 2022, they have been under criminal investigation in Romania. And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business, into what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women. And there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those— I
want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case, as the prosecutors have been building this case, they have repeatedly sought to keep these guys confined. And so they had been prohibited from leaving the country as the prosecutors are building this case, with the prosecutors saying that they posed a public danger and a flight risk.
I want to read some of these texts.
Not anymore, I guess.
Article. This is a woman who says, "Do you want me to be your slave or your wife?" This is a woman who, again, he's sort of, it seems to be recruiting kind of quasi-romantically, and then maybe trying to move him to something else. You'll do whatever I tell you, which is the same thing. I'll choose a woman to be my wife. She'll love me enough to let me tell her what I feel like. I will decide if she's a slave. And then this is a text exchange in a text chat titled Pimps. This is two associates, along with Tristan, the brother, discussed how to punish a woman who said she would no longer work for them. Tristan Tate: the move now is as follows. Okay. Both of you go, get her out of the house. Okay. Hit her if you have to. I don't care. Don't let her take her things. Thanks. Okay.
You're right. Those are among the text messages that the prosecutors have gathered. I mean, we've been pouring through hundreds of pages of court records from Romania, in which they've gathered together and spelled out what they say is a long pattern of this behavior with a variety of women.
There are other criminal charges in England. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Britain, prosecutors have authorized charges. They're not just under investigation. They've authorized charges of trafficking and rape against both brothers there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on—
Bro, Romania released them. Like, Romania already did their investigation and they found nothing. That's the problem. It's like now they're trying to pass it off country to country to see who can make it stick. I don't know. Well, let's see if Britain can make it stick. Let's see what UK does.
On this with my colleague, Isabella Quai.
You know how long this has been going on? This has been going on for like years. And it's funny how they're talking about it now like it's new. And I'm just like, come on now. You're really trying to connect Andrew Tate to Trump? Now, Andrew Tate is one of the reasons why, I'm going to be real with you, he definitely did put his voice behind Trump. He was definitely telling everybody to vote for Trump. And he celebrated when Trump won. So, but let's be quite honest. When Andrew Tate tried to come to Florida, man, the Republicans chased that man out of there. And Trump ain't do nothing for him. So you can't really say it's connected to Trump. And Trump never mentioned anything about Andrew Tate. So to try to connect, Trump to Andrew Tate is hilarious. And, bro, they did way too much to these guys to try to stick them with human trafficking. And nothing has stuck yet. And if you actually look at these cases, they're recycling old evidence that's already been thrown out. So I really wonder how long this is going to go. And like I said, if they were so guilty, why are they just going around the world as they please? Why are they just free men walking about, can leave Romania if they want to, if they're just so guilty? The evidence is just so obvious.
And what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually convicted, won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after it came back. Now, everyone, I think, has a picture of these individuals at this point. They were in Romania. It's very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was
Yeah, they are U.S. citizens that was being, well, and they're in their legal defense, unfairly held by the Romanian courts. And as U.S. citizens, they have the right to do that. So actually, if they'd have reached out during the Biden administration, they just had to do it because those are American citizens at the end of the day.
that their release from Romania was really the culmination of years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina
after
Habba
election.
has talked about him. Richard Grinnell, who has a kind of freelance portfolio and in fact admits that he discussed the case with a Romanian official.
Right. So, right, exactly. Paul Ingrassia, who actually served on the Trump's legal team, he ascends into the administration as well. And so after this new administration comes in, Richard Grinnell in particular, we found, had discussions with at least 2 Romanian officials about the Tate's case. One at Mar-a-Lago in December of 2024, the second in February at an international conference in Munich. And what we also found was that within days of that second conversation, an order from the highest levels of the Romanian government came down to the prosecutors in the criminal case, saying you got to strike a compromise with the Tate brothers.
My bad. I was saying shout out to Chadley for sending in the Laughing Disco for 250 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
The criminal case, saying you got to strike a compromise with the Tate brothers, and they did not.
They were unhappy.
They were outraged, but they did follow through with ultimately lifting their travel bans, which the Romanian prime minister believed was going to appease the Trump administration.
It's really it's really a shocking set of events and incredibly scrupulous reporting about all this. And people should check it out at the New York Times, where you can read some of these texts and you can read more about some of the allegations again.
No, because when the United States asked them, all right, what evidence are you holding them on? The Ukrainians couldn't really provide good evidence, so they had to release them. That's the way it goes. Like I said, he could have done this under any presidency, and he'd have been able to get released. Like I said, they were holding him with, honestly, no real evidence that he's a human trafficker. None whatsoever. And if you actually look through the case, you'll be astounded on what they was able to lock him up on. But in Romania, the laws are a little bit more lax than in America, because the way they did him in Romania, they'd have never did him like that in America. There'd been no way. They'd actually have to provide real evidence before they could even lock him up, and they had no real evidence.
Andrew Tate and his brother, which the men deny. You should definitely check it out. Megan too.
But to pretty much put some accountability on Andrew Tate. Hey, you did move to Romania. You could have stayed in the United States, and that'd never happened to you. I promise you that. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end it out on this one right now. Appreciate the support, guys. We'll go ahead and end it on I guess a couple funny clips, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. This is Set with Set Media. I'll see you guys, probably around 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.
Zoran Mamdani just appointed a convicted armed robber to his transition team. Really? I mean, his name is Maisan Linen, and he's only one of 400 people Zoran appointed to one of his 17 unpaid committees who simply advises the mayor during his transition. Well, Maisan is specifically on Zoran's criminal legal system transition committee, advising the mayor on public safety. And according to producer Mark Kalshi, of all of Zoran's big promises, those relating to public safety are most likely to happen, as he has the most actual power there, and he's not off to a great start. In 1999, a Bronx jury found Maisan guilty in 2 armed robberies of taxi drivers, where he then served 7 years in prison. Okay, but then after prison, he got his life back together, continued his rap career, and started a civil rights organization called Until Freedom, where he became a full-time activist and organizer promoting social justice and helping at-risk youth. Okay, but he still to this day denies taking part in either of his 2 armed robberies, despite his conviction and both cab drivers testifying and identifying him, so there doesn't seem to be much accountability. Look, you often see cybersecurity companies hiring ex-hackers or the DEA using the expertise of ex-cartel members. Sometimes to get to the root of crimes, you need to consider all perspectives, and my son is a man who's been on both sides. He's merely on a transition committee. Yeah, well, the committee shaped the policies that get enacted, and a convicted violent felon is not a great start. It's quite ironic to hear that from a party who elected a convicted felon as president. Political weaponization, pointing a gun at a cab driver. We are not the same.